The Cartographer's Daughter, written by Quinn Price and narrated by Amelia Overton, published by the Change Capability Press. Chapter 1. The Empty Study. The maps always knew when Thaddeus Reid had left them. Elara felt it the moment she pushed open the heavy wooden door to her father's study. The room's usual energy, that subtle vibration that accompanied his presence among his creations, had vanished. The space felt hollow, the maps themselves dimmer, as if they'd entered hibernation without their creator. "Father," she called out, though she already knew there would be no answer. Outside, Cambria carried on its morning business, oblivious that its favourite topic of gossip had disappeared. Through the large windows, fishing boats returned to harbour, and merchants set up their stalls along the boardwalk, all bathed in golden morning light. Inside the study, time stood still. Elara navigated the controlled chaos, stacks of reference books, rolls of parchment, and various cartographic instruments. Unlike the meticulously organised map archives downstairs, her father's private workspace existed in a state of disarray that only he comprehended. His desk stood in the centre like an island in a sea of debris. The mahogany surface held just 3 items: a half-finished map, a brass compass, and a folded note with her name on it. Elara picked up the note, her fingers leaving tracks in the thin layer of dust. 1 day, maybe 2, that's how long he'd been gone. The note read simply, "Some maps lead us home, others lead us to truth." T. "Cryptic as always," she muttered, flipping the paper over to find nothing more. The unfinished map caught her attention next. At first glance, it appeared to be a conventional chart of the upper Amazon basin, focusing on the area north of Iquitos, Peru. Her father had mapped that region extensively over the years, documenting not just the ever-changing river systems, but also the scattered communities throughout the rainforest. But this was no ordinary geographical map. Thaddeus Reid was no ordinary cartographer. Elara leaned closer, her trained eye catching the subtle differences. Beneath the precise rendering of rivers and tributaries lay another layer of information, invisible to most observers, but clear to those who knew how to look. Colours shifted when viewed from different angles. Lines pulsed with a heartbeat rhythm. Symbols evoked emotional responses rather than merely marking locations. This was one of her father's emotional maps, charts capturing not just physical terrain, but the emotional landscape of a place and its people. She couldn't believe she had never noticed this before. She traced a finger along a tributary flowing in deep indigo, feeling the resonance of collective grief that her father had somehow captured in ink and pigment. The map responded to her touch, colours intensifying slightly, recognising a sensitivity similar to its creator's. This map was alive. "Where have you gone, Thaddeus?" she whispered. Her eye caught a small marking near a remote river bend, a location circled in red ink. Beside it, in her father's precise handwriting, was a single word: Valera. A chill ran through her that had nothing to do with the morning sea breeze. Valera. The village he never spoke of, yet whose name she'd once found written in his journal, alongside her mother's. The door creaked behind her. Bernard Hayes stood at the threshold, leaning on his walking stick. The old man's face was grave, and his bright green eyes were dulled with worry. Bernard spent a lot of time with Thaddeus, so his visit felt like family. "He's gone after Rowan, hasn't he?" Bernard asked, though it wasn't really a question. Elara's fascination with the map held her attention as she didn't bother to look up. "Rowan?" Bernard's expression shifted to surprise, then resignation. He removed his round spectacles and began polishing them with the edge of his worn vest, a habit she knew indicated he was gathering his thoughts. "Your father hasn't told you, then?" He sighed deeply. "I had hoped, but Thaddeus was always stubborn about protecting you from the past." "Protecting me from what?" Elara now looking intently at him, her patience evaporating. "Bernard, if you know where my father has gone—" "To Valera," he said, moving into the room and gesturing toward the map. "A village deep in the Peruvian Amazon, accessible only by boat from Iquitos, and yes, I believe he's gone to confront Rowan. Rowan, she repeated more forcefully, I'm not tracking. Bernard looked at her with such profound sadness that Elara felt her irritation dissolve into dread. The man who murdered your mother. The shipping company offices where Elara worked perched on the harbour's edge, a 3-storey building of weathered wood and brass fittings that had once been the grand home of Cambria's founder. Now, it housed the administrative headquarters of the Cambria Maritime Mapping Service, where she served as a senior cartographer. Work was her sanctuary, the place where she felt most alive, competent and respected. Bernard's truth bomb left her unmoored, adrift emotionally. This morning, her sanctuary wasn't delivering the sense of connection she sought. She moved through the busy main floor mechanically, vacantly nodding at colleagues while her mind replayed Bernard's shocking revelation. 20 years of silence about Valera, about Rowan, about the true circumstances of her mother's death. How could her father have kept this from her? An irritating voice interrupted her mind-spin. You look like you've seen a ghost, Reid. Detective Marcus Harlow leaned against her office doorframe, his perpetually rumpled appearance at odds with his sharp eyes. In Cambria, like all small towns barely visible on the map, people knew your business before you did. A comforting blanket of belonging until that same familiarity wrapped around your throat like kudzu on a dying oak. What do you want, Harlow? Elara muttered, slipping past him. The detective followed, uninvited. Your neighbour reported Thaddeus missing this morning. Said she hadn't seen smoke from his chimney for 2 days, and he didn't answer when she knocked. Mrs. Kendrick should mind her own business, Elara declared, dropping into her chair. That's not how community works in Cambria, as you well know. Harlow remained standing, studying her with professional curiosity. So, where is he? Travelling for work, a new commission came up suddenly. The lie came easily, and years of protecting her father's privacy made it second nature. Without saying goodbye to his only daughter? Harlow raised an eyebrow. We don't all live conventional lives, Detective. She began organising papers on her desk, a pointless activity meant only to avoid his gaze. No, the Reids certainly don't. He leaned against her bookshelf. Any idea when he'll return? His expeditions can last weeks. I'll let you know if I hear from him. Harlow nodded slowly, clearly unsatisfied, but recognising the dismissal. See that you do. And Elara. His expression softened slightly. Despite what you think, I'm not your enemy. If there's trouble, my door is open. Elara nodded, offering only a forced smile. After he left, Elara slumped in her chair, exhaustion washing over her. Her stoic responses played well with Harlow, but she sensed a lot more was going on that she understood. She'd need to be more careful. Harlow was perceptive, and Cambria was a small town where unusual behaviour rarely went unnoticed. Her gaze drifted to a map of the South American coastline on her wall. It was one of her father's conventional works, beautiful but lacking the special properties of her father's emotional maps she had just discovered. Her own maps, precise and technically flawless, hung beside it, respected works that had earned her this office and reputation. She could sense the emotional currents in places and people, and wondered how she might incorporate those impressions into her maps. Now it appeared that Thaddeus understood how to do that, another secret he had not shared with his daughter. A knock interrupted her thoughts. Her assistant Li Wei entered carrying a thin package. This came for you, he said, placing it on her desk. Courier said it was urgent. The package bore no return address, only her name written in familiar handwriting. Her father's. Waiting until Li Wei had left, Elara carefully opened the package. Inside was a folded letter and a slim, leather-bound journal she recognised as one of her father's field notebooks. The letter was brief. Elara, if you're reading this, then I've already departed for Valera. I know you'll have questions. Valera and the journey to get there is far too dangerous for you. Wait for me to return. That's all I ask. The enclosed journal contains my notes from 25 years ago, when I first mapped the emotional landscape of Valera. Guard it carefully. I know it sounds ridiculous, but there are those who would pay handsomely for even this small fragment of my research, and again, do not follow me. The journey is perilous and Valera is dangerous in ways you cannot imagine. I've waited 20 years for the right moment to confront someone who has caused me a lot of pain, and that moment has finally come. If I don't return within 1 month, give Bernard the enclosed key, he'll know what to do. With love, Thaddeus. Elara turned the envelope upside down, and a small brass key fell into her palm. It was old, its design unfamiliar, certainly not for any lock in their home. She opened the journal with trembling hands. The first page bore a date from 25 years ago, and a simple heading, Valera Expedition. As she began to read, the busy sounds of the shipping office faded away, and she found herself transported to a younger version of her father, venturing up the Amazon toward a village that would change the course of his life, and end her mother's. Bernard's cottage sat on the outskirts of Cambria, perched on a cliff overlooking the sea. Like its owner, the small stone structure was weathered but sturdy, filled with books, maps, and curious objects collected over decades of exploration. "I knew you'd come," he said when he opened the door to find Elara on his threshold that evening. "You have questions." "About 1,000, she replied, stepping inside. The main room was warm, lit by oil lamps that cast dancing shadows across walls lined with bookshelves. A fire crackled in the hearth, and the scent of herbs hung in the air. Bernard gestured toward a worn armchair and busied himself preparing tea. "Did you read your father's journal?" he asked, his back to her. "I started to. It's not what I expected." Bernard nodded, returning with 2 steaming cups. Thaddeus was different then, more open to possibility. He settled into the chair opposite hers, before grief hardened him. "He wrote about meeting my mother," Elara said, wrapping her hands around the warm cup, "about discovering that she could naturally see what he was learning to map, emotional landscapes. I'm starting to see those in some of his maps." Mira was extraordinary. Bernard's eyes took on a faraway look. Born with a gift that others spent lifetimes trying to develop, and Thaddeus found a way to capture her insights into a map. "And Rowan? Where does he fit into this picture?" The name felt strange on her tongue. "Roman, yes, brother and sister. Your mother and Rowan were as close as any siblings. Both sensitive to emotional currents, though they responded differently to their gifts. Mira saw emotions as rivers to be channeled wisely. Rowan came to see them as fires to be contained." His expression darkened. "After your parents fled Valera, something broke in Rowan." "And he killed my mother for leaving," Elara's voice was flat. "The evidence points strongly to him." Bernard set down his cup with a shaking hand. 7 years after you were born. We believe that Rowan tracked them down while Thaddeus was away on an expedition. Do you remember finding her?" Fragments of memory flashed through Elara's mind, a door standing open, crimson spreading across floorboards, her mother's still form. She had always believed these were nightmare images, not actual memories. "Why didn't my father tell me any of this?" she demanded. "I'm guessing to protect you," Bernard sighed, "and perhaps himself as well. People deal with grief in odd ways." "So now he's gone alone to confront my mother's murderer? At his age?" "Your father is more capable than you might think," Bernard said. "And he's been planning this for 20 years, mapping Rowan's movements, studying reports from Valera, waiting for the right moment." "But why now?" Bernard hesitated. "There have been rumours that Rowan is ill, that his control over Valera is weakening. Your father believes this may be his only chance to confront him while he still lives." "Control? So he became kind of cult leader over Valera." "Yes, that's a good way to think about him. Your mother used her intuitive insights about people to help them, while Rowan used his gift to control people. Kind of a scary dude." Elara sat bewildered at the revelations. "I was told that mother was an orphan with no family and died of a sickness, but now I'm finding out I have an uncle who is a cult leader and is the one who probably killed her. Jesus, Bernard, I'm not shooting the messenger, but seriously." Elara stood abruptly and moved to the window, staring out at the darkening sea. "I have to go after him." "Didn't he tell you not to?" Bernard reminded her. She turned to face him. "What would you do? Would you stay behind if it were your father off to confront a cult leader in the Amazon jungle? A sad smile crossed Bernard's face, which is why I've already begun preparations for your journey. Surprise must have shown on her face because he chuckled softly. I've known you since you were little, Elara. You have your mother's determination and your father's stubbornness. Of course you'll go. He rose with the help of his walking stick and moved to a large wooden chest in the corner. And you won't go unprepared if I have anything to say about it. He opened the chest to reveal an assortment of equipment, compasses, waterproof map cases, small glass vials containing various substances, and other tools of a cartographer's expedition. This is where I tell you the journey is dangerous, Bernard said, his voice growing serious. The Amazon is unforgiving. Valera is isolated, accessible only by riverboat from Iquitos, and then a difficult trek through the jungle. And Rowan has developed techniques for emotional manipulation that make him dangerous in ways that go beyond physical threats. I'm not afraid, Elara said, though her racing heart suggested otherwise. You should be, Bernard replied, but fear can be useful when it sharpens rather than paralyzes. He reached into the chest and withdrew a slender wooden box. This belonged to your mother. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a mapping pen unlike any Elara had seen. Its shaft was carved from pale wood and inlaid with copper wire in patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight. Mira called it her heart pen, Bernard explained. She used it to map emotional currents that were invisible to everyone else. Your father has been trying to replicate her natural abilities through technique for 25 years. And has he succeeded? Elara asked, carefully lifting the pen. Partially. His emotional maps are remarkable achievements, but they're created through observation and analysis. Mira's were direct translations of what she perceived. Bernard watched as Elara examined the pen. You've inherited some measure of both their gifts, though you've never been trained to use them fully. Why in the hell is this the first time I'm hearing about my mother's gifts, who murdered her, and my father's quest to learn emotional mapping? Bernard smiled sadly. I'm not saying it was the right decision, but teaching others such a sacred technique requires readiness. Perhaps your father knew something that I don't. Okay, just get me as ready as you can. Her frustration gave way to focus on the immediate needs. There's no time for proper training, but I can give you the basics, enough that you might survive Valera. He gestured toward the pen. That will help. It's attuned to your bloodline. As if in response to his words, the pen warmed slightly in her grasp, the copper inlays glowing faintly. It recognizes you, Bernard whispered. Elara stared at the pen, not sure what to think, but feeling a connection to her mother that transcended memory. In that moment, her decision crystallized. When do we leave? Bernard's expression grew troubled. We don't. My health won't permit such a journey. He gestured toward his walking stick. But you won't go alone. Your guide will hear any minute. After a few minutes, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Bernard moved to answer it, while Elara carefully returned the pen to its box. The middle-aged woman who entered moved with the fluid grace of a dancer or a fighter. Her black hair was cut in a precise bob, with a single small braid, and her dark eyes assessed Elara with cool professionalism. She wore practical travel clothes in muted colours with a single touch of vibrant blue, a scarf at her throat. Thaddeus Reid, Bernard said. Meet Maya Winters. Senior Wayfinder member, former Black Ops leader, and perhaps the only person I trust to get you to Valera alive. Wayfinder? Another cult? Elara blurted. The woman's expression revealed nothing. We're an organisation dedicated to the study and preservation of emotional cartography. Your father was one of our founders. Another secret of my father. Where does this rabbit hole end? Elara's sarcasm dripped with surprise and frustration. Maya's gaze remained fixed on Elara as she ignored the reaction. Bernard says you've inherited both your parents' gifts. We'll see if that's enough to keep you alive in Valera. Elara straightened her spine, meeting the challenge in Maya's eyes. Secrecy has put me behind the learning curve, but look, Ms. Maya Plyer, Black Ops person. I'm going to find my father, with or without your help. A hint of something, respect perhaps, flickered across Maya's face. Then we leave at dawn, Elara. Pack light, sleep well. Wheels up at 0600. Meet me outside on your doorstep. She turned to go, then paused at the doorway. Buckle up, Buttercup, because Valera has a way of exposing the layers beneath the map. After she'd gone, Elara turned to Bernard. You trust her? With my life, he replied, though she doesn't make it easy. Elara nodded, her mind already racing through preparations and the warning Maya gave. I should go home, Pack. Bernard placed a gnarled hand on her arm. One more thing. His expression was grave. There's a man named Aldrich Voss, billionaire collector, obsessed with your father's work. If he learns Thaddeus has gone to Valera, he'll send people after him, not to help but to acquire his maps, his tools, his wisdom by any means necessary. Why are my father's maps so valuable to a billionaire like Voss? Bernard hesitated. Because they don't just document emotional landscapes, Elara. In the right hands, they can influence communities in unethical ways, manipulate them with ease. That's one reason that Wayfinder keeps a low profile. He squeezed her arm. Be careful who you trust. Voss has eyes everywhere, even in our little town of Cambria. As Elara left Bernard's cottage, the weight of all she'd learned pressed down on her. 20 years of half-truths and omissions from her father. A mother whose death was no accident. An uncle she'd never known existed. And now a journey into the heart of the Amazon to confront it all with Maya. The night sky above Cambria was clear, stars scattered like navigational points across the darkness. Elara looked up at them, seeking guidance as she had so often on her mapping expeditions. All I know is I'm coming, Father, she whispered to the stars, whether you want me to or not. Chapter 2, The Vanishing. Dawn broke over Cambria with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Nighttime fishermen hauled their catches to market. Shopkeepers swept doorways. The town clock struck 6, its deep chimes carrying across cobblestone streets, still damp with morning dew. Elara stood on her doorstep, bag-packed, the weight of her mother's heart-pen heavy in the inner pocket of her jacket. She'd barely slept, spending most of the night reading her father's journal by lamplight, the words of a younger Thaddeus Reid filling in 25 years of carefully maintained silence. Ready? Maya appeared from nowhere, materialising beside Elara's gate like a spirit summoned from the mist. I've been ready for 20 years, Elara replied. I just didn't know it. Maya offered no smile at the attempt at humour, just a stoic nod as she took the measure of Elara's pack. Light enough, let's get a move on. They walked in silence toward the harbour. Cambria was just waking, and few noticed the two women moving purposefully through morning shadows. Those who did recognise Elara simply nodded their greetings. In a town where cartographers regularly embarked on expeditions, her departure wasn't cause for comment. All except for Detective Harlow, who surprised Elara and Maya, leaning against a lamp-post near the docks with a steaming cup in hand, who seemed to register anything unusual. His eyes narrowed slightly as they passed. Safe travels, Reid, he called, raising his cup, leaving without saying goodbye. Just doing my job, Harlow, she replied, not breaking stride. Same as you. The detective is troublesome, Maya murmured once they were past him. Do you think how in the hell did he know we were leaving this morning? Elara questioned. He must have bugged my apartment. Perhaps, but not to worry, he can't stop us. Their boat waited at the far end of the harbour, not one of the regular ferries, but a sleek private vessel designed for speed rather than comfort. A man with salt and pepper hair and the weathered look of a long-time sailor stood at the helm. Captain Reeves, Maya said by way of introduction, an associate. He'll get us to Paita. Paita? Elara frowned. I thought. You can't simply book passage directly to Iquitos, Maya cut her off, stepping aboard. Not when people might be watching. We take the long way, safer, to Peru. Captain Reeves nodded a greeting but offered no handshake or pleasantries beyond a gruff, stow your gear below. We're burning daylight, kids." As Elara moved to follow Maya below decks, she caught sight of a familiar figure hurrying along the dock. Bernard Hayes moved as quickly as his walking stick allowed, waving frantically to catch their attention. "Wait," the old man called out, breathing heavily as he reached the boat. Maya sighed with visible impatience, but Elara was already moving back to the gangplank. "Bernard, what is it?" she asked, taking the old man's arm to steady him. He pressed a small cloth-wrapped bundle into her hands. "Almost forgot. You'll need this too." Elara unwrapped the bundle to reveal a small glass vial containing what looked like ordinary ink, deep blue with flecks of copper suspended in the liquid. "Your mother's ink," Bernard said quietly. "For the heart pen. Without it, the pen is just a finely crafted instrument like a Harry Potter wand." His eyes darted toward Maya, then back to Elara. "Don't let anyone know you have it, not until you're certain of your allies." Elara glanced at Maya, who had moved out of earshot and was speaking in low tones with the captain. "You mean her?" Elara whispered. Bernard's expression grew troubled. "The Wayfinders are complicated, Elara. They have factions. Some believe your father's work should be shared with the world. Others—" He trailed off. "Just be careful." Before she could press him further, Maya called out sharply, "We need to leave." "Now." Bernard squeezed Elara's hand. "Be brave but not reckless. Your father needs you alive more than he needs you by his side." The old man stepped back as Captain Reeves cast off the lines. The yacht's engines rumbled to life, and Cambria, California, the only home Elara had ever known, began to recede behind them. She stood at the rail, watching Bernard's figure grow smaller, a sense of finality settling over her. This wasn't like her usual mapping expeditions. She might never see Cambria again. "First time leaving home?" Maya had appeared silently beside her. "First time leaving without knowing if I'll return," Elara corrected, slipping her mother's ink vial into the same pocket that held the heart pen. Maya's expression remained unreadable. "That feeling never goes away. You just get used to it." The journey to the small Peruvian coastal town of Paita took 3 days, during which Elara learned precisely nothing about Maya Winters beyond her exceptional capacity for silence and her habit of rising before dawn to practice what looked like a blend of martial arts on the boat's narrow deck. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the lights of Paita glittered on the horizon, Maya finally broke her pattern of short, functional exchanges. "Your father's journal," she said, joining Elara at the rail. "What did it tell you?" Elara studied her companion's face, searching for the motivation behind the sudden interest. "That he was young once, that he loved my mother, that Valera changed them both." "Nothing about the maps, about how they work?" "He was still learning then," Elara replied carefully, remembering Bernard's warning. "The journal ends before he mastered the technique of creating emotional maps." Something flickered in Maya's eyes, disappointment, relief. It was gone too quickly to identify. "What about you?" Maya asked. "Bernard says you inherited the gift." Elara shrugged. "Don't we all sense things? Don't we all have the gift of empathy if we develop it?" "Yes, I see and sense emotional currents in places, in people. But I can't capture them in a map like my father does. I mean, that's some next-level stuff. But you want to learn." It wasn't a question, but Elara answered anyway. "I want to find my father. The rest—" She let the thought hang unfinished. Maya nodded as if Elara had confirmed something important. "When we reach Paita, we'll separate. Less conspicuous that way. Meet me at the address on this card tomorrow at noon." She handed Elara a small business card for a coffee exporter. "Memorize it, then destroy it." "You're very dramatic sometimes, Maya," Elara observed dryly. A hint of a smile touched Maya's lips. "And you're very direct. Candidate. An interesting quality in a cartographer's daughter." "You mean a bad quality for someone who deals in secrets." "I mean," Maya said, "that your father warned me about your candour. He called it your greatest strength and your most dangerous weakness." Elara's retort died in her throat as Captain Reeves announced their approach to the harbour. Paita greeted Elara with a wall of heat and the cacophony of a small fishing port. Sailors shouting in multiple languages, street vendors hawking everything from fresh fruit to counterfeit watches. She followed Maya's instructions, checking into a modest hostel near the harbour and spending the night studying her father's journal for any details she might have missed. The next day she found the coffee exporter's warehouse exactly where the card had indicated. It was a nondescript building in a row of similar structures, distinguished only by a faded sign reading Café Rio Lindo, and a sleepy-looking security guard who barely glanced up from his newspaper as she approached. "I'm here to see Senor Vasquez about a shipment," she said, using the phrase Maya had instructed her to use. The guard understood enough to direct her to a side door without a word. Inside, the warehouse smelled of coffee and cardamom. Burlap sacks were stacked nearly to the ceiling, creating a maze-like path toward a small office at the back. Elara moved cautiously, noting the absence of workers despite the sounds of activity she could hear through the walls from neighbouring warehouses. The office door stood ajar. She pushed it open to find not Maya, but an elderly man with silver hair and round spectacles bent over a ledger at a desk cluttered with papers and coffee samples. "Hey, Señorita Reid," he said, looking up with a smile that transformed his lined face. "Right on time. I am Gabriel Ortiz. Maya asked me to receive you." "Where is she?" Elara asked, remaining in the doorway. "Securing our transportation," Gabriel replied, gesturing for her to enter. "Please sit. Coffee, it's from our highlands, quite exceptional." Against her better judgment, Elara accepted both the seat and the offered cup. The coffee was indeed excellent, rich and complex, with none of the bitterness she'd expected. "You're a wayfinder too," she asked after her first sip. Gabriel nodded. I'm not sure how you knew that, but yes, for 20 years. I knew your father well before—" He trailed off delicately. "Before my mother was murdered and he disappeared from your organisation," Elara finished for him. Gabriel winced at her bluntness but nodded. Thaddeus was brilliant, driven. He saw possibilities in emotional cartography that others couldn't imagine. "What kind of possibilities?" Gabriel hesitated, his eyes moving to the window. "That's a conversation for a more secure location. The walls in Paita have excellent hearing." As if to punctuate his point, a sharp knock sounded at the warehouse's side entrance. Gabriel rose quickly. "That will be Maya. Drink up. We leave immediately." But when he opened the door, it wasn't Maya who entered. It was a tall, lean man wearing an immaculate linen suit, despite the heat, a stark contrast to the working clothes of the dock workers outside. His pale blue eyes moved past Gabriel to fix on Elara with undisguised interest. "Miss Reid," he said in perfect British-accented English, "what a pleasure to finally meet Thaddeus's daughter." Gabriel stepped between them, his previously gentle demeanour hardening. "You are not welcome here, Mr. Keller." The man, Keller, smiled thinly. "Come now, Gabriel. After all these years, such hostility. I merely wish to speak with Miss Reid about her father's whereabouts. My employer is concerned." "Your employer," Gabriel spat the word, "has no right to Thaddeus's work." "Aldrich Voss," Elara said, the name from Bernard's warning clicking into place. "You work for him." Keller inclined his head slightly. "Aldrich Voss values your father's contributions to the field of emotional cartography. He simply wants to ensure those contributions aren't lost." "By taking his maps," Elara said flatly. "By preserving them," Keller corrected smoothly, "and by offering you assistance in finding him. The Amazon is a dangerous place for a novice, Miss Reid, even one with your inherited talents." Elara set down her coffee cup with deliberate care. She sensed his intention. This was all about assessing her firsthand. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Keller, but I've already arranged assistance." "Ah, yes, the formidable Maya Winters." Keller's smile never reached his eyes. "Did she mention her history with your father, or why Thaddeus left the Wayfinders in the first place?" Before Elara could respond, the office's back door burst open. Maya stood there, a streak of blood on her cheek and a wild urgency in her eyes. "We need to go," she barked, "now." Gabriel moved faster than his age suggested possible, grabbing a small bag from behind his desk and hurrying toward Maya. Elara followed, but Keller made no move to stop them, merely watching with that same cold smile. "Your father is hunting ghosts, Miss Reid," he called after her. "Make sure you don't become one yourself. When you're ready for real help, ask any local about Mr. Voss. They'll find me even in the Amazon jungle." Maya pulled Elara through the door into an alley behind the warehouse, where a battered truck idled. "Get in," she ordered, practically shoving Elara into the middle seat as Gabriel climbed in the passenger side. As they sped away, Elara turned to Maya. "What happened to you? Whose blood is that?" "Not mine," Maya said grimly, navigating the narrow streets with reckless speed. "Voss's men were waiting at the docks. Our riverboat captain wasn't as loyal as we'd hoped." "They killed him." "You killed him?" Elara asked, her stomach lurching. "Number, but he won't be piloting anything for a while." Maya's expression was hard. "This complicates things. Voss rarely sends Keller himself, unless the stakes are high." "What did he mean about your history with my father?" Elara demanded. A tense silence filled the truck's cab. Gabriel, a kind, empathic man, stared straight ahead, suddenly very interested in the traffic. "Your father and I were close," Maya finally said, "before your mother, before Valera." "More secrets, Jesus, when does this end? How close?" Maya's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, close enough that when he chose Mira instead, I respected his decision and remained his friend. Close enough that when he came to me 20 years ago, broken by her murder, I helped him disappear from a life that had become unbearable. "And you never thought to mention this until now, like on the boat." "Would it have changed anything?" Maya asked, her eyes meeting Elara's briefly. "Would you have trusted me, more or less?" Before Elara could answer, Gabriel cleared his throat. "Perhaps this discussion could wait until we're not fleeing Voss's agents." Maya nodded briskly. "We need a new plan. We can't take the usual route up the Amazon now that they're watching the usual airport landing spots and riverboats." "The mining company," Gabriel suggested. "Ernesto still works security for them." "Too risky," Maya shook her head. "But we could try Joaquin's air service. It's small enough to fly under Voss's radar." "Where exactly are we going?" Elara interrupted. "To find someone who can get us to Iquitos by air," Maya replied. "And from there we'll have to improvise our way to Valera." "And this Keller," Elara pressed. "Will he follow us?" Maya's expression darkened. "Julian Keller doesn't follow. He anticipates. By now, he's probably already arranged for someone to be waiting in Iquitos." "Then why are we going there at all?" "Because that's the path to your father," Maya said simply. "And to Rowan. Isn't that what you wanted?" The truth of it silenced Elara. She stared out the window as they left Paita behind, coastal buildings giving way to the road to Piura, each kilometre taking her further from the familiar and deeper into her father's secrets. Gabriel reached across to pat her hand. "Your father said you were stubborn, like him." "Stubborn enough to demand the truth," Elara replied. "What aren't you telling me about the wayfinders? About why my father left?" Maya and Gabriel exchanged glances. Finally, Gabriel sighed. "The wayfinders were formed to study emotional cartography, yes, but also to protect its secrets from those who would misuse them." The old man's voice dropped lower. "Like Voss, like Rowan, and like some within our own ranks who believed the power to map and manipulate emotions should be wielded more proactively. Maps that not only chart emotions but can influence them," Maya added. "Your father discovered the technique after your mother's death. In his grief, he pushed boundaries that perhaps should have remained intact. And then he realised the danger and disappeared," Elara finished, understanding dawning. "Taking his research with him." Gabriel nodded, leaving only his conventional maps behind. The emotional maps, the ones with real power, he either destroyed or hid. "Which is why Voss wants him," Elara said, "for the maps that can control emotions, manipulate people." "Not just for the maps," Maya corrected grimly. "For the technique, for the knowledge in your father's head." She glanced at Elara. "And potentially in yours." Elara felt the weight of her mother's heart pen and ink in her pocket, suddenly understanding why Bernard had warned her to keep them secret. Not just tools for mapping, but potential weapons in the wrong hands. "So," she said after a long moment, "we're racing both Voss and this Rowan to find my father." "Yes," Maya confirmed, "and we're already behind." The truck crested a hill and the outskirts of Piura spread before them. The Peruvian coast didn't get much rainfall, yet Piura had a charm all its own. Somewhere in that green infinity of the Amazon, her father was hunting the brother of the woman he had loved. The uncle Elara had never known existed until yesterday. The man who had destroyed her family with a single act of violence 20 years ago. She thought of the unfinished map on her father's desk, the tributary that flowed in deep indigo, capturing the grief of a place. How alive the map was. How much grief had her father mapped in himself over 2 decades? How much had he hidden from her? "We'll find him," she said as much to herself as to her companions, "before either of them does." Maya's eyes met hers in the rearview mirror, and for the first time, Elara saw something like respect there. "Yes," Maya agreed, "we will." Chapter 3. The Hidden Collection. Piura's western outskirts sprawled like uneven stitches holding city to countryside. Ramshackle buildings gave way to scrubland, which surrendered to foothills that rose steadily toward the distant Andes. Maya drove with a single-minded focus, taking turns without hesitation, navigating a labyrinth only she could see. They had been driving for nearly an hour when she finally spoke. "We're being followed." Elara twisted in her seat, scanning the road behind them. "I don't see anyone." "The silver sedan, it's been 3 cars back since we left the city." Gabriel muttered something that sounded like a prayer. "Voss moves quickly." "No." Maya's eyes narrowed in the rearview mirror. "His people are good, but not this good. This is someone else." "Rowan's people," Elara suggested. Maya shook her head. "Unlikely. Rowan rarely leaves Valera these days. His influence works through proxies, local officials he's compromised." "Then who? Let's find out." Maya suddenly yanked the wheel, sending the truck lurching down a narrow dirt road nearly hidden by overgrown bushes. The tyres kicked up clouds of dust as they bounced over ruts and potholes. Elara grabbed the dashboard to steady herself. "What are you doing?" "Creating a choice," Maya replied, accelerating. "Whoever's following us will have to decide quickly whether to reveal themselves by turning after us or to continue on and lose us." They drove another 1/4 mile before Maya cut the engine in a small clearing, hidden from the main road by a stand of trees. She was out of the truck in one fluid motion, a compact pistol appearing in her hand from somewhere beneath her jacket. "Stay here," she ordered before disappearing into the foliage. Gabriel exhaled slowly. "She hasn't changed." "You've known her long?" Elara asked. "Since she was younger than you," the kind old man replied. "Maya was, well, she was something of a protégée to your father, before your mother." She said they were close. Gabriel's weathered face creased with a sad smile. "That's putting it mildly. Many of us thought they would marry. Then Thaddeus went to Valera and met Mira. And Maya just accepted that, so not at first." Gabriel adjusted his glasses. "But eventually, she's nothing if not pragmatic. When Thaddeus needed her after Mira's death, Maya set aside old wounds to help him." "Help, my ass. Yes, that pretty sums it up." The sound of approaching footsteps silenced their conversation. Maya reappeared, her weapon now hidden, leading a lean man with salt and pepper hair cut close to his scalp. He wore hiking clothes and boots that had seen better days, and moved with the easy confidence of someone comfortable in his own skin. "Look what I found skulking through the brush," Maya announced. The man raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I prefer to call it maintaining strategic distance until I could determine if Ms. Reid was here voluntarily." Elara stared at him. "Do I know you?" "You met me once, but that was years ago," he replied with a slight southern drawl that seemed out of place in Peru. "I know your father. Jack Harmon, union journeyman, investigative journalist, part-time smuggler and occasional drinking buddy to Thaddeus Reid." Maya kept her eyes on him, clearly sceptical. "Oh God, I do remember you, but what are you doing here?" Harmon's expression softened. "Keeping you safe, and because I was there, Ms. Reid, 25 years ago. I have the photos to prove it, including some of your parents." "Anyone could claim that," Maya said dismissively. "True," Harmon agreed, "but not everyone would recognise the heart pen Mira Reid carried, or know that she called it Inanima del Corazon when she let her native Spanish slip through. Or that you have that pen with you now, Elara." Elara felt the weight of the pen in her pocket. Maya and Gabriel exchanged glances. "What do you want?" Elara asked bluntly. "Your father saved my life in Valera. I owe him my life. He sent word from Iquitos to make sure you made it safely if you tried to follow him." "Assuming we believe you," Maya said, "I'm the protection. So what could you possibly offer that we need?" Harmon smiled. "I know people. I'm no stranger to Peru. A private plane is waiting at an airstrip 20 miles from here. A pilot who doesn't ask questions. And most importantly," he paused for effect, "a map of Valera that Thaddeus himself created, but never published." "Include Cheetos and we're yours," Elara added. Her intuition told her to trust him, so she did. The airstrip was little more than a cleared stretch of dirt with a windsock hanging limply from a pole. A single-engined Cessna sat at one end, its white paint dulled by dust and age. A stocky man in a leather jacket leaned against the plane, smoking a cigarette with the unhurried manner of someone accustomed to waiting. "That's Eduardo," Harmon explained as they approached. "Former military pilot. Now he flies whatever cargo pays, no questions asked." "Including fugitives?" Elara asked. "Especially fugitives," Harmon replied with a grin. "They pay better." Eduardo nodded a greeting but asked no questions as they loaded their minimal gear into the plane's small cargo hold. The pilot spoke briefly with Harmon in rapid Spanish, gesturing toward darkening clouds on the horizon. "Weather's turning," Harmon translated unnecessarily. "We need to get airborne soon if we want to reach Iquitos before the storm hits." The plane's interior was cramped, with barely enough room for the 5 of them. Elara found herself wedged between Harmon and Gabriel, with Maya taking the co-pilot's seat beside Eduardo. "Before we take off," Maya said, turning to face Harmon, "I want to see this map you claim to have. Elara trusts you, but I don't." Harmon reached into his battered leather satchel and extracted a cylindrical case. "Not while we're on the ground. Too risky." Maya's expression hardened. "You expect us to trust you based on nothing but your word?" "No," he replied calmly. "I expect you to make a practical decision. You need to get to Iquitos. I'm offering a way that bypasses Voss's men, who are definitely watching the commercial routes. Whether you believe me about the map is secondary to that immediate need." Elara studied the man's face, trying to gauge his sincerity. There was something familiar in his direct approach that reminded her of her father. Her gut was giving a thumbs up. "We go," Elara decided. Maya looked as if she might object, but instead turned back to Eduardo with a terse nod. The pilot stubbed out his cigarette and began his pre-flight checks. Minutes later they were airborne, climbing over the foothills into thickening cloud cover. Eduardo kept the plane low, following the contours of the land, rather than rising to a more comfortable cruising altitude. A precaution, Elara guessed, against being tracked by radar. Once they levelled off, Harmon opened the map case and carefully extracted a rolled document protected by a waterproof covering. "This isn't just a map," he said, his voice taking on a reverent quality. "It's the only complete emotional survey of Valera ever created." He unrolled it carefully across their laps. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard topographical rendering. The village of Valera nestled in a small valley, surrounded by dense rainforest, with the tributary of the Amazon that served as its lifeline clearly marked. As Elara studied it, other elements began to emerge. Colours that shifted subtly as the light struck them from different angles. Lines that seemed to pulse with faint energy. And most remarkably, tiny symbols embedded throughout that evoked emotional responses beyond mere recognition. a technique she had seen only in her father's latest works. "This is recent," she said, fingers hovering just above the surface. "Not from 25 years ago." Harmon nodded. "More like 10 years ago. Thaddeus returned to Valera in secret after your mother's death and when Elara was off to the university. He spent 3 months there, mapping the emotional changes that had occurred under Rowan's leadership." "Impossible," Maya said flatly. "I would have known." "Would you?" Harmon raised an eyebrow. Thaddeus was always selective about what he shared, even with those closest to him. "Tell me about it," Elara added. The barb struck home. Maya's jaw tightened, but she said nothing more. Gabriel leaned forward, studying the map with professional interest. "The technique is unmistakable. This is Thaddeus's work, without question." As the map was passed around, Elara focused on a cluster of symbols near the village centre, where what appeared to be the main community building stood. The symbols evoked a complex mixture of emotions: reverence tinged with fear, community bound by shared anxiety. She marvelled at how much information this living map shared, the emotional currents, history, and beliefs of the people and location mapped. "This looks like some kind of emotional control centre," she murmured. "That's exactly what it is," Harmon confirmed. "After taking control of Valera, Rowan transformed the village's traditional meeting house into what he calls the Hall of Harmony, a place where the community gathers daily for what amounts to emotional recalibration." "Recalibration?" Gabriel asked, frowning. "His term, not mine," Harmon explained. "Rowan believes that unchecked emotions, particularly grief, anger and fear, create discord that threatens community stability. The daily gatherings are designed to identify and suppress these disruptive emotions." "Mind control," Maya said flatly. "Sure, but more subtle than that," Harmon corrected, "and more insidious. The villagers believe they're participating in a form of collective emotional healing. Few recognise it as manipulation, as behaviour and thought control." Harmon continued, "Manipulators tend to control people in 4 areas: behaviour, information, thought and emotion, or bite. High-demand religions show their true colours when they over-control in these areas." Elara studied the map further, drinking in the energy and noting how the emotional symbols grew more uniform as they radiated outward from the hall. "These outlying areas, they show less emotional variation. The result of 20-plus years under Rowan's system," Harmon confirmed. "When your father created this map, the village was already transforming from a community of individuals into something more conformist, like you see in high-demand religions." The plane hit turbulence, bouncing them roughly as Eduardo navigated through the advancing storm. The map slid, and Elara caught it, her fingers brushing across a section near the village's eastern edge. A jolt of pure grief shot through her with such intensity that she gasped. "Elara?" Gabriel touched her arm, concerned. She stared at the spot her fingers had contacted, a small clearing marked with a symbol she didn't recognise. Unlike the other emotional markers on the map, this one hadn't just communicated an emotion. It had transferred it raw and undiluted. "What is this place?" she asked, pointing to the clearing, but careful not to touch the map again. Harmon leaned closer. "Ah, the memorial ground." "Memorial for what?" A strange expression crossed Harmon's face, part sympathy, part apprehension. "For those who couldn't adapt to Rowan's system, including your mother's parents." Elara looked up sharply. "My grandparents? They died there." "Not died," Harmon corrected carefully. "Were executed, as examples. A cleansing, they called it." The plane dropped suddenly as they hit another patch of turbulence, forcing Eduardo to focus on his controls. The interruption gave Elara a moment to process this new revelation. "My mother never spoke of her parents," she said finally. "Of course neither did my father. I assumed they died before I was born." "In a way they did," Harmon replied. "The people they had been ceased to exist once Rowan took control. They resisted his recalibration efforts, openly challenging his authority. He couldn't allow such defiance to continue." So he killed his own parents, Elara's voice was hollow. This is why Thaddeus kept you away from Valera, from Rowan, from becoming another one of his victims. Gabriel said gently. The history there is complicated. Complicated? Elara's temper flared. My uncle murdered my grandparents and then my mother, and no one thought I deserved to know. The plane lurched again, more violently this time. Eduardo barked something in Spanish, and Maya quickly rolled up the map, returning it to its case. We're flying into the storm, she explained. Everyone, secure yourselves as best you can. We might have to divert to Tarapoto. The next 20 minutes were a blur of turbulence and tense silence, as Eduardo fought to keep the small plane stable in the face of powerful wind shears. Rain lashed against the windows, reducing visibility to nearly nothing. Twice, the plane dropped so suddenly that Elara was convinced they were going down. When they finally broke through the worst of the storm, the landscape below had transformed. Gone were the mountains and foothills, replaced by an endless carpet of green stretching to the horizon, the Amazon rainforest vast and impenetrable. Eduardo pointed ahead to the horizon, where a sprawling city hugged the banks of a massive river, Iquitos, the largest city in the world, unreachable by road, the gateway to the upper Amazon. We'll land at a private airfield outside the city, Harmon explained as Eduardo began their descent. Better to avoid the main airport, where Voss might have people watching. And then what? Elara asked. Then we find a boat, Maya answered. Valera is 3 days upriver from Iquitos, accessible only by water. Assuming we can find someone willing to take us, Gabriel added. Few boatmen venture into that territory voluntarily these days. I know someone, Harmon said. An old river rat named Cisco who owes me a favour. If he's still alive, he'll take us. The plane banked sharply, lining up for its approach to a narrow, barely visible airstrip carved from the jungle. As they descended, Elara noticed a collection of ramshackle buildings set back from the clearing, a compound of some sort, partially hidden by vegetation. What is that place? She asked, pointing. Harmon followed her gaze. That, he said with a grim smile, is our first problem. It's Voss's Iquitos research station. Maya whipped around. You're landing us at Voss's compound? Not at it, near it, Harmon corrected before Eduardo could respond. The strip belongs to a missionary group that Voss allows to operate in exchange for occasional use of their facilities. It's the last place his people would expect us to land. Or the first place they'll look, Maya countered. Trust me, Harmon said, I've been evading people like Voss for decades. As the plane touched down with a jarring thud, Elara wondered if trusting Jack Harmon was yet another mistake in what was becoming a journey built on little else. But he did have the map, and with each mile that brought her closer to Valera, she felt an increasing certainty that whatever awaited her there, her father, Rowan, answers about her mother, she needed to face it. The map case rested in her lap, its contents a guide and a warning. Like her father's unfinished map in his study, it revealed not just a place, but the emotional scars that defined it. Scars that mirrored her own hidden wounds, the grief and confusion she had never fully acknowledged. Eduardo taxied to the end of the airstrip and cut the engines. In the sudden silence, the sounds of the jungle emerged. Bird calls, insects, the distant rumble of thunder as the storm continued its eastward path. Welcome to Iquitos, Harmon said in his harsh southern drawl, opening the plane's door to release a wave of humid air. Last stop before reality gets negotiable. The missionary compound consisted of a cluster of buildings surrounding a central courtyard, simple structures built to withstand the harsh conditions of the rainforest. Despite Harmon's assurances, they moved quickly through the compound, heads down, avoiding the few people they encountered. We need transportation into the city, Harmon told them as they reached the compound's main gate. Eduardo will secure the plane and join us later. If he doesn't sell us out first, Maya muttered. Eduardo has as much reason to avoid Voss as we do, Harmon replied. More, actually. There's a price on his head in 3 countries. A battered Land Rover was parked near the gate, keys dangling from the ignition, arranged in advance by Harmon, who seemed to have connections throughout Iquitos. They piled in, and once again, Elara found herself wedged between Harmon and Gabriel while Maya took the wheel. As they bounced along the rutted road leading away from the compound, Elara noticed Harmon watching her with an intensity that made her uncomfortable. "What?" she finally asked. "You have her eyes," he said. "Your mother's. Same directness, same ability to see through pretense." "Did you know her well?" Harmon's expression softened. "Well enough to respect her. She was unique, intuitive in ways that made your father's scientific approach to emotional mapping seem clumsy by comparison. Yet he's the one who became famous for it." "Fame wasn't what either of them sought," Harmon replied. "Understanding was. Your mother had it naturally. Your father had to work for it. Together, they were formidable. Until Rowan destroyed it all." Harmon studied her. "Is that what you believe? That it was that simple?" "Wasn't it?" Elara challenged. "He murdered my mother. He executed my grandparents. What complexity am I missing?" "The part where your father spent 7 years trying to replicate your mother's natural abilities before returning to Valera," Harmon said quietly. "The part where Rowan offered to teach him in exchange for bringing you to the village." Elara stared at him. "What? That's not confirmed," Maya interjected sharply from the driver's seat. "It's speculation based on rumours." "Is it?" Harmon raised an eyebrow. "Then why did Thaddeus return to Valera alone 10 years ago? Why did he create this map?" He patted the case Elara still held. "And why, after years of hiding from his past, has he suddenly gone back again?" The Land Rover lurched as Maya deliberately hit a pothole. "You talk too much, Harmon." "And you protect Thaddeus's secrets too fiercely," he shot back. "His daughter deserves the truth." "The truth," Gabriel intervened gently, "is rarely simple, especially when it comes to Valera. What matters now is finding Thaddeus before either Voss or Rowan does." Elara's mind raced, trying to process Harmon's implication. Had her father considered trading her to Rowan? For what? Knowledge? Techniques? It seemed impossible, contradicting everything she knew about her father, Thaddeus Reid. But then she was discovering how little she truly knew. The road widened as they approached Iquitos proper, the jungle giving way to scattered homes, then more dense settlement. The city itself was a study in contrasts: colonial-era buildings alongside corrugated metal structures, luxury hotels next to floating slums extending into the river. Maya navigated through congested streets with practiced ease until they reached the riverfront. She parked the Land Rover in an alley behind what appeared to be a rundown hotel. "We'll separate here," she announced, less conspicuous. "Gabriel and I will secure supplies. Harmon, you find your boatman. Elara—" "Come with me," Harmon interrupted. "Cisco will want to meet her before agreeing to anything." Maya's eyes narrowed. "Why? I need to come along." "Because he's superstitious as hell and he knew Mira. If her daughter asks for his help, he'll consider it a sign." A tense standoff followed, broken only when Elara said firmly, "I'll go with Harmon. We'll meet you back here in 2 hours. I'll be fine." Maya looked as if she might object, but Gabriel placed a restraining hand on her arm. "Let her go, Maya. We have other matters to attend to." As Elara followed Harmon through the crowded riverfront market, the weight of her mother's heart pen seemed to increase in her pocket. 25 years of history she'd never known, connections she'd never understood, all converging in this humid city on the edge of the rainforest. "Where are we really going?" she asked when they were out of earshot. Harmon smiled, not breaking stride. "Smart girl, we are going to see Cisco, eventually. But first, there's something you need to see if you're going to understand what we're walking into." He led her through a maze of streets to a colonial building set back from the main thoroughfare. Its white walls were stained by time and weather, but it maintained a certain dignity among the more haphazard structures surrounding it. A weathered sign above the door read Biblioteca Amazonica. "A library?" Elara asked sceptically. "Not just any library," Harmon replied, holding the door for her. "The only public archive containing your father's early work on emotional cartography, work he later tried to suppress." The interior was cool and dim, a welcome respite from the heat and noise outside. Rows of bookshelves stretched toward the back, while glass display cases lined the walls. An elderly librarian nodded to Harmon with obvious recognition. "Back again, Signor Harmon." And with a guest this time. "Special circumstances, Teresa the Beautiful," Harmon replied. "The Thaddeus Reid collection, please." The woman's eyes widened slightly as she glanced at Elara, clearly noting the resemblance. Without a word, she led them to a locked room at the rear of the building. 30 minutes, she said as she unlocked the door. "No photographs, no copies, de acuerdo." The room beyond was small but meticulously organised. Glass cases held maps and journals, while file cabinets lined one wall. The space had the unmistakable feel of an archive dedicated to a single subject. "Welcome," Harmon said with a sweep of his arm, "to the hidden collection of Thaddeus Reid, the work your father has spent 20 years trying to erase from history." Elara moved slowly around the room, taking in the displays. The earliest maps were clearly experimental, crude attempts to capture emotional currents using conventional cartographic techniques. But as she moved chronologically through the collection, she could see the evolution of her father's approach, growing more sophisticated with each attempt. "These are all from before I was born," she noted. "Before he met your mother," Harmon confirmed, "before Valera." She paused at a display containing a journal open to a handwritten page. The entry was dated just weeks before her parents' first expedition to Valera. The indigenous techniques MC described could be the key. Emotional mapping requires more than observation. It demands participation. Not just recording emotional currents, but channeling them. If the Valera method works, as she suggests, the applications extend far beyond mere documentation. Elara questioned. "Maya," Harmon explained. "She was researching indigenous mapping techniques when she first learned of Valera. She's the one who suggested the expedition that introduced your father to your mother." "And changed everything," Elara murmured. "Exactly." Harmon led her to the final display case, which contained a single map, unlike any of the others. "This is the last piece your father created before meeting Mira, his most successful attempt using conventional techniques." The map appeared to depict an emotional survey of Iquitos itself, with intricate patterns showing the flow of collective feeling throughout the city. But there was something mechanical about it, lacking the organic quality and aliveness of her father's later work. "Compare it to this," Harmon said, carefully extracting the Valera map from its case and unrolling a section next to the display. "This was created after he learned from your mother." The difference was immediately apparent. Where the Iquitos map was technically impressive but ultimately static, the Valera map pulsed with life. The emotional currents captured not just visually, but almost tangibly. "Her gift transformed his technique," Elara whispered. "And his technique gave structure to her gift," Harmon nodded. Together, they created something revolutionary. He hesitated, then added, "Something dangerous in the wrong hands." Elara turned to him. "Voss's hands? Or Rowan's?" "Either, both." Harmon shrugged as carefully re-rolled the map. "Your father understood the risks. That's why he tried to suppress his early work, why he became so secretive about his methods." "But not secretive enough, apparently." "No one ever is." Harmon glanced at his watch. "We should go. Cisco will be waiting, and Maya will be suspicious if we're late." As they turned to leave, Elara's gaze fell on a small photograph tucked into the corner of one display. A group picture showing several people standing before a wooden building in what must have been Valera. She recognised her father, much younger, his arm around a beautiful woman who had to be her mother. But it was the figure standing slightly apart from the group that caught her attention. A tall man with features similar to her mother's, his expression intense and focused even in the casual setting. "Rowan," she said, not needing confirmation. Harmon nodded. "The last known photograph of him, taken just before everything changed." "What happened?" Elara asked. "What really happened in Valera?" "That," Harmon said, gently guiding her toward the door, "is what we're going to find out." As they stepped back into the humid chaos of Iquitos, Elara felt the weight of history pressing down on her. Not just her family's history, but the history of a technique that had become both gift and curse. Whatever awaited in Valera, she was now certain of one thing: the answers she sought would come at a price. The question was whether she was prepared to pay it. Chapter 4. Mother's Ghost. Cisco Rivera's establishment was a weathered houseboat tethered to a listing dock on Iquitos' less reputable waterfront. The structure listed slightly to port, its wooden deck crowded with mismatched chairs, fishing equipment and cages, containing what appeared to be exotic birds covered with cloths. "Home sweet home," Harmon announced in a deep southern drawl as they approached. A wiry man with copper skin and a face carved by decades of sun and river life emerged from the cabin. He wore cargo shorts, a faded T-shirt from a 1970s rock concert, and an expression of perpetual scepticism. "Journeyman Jack," he called out, not sounding particularly pleased. "God damn, I thought you were dead." "Not for lack of trying," Harmon replied cheerfully. "Got time for old friends." Cisco's dark eyes shifted to Elara, narrowed, then widened in recognition. "Madre de Dios," he whispered, crossing himself. "Mira 2.0. "Her daughter," Harmon corrected. "Elara Reid." The boatman stared as if seeing a ghost, then abruptly turned and disappeared into his cabin. Seconds later, he emerged with a bottle of amber liquid and 3 chipped glasses. "Sit," he commanded, gesturing to the chairs. "This conversation requires rum, my best." Elara perched on a chair that creaked ominously beneath her weight. Cisco poured 3 generous measures, handed them around, then raised his glass in a silent toast before downing the contents in one swallow. "Why are you here?" he demanded, fixing his gaze on Elara. "My father—" "Thaddeus," Cisco interrupted. "Christ, yes, he passed through days ago, hired Miguel Ortez's boat, paid triple the going rate for discretion." He refilled his glass. "I told him he was a fool to go back there." "You knew where he was going?" Elara leaned forward. "Valera," Cisco shrugged. "Where else?" "A man only returns to the place that broke him when he's ready to die or ready to kill." "Which was it for my father?" Cisco studied her over the rim of his glass as he prepared his reply. "He didn't say, but he carried weapons as well as mapping tools, so you decide." Harmon cleared his throat. "Not to put too fine a point on the conversation, but we need a boat, Cisco. Fast and reliable." The boatman laughed, a harsh sound like stones rattling in a tin can. "To Valera?" "Fuck no. No one goes there willingly these days, especially not since your father stirred the hornet's nest." "What do you mean?" Elara asked sharply. Cisco's expression turned serious. "Word travels on the river. 3 days after Thaddeus passed upriver, 6 men in a military-grade launch followed. They didn't stop for supplies or pleasantries, just fueled up and continued on. Voss's men, most likely. Or maybe another player." "They were following my father. Or responding to his presence." Cisco set down his glass. "The point is, Valera is even more dangerous than usual right now, so that's a hell no." "We still need to go," Elara insisted. The boatman studied her, his weathered face unreadable. Finally, he turned to Harmon. "You know what happened to the last outsiders who tried to enter Valera uninvited?" "I've heard rumours," Harmon admitted. "Not rumours." Cisco shook his head. "Ricardo's brother was part of the research team that tried to document the emotional regulation practices there last year. They found pieces of him downriver, just enough to identify. It was a miracle they found anything." Elara felt a chill despite the oppressive heat. "Rowan did that." "Rowan doesn't dirty his hands directly anymore," Cisco replied, "but his enforcers are motivated." "We need to go to Valera," Elara repeated, her voice harder. "With or without your help." Something shifted in Cisco's expression, a flash of respect, perhaps. "You have your mother's stubbornness." He sighed deeply. "I have a boat, fast and in good condition, but it will cost you." "Now we're getting somewhere, name your price," Harmon said. "Not money." Cisco pointed at the map case Harmon carried. "I want to see it first." The map, claro amigo. Harmon hesitated, then carefully extracted the Valera map and unrolled it on the least cluttered section of the deck. Cisco bent over it, his finger hovering just above the surface, as if afraid to make direct contact. Thaddeus's work, he murmured, but Mira's influence, I can feel it. You understand emotional mapping? Elara asked, surprised. Cisco's eyes flicked up to meet hers. Valera is my spiritual home, Nina. Knew it before Rowan's time. We all understood emotional currents there. It was our way of life. Emotions aren't exactly a new thing. He pointed to an area on the map's edge. This route along the eastern tributary is your best approach. Rowan's patrols focus on the main river. You're coming with us, Harmon sounded surprised. God, no. Cisco rolled the map carefully and returned it to its case. I value my life too much, but I'll take you as far as the Tenedor del Diablo, or Devil's Fork, where the tributary splits. From there, you're on your own. When can we leave? Elara asked him. Tonight, after dark. Cisco's expression grew solemn. Less chance of being seen. I'll need 4 hours to prepare the boat, get supplies. We have companions, Harmon said. 2 more. The price doubles. Done. Harmon added without hesitation. Cisco nodded once, decision made. Return at sunset, alone first, to make sure no one follows. If all is clear, bring the others. As they left the houseboat, Elara felt the weight of the heart pen in her pocket, a tangible connection to the mother she barely remembered and the village that had shaped her family's fate. Cisco had recognised something of Mira in her. What else might be waiting in Valera to recognise the daughter of the woman who had fled over 2 decades ago? Maya was not pleased. You cut me out of the decision loop, she accused when Elara and Harmon returned to the hotel and explained their arrangement with Cisco. I made a necessary decision, Elara corrected, her patience wearing thin. We need a boat. Cisco has one. And you trust him because he knew my mother, because he has a connection to Valera, because he has every reason to fear Rowan and still he's willing to help us. Gabriel, who had been silently observing the exchange, finally spoke. I know Cisco Rivera. His reputation is complex, but he's no friend to Rowan or Voss. Maya's jaw tightened, but she nodded in resignation. Fine, we go with your boatman, but from now on, we make decisions together. She fixed Harmon with a cold stare. All of us. Absolutely, Harmon agreed with a cheerfulness that seemed designed to irritate. Now, let's discuss our approach once we reach the Devil's Fork. They gathered around a small table in Gabriel's room. Maya spread out a standard topographical map of the region, less detailed than Thaddeus's emotional map, but more current in terms of physical features. 3 days upriver to reach Devil's Fork or Tenedor del Diablo, she noted, tracing the route with her finger. Then another day, hiking along the tributary to reach the outer boundary of Valera territory. The village itself is here, Gabriel added, pointing, set back from the river about 2 kilometres on slightly elevated ground to avoid seasonal flooding. Assuming Cisco delivers us safely to the drop point, Maya continued, we'll need to proceed on foot through dense jungle. You're assuming we need to sneak in, Elara interrupted. What if we simply announced ourselves? 3 pairs of eyes stared at her in disbelief. That would be suicide, Maya said flatly. Would it? Elara challenged. I'm Mira's daughter, Rowan's niece. Maybe that means something. Yes, Harmon replied grimly. It means you're either a valuable asset to be kidnapped or a threat to be eliminated. Neither scenario works for us, Buttercup. Harmon's right, Gabriel said gently. Your connection to Mira and Rowan complicates matters. It doesn't simplify them. Elara leaned back in her chair, frustration building. Then what's the plan? Wander the jungle, hoping to stumble across my father before Rowan's men find us. Not quite that haphazard, Maya said. She pointed to a small clearing on the map, about 1 kilometre from the village proper. This is where your father would make camp if he's following his usual protocol. Close enough to observe, far enough to retreat if necessary. How can you be sure? Elara asked. Because I know how he works, Maya replied. This spot offers good sight lines, fresh water and multiple escape routes. And if he's not there? Maya's expression hardened. Then we reassess, but we do it carefully, methodically. The unspoken tension from earlier, Maya's history with Thaddeus, her proprietary knowledge of his methods, hung in the air between them. Elara felt a flicker of resentment at this woman who claimed to know her father better than she did. "We should rest before meeting Cisco," Gabriel suggested, clearly sensing the tension. "It will be a long night on the river." They dispersed to their respective rooms. Elara's was small and Spartan, a narrow bed, a rickety chair, a ceiling fan that stirred the humid air without cooling it. She lay down, not expecting sleep to come, but exhaustion claimed her almost immediately. She dreamed of maps that moved beneath her fingers, emotional currents pulling her down into depths she couldn't navigate. And through it all, a woman's voice calling her name, not with urgency, but with a patient sadness that was somehow worse. Elara woke with a start, the room now dark except for slivers of streetlight filtering through the shutters. For a disorienting moment, she thought she saw a figure standing in the corner, a woman with her own eyes and a heartbreaking smile. "Mother," she whispered, but it was just shadows and wishful thinking. Elara sat up, her heart racing, the dream's emotional residue still clinging to her like jungle mist. She reached into her pocket and withdrew the heart pen, its copper inlays catching what little light filtered into the room. On impulse, she retrieved her mother's ink vial as well. The glass was cool against her palm, the ink inside seeming to move of its own accord, the copper flecks swirling like tiny stars in a midnight sky. Without conscious decision, she uncapped the pen and dipped it into the ink. A small notepad lay on the bedside table, hotel stationery, cheap and thin. She touched the pen to the paper. The effect was immediate and startling. The ink flowed from the pen not in lines, but in patterns, spreading across the paper in whirls and eddies that corresponded to no physical feature, but rather to the emotional currents Elara sensed in the room, her own anxiety, her determination, the lingering sadness from her dream. The patterns shifted as she watched, responding to the subtle changes in her emotional state. This wasn't just documenting emotions, it was interacting with them, creating a dialogue between the mapper and the mapped. "Mother's gift," she whispered. A soft knock at her door broke the moment. The patterns on the paper froze, then slowly faded until only faint traces remained, a ghost of what had been there moments before. Elara quickly recapped the pen and hid both it and the ink vial in her pocket before opening the door. Harmon stood there, already dressed for travel in dark clothes, his pack slung over one shoulder. "It's time," he said simply. She nodded, gathering her few belongings. As she turned to leave, her gaze fell on the notepad where the emotional map had briefly existed. Only the faintest outlines remained, like the memory of a dream upon waking, present but impossible to fully recall. Maya and Gabriel were waiting in the hotel's shadowy courtyard. No words were exchanged as they moved through Iquitos' back streets toward the riverfront, maintaining distance between them to avoid looking like a group. True to his word, Harmon went ahead alone to meet Cisco, leaving the others waiting in the shadow of an abandoned warehouse. When he returned 20 minutes later, his expression was grim. "Change of plans," he announced in a low voice. "Voss's people are watching the main docks. Cisco's moved the boat to a private launch point half a mile downriver." "How do you know it's Voss's people?" Maya demanded. "Because I recognise Keller's second-in-command," Harmon replied, "the one who specialises in removing obstacles permanently." A tense silence followed as they absorbed the implication. "Let's move," Gabriel said finally. "Staying in one place too long increases risk." They followed a circuitous route through increasingly dilapidated sections of the waterfront, Harmon leading with the confidence of someone familiar with navigating urban shadows. Twice they doubled back to ensure they weren't being followed. The private launch point turned out to be little more than a gap in the vegetation where the river came close to a rarely used access road. Cisco's boat was moored to a half-submerged log, a sleek 20-foot craft with an enclosed cabin and powerful outboard motors. Not what I expected, Elara murmured as they approached. Cisco does well for himself, Harmon replied. The river trade can be profitable if you don't ask too many questions about the cargo. The boatman emerged from the cabin as they arrived, his movements quick and nervous. Hurry, he urged. I don't like this location. They boarded quickly, stowing their gear in the cramped cabin. The boat was well maintained despite its rough exterior, the engines nearly new. Whatever Cisco transported on the Amazon, it clearly paid well. Stay inside, he ordered as he untied the mooring lines, too many eyes on the river. The engines rumbled to life, a low purr rather than the roar Elara had expected. The boat slid away from the shore and into the dark current of the Amazon, Iquitos' lights receding behind them. Inside the cabin, lit only by the dim glow of instrument panels, the 4 passengers settled in for the journey. Gabriel pulled a worn paperback from his pack and began reading by the light of a small penlight. Maya checked and rechecked her weapon, a ritual that seemed more for comfort than necessity. Harmon caught Elara staring at the pistol. Standard precaution, he said quietly. The river has its own rules and predators. I wasn't judging, Elara replied, just wondering if I should have one too. Can you use a gun? My father taught me, said a woman travelling alone should know how. Something like approval flickered in Harmon's eyes. Thaddeus always was practical. He reached into his pack and extracted a small revolver, checking it before offering it to her handle first. 6 shots. Make them count if it comes to that. Maya looked up from her weapon. Is that necessary? Better to have options, Harmon replied. Elara took the gun, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. She tucked it into her jacket pocket, opposite the one containing her mother's heart pen. 2 inheritances, her father's pragmatism and her mother's gifts. She wondered which would serve her better in Valera. The boat surged forward as they reached the main channel, Cisco pushing the engines harder now that they were away from Iquitos. The dark shoreline slipped past, occasionally broken by the lights of small settlements or isolated dwellings. For the first hour they maintained a tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Then, as the last lights of civilization disappeared behind them and nothing but river and jungle surrounded them, Gabriel closed his book and looked at Elara. You should practice, he said. Practice what? The heart pen, his eyes were knowing. You've tried it already, haven't you? Elara hesitated, aware of Maya's sudden intense focus. How did you know? Your fingers are stained with ink, Gabriel said gently. Not ordinary ink, an easy tell. She looked down and saw he was right. Faint blue traces with copper highlights marked her fingertips where she had handled the pen. Yes, she admitted. In my room it was strange. The ink moved almost on its own. Not on its own, Gabriel corrected, in response to you, to what you were feeling. May I see? Gabriel continued. After a moment's hesitation, Elara withdrew the pen from her pocket. Its copper inlays seemed to pulse in the dim light of the cabin, responding to the emotional currents of the 4 people present. Gabriel didn't reach for it, merely studying it from where he sat. Remarkable craftsmanship. The Valera artisans who created these were masters of their craft. There are others? Elara asked. There were, Maya replied. Most were destroyed when Rowan took control. He preferred his own methods of emotional manipulation, more direct, less subtle. This may be the last one, Gabriel added, which makes it priceless, not just as an artifact, but as a tool. A weapon in the right hands, Harmon interjected. Maya shot him a sharp look, or a means of healing. That depends entirely on who's wielding it, Harmon countered, and their intentions, to control or free. Gabriel raised a placating hand. The point is, Elara, you should learn to use it properly. It's your birthright, and it may prove useful where we're going. Will you teach me? She asked. I can show you the basics, he replied. But I'm no heart pen master. Your mother was born with the gift. Your father spent decades developing techniques to compensate for the lack of natural ability. I fall somewhere in between, competent but don't play hard to get. We've got 3 days on the river, Harmon noted. Plenty of time for Heartpen 101. Gabriel nodded. We'll start tomorrow. For now you should rest. The pen draws on your emotional energy. Using it is more taxing than you might think." As if to punctuate his point, Elara felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The events of the past few days, discovering her father's disappearance, learning about Valera and Rowan, the revelations about her mother's murder, all crashed down at once. She leaned back against the cabin wall, intending to close her eyes for just a moment. Sleep claimed her almost instantly. And with sleep came dreams, vivid, intense visions of a village she'd never seen, people she'd never met. At the centre of it all stood a woman with Elara's eyes and a sad smile, mapping emotional currents with graceful movements of a pen that glowed with inner light. "Remember," the woman said, though her lips didn't move, "the map is not the territory. The emotions you chart are real, living things, energy in motion. Respect them, guide them, dance with them, never control them." "Mother." Elara tried to speak, but in the logic of dreams no sound emerged. The woman, Mira, smiled as if she'd heard anyway. "The heart pen shows what is. Rowan's methods impose what he believes should be. That's the difference. That's why he feared me. Why he will fear you, mi amor." The dream shifted and the village transformed. The warm colours of the community cooled to rigid patterns. The people moved with less spontaneity, their emotional expressions muted and controlled. Standing on a platform in the village centre was a man Elara recognised from the photograph in the Iquitos library. Rowan, older now, his face lined with the effort of maintaining the emotional control he'd imposed on Valera. He looked up suddenly as if sensing her dream presence, his eyes narrowing. "She's coming," he said to someone Elara couldn't see. "Mira's daughter. I feel her approaching." "What shall we do?" asked a voice from the shadows. A slow smile spread across Rowan's face, not warm like her mother's, but calculating, cold. "We welcome her, of course. Family is family." His smile hardened. "And then we see if she has her mother's gift, if she does." He left the thought unfinished. Elara tried to move closer to hear more, but the dream was already dissolving, Rowan's figure blurring into shadow. "Be careful, daughter." Her mother's voice came one last time, fading like an echo. "The heart pen reveals truth, but not all truths are welcome in Valera now." Elara woke with a gasp, disoriented in the dark cabin. Dawn light filtered through the small windows, revealing her companions also asleep in various uncomfortable positions. Only Cisco remained awake, his silhouette visible at the helm. The dream clung to her like morning mist on the river, not fading as dreams usually do, but remaining vivid, detailed. Had it been merely her subconscious processing all she'd learned? Or something more? Some connection through the heart pen to the mother she'd barely known? She slipped her hand into her pocket, fingers closing around the pen. It felt warmer than it should, as if recently used. Quietly, so as not to wake the others, she moved to the cabin door and stepped outside onto the narrow deck. The river stretched before them, wide and powerful, its surface catching the first light of day. The air was thick with moisture and the rich scents of the rainforest. Cisco nodded acknowledgement but didn't speak, respecting her obvious desire for solitude. Elara leaned against the railing, trying to sort through the jumble of emotions the dream had left behind. Fear, certainly, determination. But also a strange sense of connection, to her mother, to Valera, to a history she was only beginning to understand. She withdrew the heart pen and studied it in the dawn light. The copper inlays seemed to capture and reflect the sunrise, glowing with an inner fire. "What were you trying to tell me, Mother?" she whispered. As if in response, the pen warmed in her hand, the copper patterns shifting subtly. Not dramatically as they had in her room in Iquitos, but enough to suggest that the connection was real, not imagined. Cisco appeared beside her, his weathered face unreadable as he gazed at the pen in her hand. "Your mother used to talk to hers the same way," he said quietly, as if it was alive. "Is it?" Elara asked, only half joking. The boatman shrugged. "In Valera, we believe all things have spirit, rivers, trees, tools crafted with purpose. The heart pens were created with the greatest purpose of all, to bridge the gap between what we feel and what we can express. He gestured toward the vast expanse of river and jungle surrounding them. Out here, emotions are not abstract things to be analysed. They are as real as the water, as vital as the air. Your mother understood this naturally, your father learned it through study and discipline. And my uncle forgot it altogether, Elara said. No, Sisko shook his head. Rowan didn't forget. He rejected. There's a difference. He believes emotions must be controlled rather than expressed, channeled rather than explored. His expression darkened. A philosophy that has turned Valera from a place of emotional wisdom into one of emotional tyranny. Is that why you left? I left before Rowan's time, Sisko replied. My parents were missionaries. We moved around a lot. By the time I returned for a visit, the changes had already begun. He gazed out at the river. I recognised what was happening because I'd seen similar patterns elsewhere, in political movements, in religious cults, the suppression of emotional diversity in favour of mandated thought and behaviour. My father went back to confront him, Elara said, after all this time. Sisko nodded. Thaddeus carried guilt for leaving Rowan unchallenged for so long. He believed if he had acted sooner, others might have been spared. Others, like who? Like Valera's children. Sisko's voice was grim. Born into emotional constraints, never knowing the freedom their parents once had. That's Rowan's greatest crime, not just changing the village, but ensuring the next generation would never know what was lost. A chill ran through Elara despite the growing heat of the day. My dream, she said slowly. In it, Rowan knew I was coming. He said he could feel me approaching. Sisko didn't seem surprised by this. The heart pen connects you to emotional currents that span greater distances than most people realise. If you used it, even unintentionally, it's possible he sensed the ripples. I didn't use it, Elara protested, not consciously. Sisko replied, the heart pen responds to need, not just intent. And dreams are when our emotional guards are lowest. He glanced at the pen in her hand. Your mother's pen would recognise her daughter. It would seek to protect you, to connect you to her. By warning me about Rowan, sure. Sisko turned to face her fully. But there is another possibility. Your father has been in Valera for a week or more now. If he still lives, if he has been using his own emotional mapping tools. I might have been sensing him, not Rowan, Elara finished. Sisko nodded. The stronger the emotional bond, the clearer the connection through the heart pen. Even untrained, you might sense your father's presence, especially if he was reaching out, consciously or not. The thought sent a surge of hope through Elara. If her father was alive, if he was somehow trying to communicate through the emotional currents the heart pen could access. I need to learn to use this properly, she said, gripping the pen more tightly. Yes, Sisko agreed, but remember what your mother always said. The heart pen is not a tool of control, but of revelation. It shows what is, not what we wish to see. Were you close to her, Elara asked. To my mother. A sad smile touched Sisko's lips. Mira was beloved by many in Valera. She had a gift for understanding others' emotions without judgment. I was just a young man when I met her, but she treated everyone with the same openness, from the village elders to the smallest child. That's not how my father described her, Elara said. In his journals, she seems more mysterious, powerful. To him she was, Sisko agreed. Thaddeus approached emotional mapping as a scientist, always seeking to quantify, to classify. For Mira, it was as natural as breathing. That contrast fascinated him, challenged him. The boatman's expression grew distant with memory. They balanced each other. His structure gave form to her intuition. Her insights forced him to look beyond his methodical approach. Until Rowan destroyed it all, Elara said bitterly. Sisko studied her. You have a lot of anger towards an uncle you've never met. He murdered my mother, executed my grandparents, turned a community into a cult. What else should I feel? Nothing, Sisko conceded. Your anger is justified, but anger clouds perception, and where we're going, clear perception will be essential. He nodded toward the heart pen. That tool requires emotional honesty, including acknowledging darker feelings without being controlled by them. Before Elara could respond, the cabin door opened and Maya emerged, her hair damp as if she'd just splashed water on her face to wake up. "Planning our approach without me?" she asked, her tone light but her eyes sharp. "Just getting acquainted," Cisco replied easily. "Your young friend has her mother's curiosity." Maya's gaze fell on the heart pen in Elara's hand. "And her mother's tools, I see." "Bernard gave it to me," Elara said, not bothering to hide her defensiveness. "As he should have," Maya replied, surprising her. "It's your birthright." She moved to the railing, gazing out at the river. "But birthright comes with responsibility. That pen is more than a family heirloom." "So I've been told," Elara said dryly, "repeatedly." A hint of a smile touched Maya's lips. "Gabriel wants to start your training after breakfast. I'd advise eating lightly. First attempts with the heart pen can be physically taxing." As if summoned by his name, Gabriel appeared at the cabin door, looking remarkably fresh despite having slept sitting up. He carried a small camp stove and a battered kettle. "Coffee first," he announced, "training second." While he set up the stove on a stable section of the deck, Harmon emerged, yawning widely. "Any sign of pursuit?" he asked Cisco. The boatman shook his head. "Clear so far. We made good distance overnight, even though I'm moving slow to avoid unwarranted interest in us." "Don't get comfortable," Maya warned. "The river narrows ahead. More places for an ambush." Elara leaned against the railing, watching as Gabriel prepared coffee with the precise movements of a ritual long practiced. The normality of it, coffee at dawn on a boat heading upriver, struck her as absurdly incongruous with their mission. 2 more days to Devil's Fork, 2 days to prepare for whatever awaited in Valera, her father, her uncle, answers about her mother's death, the truth about emotional mapping and its power. She slipped the heart pen back into her pocket, feeling its weight alongside the revolver Harmon had given her. 2 very different tools, 2 very different approaches to the challenges ahead. The rising sun burned away the last of the morning mist, revealing the vast green expanse of the rainforest that lined both banks of the mighty Amazon. Somewhere ahead, beyond the endless trees, lay Valera, and with it, the answers she'd spent a lifetime not knowing she needed. Her mother's ghost had reached through dreams to warn her or guide her, or perhaps simply to connect across the chasm of 20 years. Whatever awaited in Valera, Elara was determined to face it with both her father's pragmatism and her mother's gift. The heart pen warmed in her pocket as if in agreement. Chapter 5. The Secret Society. "Relax into the feeling, not the thought," Gabriel instructed, his voice steady despite the boat's constant motion. "The heart pen responds to emotional intent more than conscious direction." Elara gripped the pen, frustration building as she made another attempt. They'd been at this for hours, the morning sun, now high overhead, beating down on the small section of deck Gabriel had designated as their training area. "I'm trying," she replied through gritted teeth. "And that's the problem." Gabriel smiled patiently. "You're trying too hard. The heart pen isn't mastered through effort, but through surrender. Relax and release." Surrender wasn't exactly Elara's strong suit. She'd spent her life in pursuit of precision and control, skills that had served her well as a cartographer, but were now impediments to using her mother's gift. "Perhaps we should rest," Gabriel suggested, noting her expression. "Fatigue only makes it more difficult." "No." Elara dipped the pen into the small vial of copper-flecked ink once more. "Again." Gabriel sighed but nodded toward the sheet of paper secured to a makeshift drawing board. "Very well. But this time, don't think about mapping emotions. Feel them, acknowledge them, and let the pen respond." Elara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She tried to clear her mind of expectations and simply sense the emotional currents around her. Gabriel's patient concern, Maya's watchful skepticism from where she observed nearby, Harmon's curious interest as he pretended to read a tattered paperback. Beneath those immediate impressions lay deeper currents, Cisco's wary vigilance as he navigated the river, the rainforest surrounding them, and fainter still, something distant yet familiar that she couldn't quite identify. When she touched the pen to paper this time, she didn't try to direct it. Instead, she let her hand follow the emotional pulls she sensed, like a dowser following water beneath the earth. The result was immediate and startling. The ink flowed from the pen in patterns that matched no physical geography, but perfectly captured the emotional landscape surrounding the boat. Concentric circles representing their small group, intersected by the powerful linear flow of the river, all surrounded by the vibrant, chaotic energy of the jungle. "Yes," Gabriel whispered, "now you're feeling it." The pen moved as if it had a will of its own, Elara's hand merely the conduit through which it expressed what she sensed. The patterns grew more complex, layers building upon layers, colours shifting subtly with each emotional current mapped. And then, at the edge of the paper, a new pattern emerged, a tight spiral of deep indigo, pulsing with intensity, its location corresponding to somewhere far upriver. "What is that?" Maya asked sharply, leaning forward. Elara couldn't answer. The moment her attention shifted to the indigo spiral, a wave of emotion hit her with physical force, grief so profound it stole her breath, rage so pure it burned, and beneath both, a determination that felt achingly familiar. She dropped the pen, breaking contact. The ink patterns continued to shift for several seconds before settling into fixed positions, the indigo spiral maintaining its intensity even as the other patterns faded slightly. "My father," she gasped when she could speak again. "I felt him." Gabriel picked up the heart pen carefully, examining it before returning it to its wooden case. "Remarkable. A connection at this distance usually requires years of practice." "Blood connection helps," Harmon commented, abandoning any pretense of not paying attention, "and emotional intensity. Thaddeus must be experiencing powerful feelings right now." "Or sending them deliberately," Maya added, studying the map with professional interest. "This spiral pattern is too ordered for random emotional leakage. He's been using his mapping tools." Elara stared at the indigo spiral, trying to recapture the complex tangle of emotions she'd sensed. "He's in pain," she said quietly. "Not physical, deeper." "Valera would bring that," Cisco called from his position at the helm. "Too many ghosts there for a man like Thaddeus." Elara carefully lifted the map, studying it as it dried in the humid air. Beyond its immediate utility, it represented her first real connection to her mother's gift, a talent she'd inherited but never known she possessed. "Can we use this to track him more precisely?" she asked. "Perhaps," Gabriel replied. "With practice you might refine the connection, narrow the location." "We don't have time for perhaps and might," Maya interjected. "We need concrete plans." "The heart pen doesn't work on demand," Gabriel said with a hint of irritation. "It's not a GPS device." "Then it's of limited tactical value," Maya concluded. Elara bristled at the dismissal of what felt like a profound breakthrough. Maya's eyes narrowed, but before she could respond, Harmon stepped between them. "Ladies, perhaps we could save the power struggle for when we're not heading into hostile territory." A tense silence followed, broken only by the steady rumble of the boat's engines and the occasional call of birds from the shore. Gabriel, ever the peacemaker, cleared his throat. "I suggest we continue training in shorter sessions. The emotional exertion takes a toll, especially for beginners." Elara nodded, suddenly aware of her exhaustion. Using the heart pen had drained her in ways she hadn't anticipated, not just physically, but emotionally, as if she'd run a marathon while simultaneously navigating complex negotiations. "Rest is best," Maya said, her tone softening slightly. "We'll need you at full strength." It wasn't quite an apology, but Elara accepted the olive branch with a nod. She retreated to the shade of the cabin, the emotional map clutched carefully in one hand. Inside, she spread the map on the small table, examining it more closely. The indigo spiral drew her eye immediately, her father's emotional signature, if Maya's assessment was correct. But there were other patterns that intrigued her as well, particularly a series of faint golden lines that seemed to connect their boat to the indigo spiral. Those lines hadn't been there when she was actively mapping. They had appeared afterward, as if the emotional currents had continued developing even without her direction. A connection, not just her sensing her father, but a two-way link established through the heart pen. "He knows we're coming," she murmured. "Who knows?" Elara was startled. Harmon stood in the cabin doorway, his expression curious. "My father," she replied, pointing to the golden lines. "These connections, they formed after I stopped actively mapping. I think he sensed me using the heart pen, just as I sensed him." Harmon studied the map. "That complicates things." "How so?" "If Thaddeus can sense you coming, so might others with similar abilities." His gaze was serious. "Like Rowan, maybe even Voss." The dream from the previous night flashed in Elara's memory. Rowan's cold smile as he said, "She's coming. Mira's daughter. I feel her approaching." "You think he's monitoring emotional currents?" she asked. "I think Rowan has spent 20 years perfecting techniques for emotional control," Harmon replied. "It would be naive to assume he hasn't also developed methods for detecting threats to that control." Elara considered this, but the heart pen isn't his approach. He rejected it, according to Cisco. "Rejected doesn't mean ignored," Harmon countered. "Know your enemy's weapons as well as your own. That's basic strategy." He had a point. If Rowan had transformed Valera through emotional manipulation, he would need to be sensitive to anything that might disrupt his system, including the very techniques he had rejected. "So my practicing with the heart pen might be announcing our approach," she concluded grimly. "Possibly," Harmon agreed, "but it also gives us an advantage. You've established a connection to your father. That could prove invaluable if things go wrong in Valera." "When things go wrong," Elara corrected, "not if—" A hint of a smile touched Harmon's lips. "Pessimism or pragmatism?" "Experience," she replied. "Nothing about this journey has been straightforward so far. Why would Valera be any different?" "Fair point," he gestured toward the map. "May I?" When she nodded, he studied it more closely, his finger hovering over various patterns without touching them. "Interesting. There's a secondary emotional cluster here." He pointed to an area near the indigo spiral, but distinct from it. A pattern in deep crimson and amber, its structure rigidly geometric compared to the organic swirls elsewhere on the map. "I didn't notice that," Elara admitted, and "it's subtle but significant." Harmon's expression grew thoughtful. "If I had to guess, I'd say this represents Rowan's emotional signature, controlled, structured, and intensely powerful." "Can you read emotional maps?" Elara asked, surprised. "Not like your father or Gabriel," Harmon replied. "But I've spent enough time around emotional maps to recognise basic patterns. This," he pointed to the rigid geometry, "is characteristic of someone imposing order on emotional energy rather than flowing with it." The contrast was stark now that he pointed it out. Her father's indigo spiral expressing natural emotional currents, while this crimson pattern seemed to force emotions into artificial channels. "Two approaches to emotional mapping," she murmured. "Two philosophies." "Two brothers-in-law who went to war over the soul of a village," Harmon added. "And now, 20 years later, the battlefield hasn't changed, but the weapons have evolved." The gravity of what they were sailing into settled over Elara. This wasn't just about finding her father or learning about her mother's murder. It was about stepping into a conflict that had been brewing for decades, a conflict over the very nature of human emotion and its expression. "I need to get better at this," she said, tapping the map. "Quickly." Harmon nodded. "Yes, but don't push too hard. The heart pen responds to authentic emotion, not forced intensity. Your mother understood that instinctively." "Everyone keeps telling me what my mother knew," Elara said, frustration edging her voice. "But I barely remember her. Just fragments. Her smile, the sound of her laugh, the way she smelled like cinnamon and rain." "That's more than many have," Harmon replied gently. "And memory isn't the only way to know someone. The heart pen connects you to her, not just through inheritance, but through shared sensitivity to emotional currents." Before Elara could respond, Maya appeared at the cabin door. "Cisco says we need to move inside. We're approaching a checkpoint." "What kind of checkpoint?" Elara asked, carefully rolling the emotional map. "Government, officially," Maya replied. But according to Cisco, the officials are on Voss's payroll. They monitor river traffic for anything unusual. Like us, Harmon concluded. Exactly. So we play researchers documenting indigenous plants for a university study. Gabriel has the paperwork. Of course he did. The wayfinders clearly didn't leave much to chance. They joined Cisco in the main cabin as he reduced their speed, approaching what appeared to be a small government outpost on the eastern bank of the river. A wooden dock extended into the water, where a patrol boat was moored. 2 uniformed officials stood watching their approach, hands resting on holstered weapons. "Let me do the talking," Cisco instructed as he guided the boat toward the dock. "These men know me. I have a reputation for transporting legitimate cargo and paying proper fees. Bribes, in other words." Elara wondered just how extensive Cisco's connections were along the river, and whether they would hold against Voss's influence. The officials boarded as soon as the boat was secured, their manner professional, but with an underlying tension that suggested this wasn't a routine stop. "Cisco," the older of the two greeted. "Unusual to see you with passengers rather than cargo." "Diversifying," Cisco replied with an easy smile. "Scientific expedition. Good money. Minimal hassle." The official glanced at the group assembled in the cabin, his gaze lingering on Elara. "Papers?" Gabriel stepped forward, offering a folder of documents with the confidence of someone who'd navigated bureaucracy many times before. "University of San Marcos Botanical Research Project. All permits are in order." The official flipped through the papers with practiced efficiency. "Purpose of your journey?" "Documenting medicinal plants used by communities along the upper Amazon," Gabriel replied smoothly, "particularly those with properties related to emotional and psychological well-being." Clever, Elara thought, close enough to their actual purpose to seem genuine, while establishing a reason for their interest in the region. "And how far upriver do you plan to travel?" the official asked, his tone casual, but his eyes sharp. "As far as Devil's Fork," Cisco answered. "They'll continue on foot from there to reach some of the more isolated communities." "Devil's Fork?" The official exchanged a glance with his companion. "That's near Valera territory." "We have no plans to enter Valera itself," Gabriel assured him. "We're well aware of the restrictions." The official handed back the papers, his expression unreadable. "There was another research group recently, man travelling alone, similar interests in emotional well-being." Elara felt her heart rate increase but kept her expression neutral. Her father had passed this way, and these men knew it. "Really?" Gabriel's surprise seemed genuine. "From which university?" "He didn't say." The official's gaze swept over them again. "But he had excellent papers, like yours." The unspoken message was clear. They knew these permits were likely forgeries, just as they had known about her father's. "Perhaps we'll encounter him," Gabriel said. "The research community is small. Always good to compare notes." The official nodded slowly. "Perhaps, though I should warn you, the region beyond Devil's Fork has seen unrest recently. Your safety cannot be guaranteed." "We'll be careful," Maya assured him with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. After a few more questions about their research and itinerary, the officials seemed satisfied, or at least satisfied enough to accept the envelope Cisco discreetly passed to the senior officer. "Safe travels," the official said as they prepared to disembark. Then, almost as an afterthought, "Should you encounter the other researcher, tell him his friends were asking after him. The ones from Piura." With that cryptic message, they returned to their patrol boat. As Cisco guided them back into the main channel, a tense silence filled the cabin. "Voss's men," Maya said finally. "They know Thaddeus passed through and they're looking for him." "More concerning is that they're expecting us," Harmon added. "Those weren't routine questions." "The message about friends from Piura confirms it," Gabriel agreed. "They suspect who we are, but they've been instructed to let us pass." "Why?" Elara asked. "If they work for Voss, why not stop us?" "Because following us might lead them to your father," Maya replied. "Or because Voss has people waiting further upriver, or both." We should change course, Gabriel suggested. Find another approach to Valera. Cisco shook his head. No other viable routes that wouldn't add days to our journey. The tributary from Devil's Fork is still our best option. Then we continue as planned, Maya decided, but with the understanding that we're likely being monitored. The day stretched into the afternoon, the checkpoint receding behind them as they pushed further into the heart of the Amazon basin. The river narrowed slightly, the rainforest pressing closer on both banks, creating the sensation of travelling through a green tunnel. Elara retreated to the bow of the boat, needing space to process the checkpoint encounter and its implications. The official's awareness of her father's passage confirmed he had indeed gone to Valera, but their connection to Voss added a new layer of complication. How many players were involved in this game? Her father, Rowan Voss, 3 corners of a triangle with Valera at its centre, and now she and her companions represented a 4th force entering the equation. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Maya joining her until the woman spoke. "Your map," Maya said without preamble. "Would you show it to me again?" Elara hesitated, remembering Bernard's warning about keeping the heart pen and its products private. But Maya had been nothing but helpful so far, despite her occasionally abrasive manner. "Why?" she asked. "Because I think it might contain information you haven't recognised yet," Maya replied. "Information about the Wayfinders." Intrigued despite her reservations, Elara retrieved the rolled map from the cabin and carefully spread it on a flat section of the deck. In the hours since its creation, the patterns had continued to evolve, some fading, others intensifying, new connections forming between previously separate emotional signatures. Maya studied it intently, her finger hovering over a series of small interconnected patterns in pale silver that formed a loose network spanning the entire map. "Here," she said finally. "Do you see these?" Elara nodded. "They weren't this prominent when I first created the map. They've been developing gradually." "These represent the Wayfinders," Maya explained, "or more specifically, the emotional network that connects members across distances." "How is that possible?" Elara asked. "I wasn't mapping the Wayfinders specifically." "You don't need to," Maya replied. "The heart pen responds to emotional reality, not conscious intent. Gabriel and I are both Wayfinders, connected to the broader network. The pen captured that connection, even without your knowledge of what it represents." Elara studied the silver network with new interest. "Are you saying all Wayfinders are emotionally linked somehow?" "In a manner of speaking." Maya's expression was carefully neutral. "It's not telepathy or anything mystical, more like a shared emotional frequency, a way of recognising one another and maintaining connection across distances. And my father was part of this network. He helped create it," Maya confirmed, "before he left the organisation." A thought struck Elara. Is he still connected to it even after 20 years? Maya hesitated. "That's what I wanted to see from your map. And yes, there appears to be a faint connection between the Wayfinder network and your father's emotional signature." She pointed to a thin silver line extending from the network to the indigo spiral. "What does that mean?" Elara asked, unsettled by the implication that her father maintained connections to an organisation he had apparently abandoned decades ago. "It means he never fully severed his ties to the Wayfinders," Maya replied, "which might explain how he's managed to evade Voss all these years. Our network provides protection, information." "And surveillance," Elara suggested, unable to keep the edge from her voice. Maya met her gaze directly. "The Wayfinders have always kept an eye on Thaddeus Reid, both to protect him and to ensure his techniques didn't fall into the wrong hands. Like Voss's or Rowan's." Maya's expression hardened. "Your father's methods for emotional mapping evolved far beyond what he shared publicly. In the wrong hands, they could be weaponized." Maya glanced toward Gabriel, who had emerged from the cabin and stood listening to their conversation. He nodded, almost imperceptibly, as if giving permission. "Do you know why your father left the Wayfinders?" Maya asked. "Because of my mother's murder," Elara replied, "because he wanted to disappear." "Partially," Maya acknowledged, but also because of a fundamental disagreement about how emotional mapping should be used. Gabriel joined them, his expression solemn. After your mother's death, your father's grief drove him to explore applications of emotional mapping beyond mere documentation. He began developing techniques to not just map emotional currents, but to modify them, to heal emotional trauma by redirecting negative patterns. That sounds beneficial, Elara said, confused. Why would that cause a rift? Because the same techniques that could heal could also manipulate, Maya replied. Influence emotions on a community scale. Change how people feel about events, policies, leaders. The implications dawned on Elara slowly. Mind control? Nothing so crude, Gabriel said. More subtle, nudging emotional responses in desired directions, making people more accepting of things they might otherwise question, less resistant to influence. Some within the Wayfinders saw the potential applications for social good, Maya continued, reducing conflict in war-torn regions, easing collective trauma after disasters. While others saw the ethical dangers, Gabriel added, the potential for abuse if such techniques fell into the hands of governments, corporations, or individuals with less noble intentions. Like Voss, Elara concluded. Exactly, Maya nodded. Aldrich Voss recognised the potential immediately. He approached your father with offers of funding, resources, protection, all in exchange for access to the techniques. And my father refused. He did more than refuse, Gabriel said quietly. He destroyed his research, obscured his methods, and disappeared, or at least tried to. But not before encoding some of his discoveries in his published maps, hidden from casual observation but accessible to those who knew how to look. Which is why Voss collects my father's maps, Elara said, the pieces falling into place. He's trying to reverse engineer the techniques. With limited success, Maya confirmed, the most crucial elements were never recorded. They exist only in your father's mind. And possibly mine, Elara added, understanding dawning, through inheritance and the heart pen. The weight of this revelation settled over her. Not only was she pursuing her father into dangerous territory, but she might be carrying within herself the very knowledge that Voss and others sought, knowledge she didn't fully understand or control. Is that why the Wayfinders sent you to find him? She asked Maya directly. To protect these techniques from falling into the wrong hands? Yes, Maya admitted without apology, but also to protect Thaddeus himself. And you. From Voss. From everyone, Gabriel interjected, including Rowan, whose methods of emotional control represent a dark mirror of your father's work. Cruder, more forceful, but effective in their own way. Elara looked back at the emotional map, seeing it with new understanding. The silver network of the Wayfinders, her father's indigo spiral of grief and determination, Rowan's crimson geometry of controlled emotion, 3 approaches to the same fundamental force, human emotional connection. What happens when we find my father? She asked finally. What do the Wayfinders want from him? Maya and Gabriel exchanged glances. The official position is that he should return with us, Gabriel said carefully. Bring his knowledge back under the protection of the organisation, where it can be preserved safely. And unofficially, Elara pressed. Unofficially, Maya replied, opinions differ. Some believe his techniques should be developed further, used more actively in a world increasingly shaped by emotional manipulation through technology and media. While others believe they should be sealed away, Gabriel finished, considered too dangerous for even the most well-intentioned use. And where do you two stand? Elara asked, another glance between them loaded with unspoken communication. We believe your father should decide, Maya said finally. It's his life's work, but he needs to make that decision with full awareness of what's at stake, not in isolation and not under the influence of old grievances. It wasn't a complete answer, but it was honest enough that Elara decided not to push further, at least for now. Thank you for telling me about the Wayfinders, she said instead, though I suspect there's more you haven't shared. There is, Gabriel acknowledged, but some things are better explained by your father, when we find him. If we find him, Elara thought but didn't say. The emotional map before them showed her father's presence, but gave no indication of his physical condition or circumstances. Was he a guest in Valera, or a prisoner? Was he there by choice or coercion? As if reading her thoughts, Maya said with unusual gentleness, "The indigo spiral is strong, focused. Whatever your father is experiencing, he's fully present in it. That suggests agency, not captivity." "You can tell that from the pattern?" Elara asked, impressed despite herself. "Years of practice," Maya replied with a small smile. "Something you'll develop too, if you continue with the heart pen." The question of whether she would continue hung in the air between them. The heart pen represented a connection to her mother, but also an entry point into a world of competing agendas and dangerous knowledge, the world that had ultimately claimed her mother's life. "We should take another training session before dark," Gabriel suggested, breaking the moment. "While you're still processing what you've learned about the Wayfinders, emotional clarity often comes from new understanding." Elara nodded, somehow knowing he was right. The revelations about the secret society her father had helped found, then fled, had shifted her perspective on everything. Her parents, their work, even her own nascent abilities with the heart pen. As the afternoon light filtered through the jungle canopy, casting dappled shadows across the deck, Elara prepared for another attempt at emotional mapping. This time, however, she would map with new awareness, not just of the external emotional currents surrounding her, but of the hidden agendas and unspoken histories that had shaped her journey from the beginning. The heart pen felt different in her hand now, not just a connection to her mother, but a key to a world of emotional power she was only beginning to comprehend. A world that some believed too dangerous to explore, and others too valuable to abandon. Somewhere ahead, her father had made his choice about that world. Soon, Elara would have to make hers. Chapter 6. Inheritance. Night on the Amazon brought a symphony of sounds, insects buzzing, frogs calling, occasional splashes as unseen creatures entered or exited the water. The jungle breathed around them, alive and watchful. Elara sat cross-legged on the boat's bow, the heart pen balanced on her palm. 3 training sessions with Gabriel had yielded progress, but also raised more questions. Each map she created showed her father's indigo spiral more clearly, the connection strengthening as they moved upriver. "You should sleep," Maya said, appearing silently beside her. "We reach Devil's Fork tomorrow. You'll need your strength." "I can't shut it off," Elara replied, not looking up. "The awareness, it's like, once the heart pen opened these emotional channels, they stay open." Maya settled beside her, her usual briskness softened by the night's quiet. "That's normal for beginners. Your mind hasn't developed filters yet." "How do you stand it, feeling everyone's emotions all the time?" "You learn to differentiate," Maya explained, "to recognise which emotions are yours and which belong to others. Eventually, it becomes like background noise, present but not overwhelming." Elara turned the heart pen in her fingers, watching how the copper inlays caught what little moonlight penetrated the clouds. "My mother could do this naturally." "From childhood," Maya confirmed. "It's why Rowan valued her insights before his philosophy changed. She could sense emotional discord before it manifested as conflict. And my father learned through technique what she knew instinctively." "He did." A hint of admiration coloured Maya's voice. Thaddeus approached emotional mapping with scientific rigour, documenting patterns, developing a taxonomy of emotional signatures, creating reproducible methods. "While my mother just knew." "Don't underestimate either approach," Maya cautioned. "Your mother's intuition was powerful, but unstructured. Your father gave form to what she sensed naturally. Together, they revolutionised a field that had relied on tradition and intuition for generations." Elara considered this, seeing parallels to her own cartographic work, the balance between technical precision and intuitive understanding of a landscape's character. "You were in love with him," she said abruptly, the realisation clarifying like one of her maps. Maya didn't flinch at the directness. "Yes, for many years, before my mother, and after." Maya admitted quietly, though I never acted on it after they married. Thaddeus loved Mira completely. Yet you stayed close to him, close enough that he came to you after her murder. We were colleagues first, Maya replied, friends second. Whatever else I felt was my burden to bear, not his. The simple dignity in her voice silenced any accusation Elara might have made. Whatever complicated history existed between Maya and her father, it wasn't the simplistic triangle she had momentarily imagined. He never told me about any of this, Elara said after a moment. The wayfinders, emotional mapping, his work with you, 20 years of silence. He was protecting you, Maya replied, or thought he was. From Voss, from Rowan. From the burden of knowledge, Maya said. Thaddeus believed that understanding emotional cartography brought responsibility and made you a target. He wanted you to have a normal life, unburdened by what he'd discovered. Yet he taught me conventional cartography, encouraged my career. Because that was safe, Maya smiled slightly. Technical, bounded by physical reality rather than emotional currents. A fish jumped nearby, its splash punctuating the conversation. In the cabin behind them, Gabriel and Harmon slept, while Cisco maintained a quiet vigil at the helm, the boat's engines reduced to a low purr as they continued upriver through the darkness. Did my mother leave me anything? Elara asked suddenly. Besides the heart pen, I mean. A journal, letters, anything that might help me understand her. Maya hesitated. There were journals. Your father kept them. Where? In a locked cabinet in his study, I believe, behind the map archives. Elara felt a flare of anger. A hidden cabinet in a room I've entered thousands of times, and he never once mentioned it. Grief makes people do strange things, Maya said gently. For Thaddeus, preserving Mira's memory became almost sacred, too sacred to share, perhaps even with you. Or he was hiding something, Elara countered. Something in those journals he didn't want me to know. Maya studied her. Such as? I don't know, Elara admitted, but this journey has taught me that my father kept many secrets. Why not about my mother too? You'll have to ask him that yourself, Maya replied. We should reach Valera in 2 or 3 days, assuming all goes well at Devil's Fork. And if it doesn't? Then we adapt, Maya said simply, as we've done so far. As if to underscore her point, the boat's engine suddenly cut out, leaving them in startling silence. Cisco's voice came low and urgent from the helm. Lights ahead, everyone inside now. They moved quickly, ducking into the cabin where Gabriel and Harmon were already awake and alert. Through the windows, Elara could see distant lights on the river, another boat approaching from upriver. Government patrol, she whispered. Cisco shook his head. Wrong running lights and moving too fast. He killed all lights on their own vessel, allowing the darkness to envelop them. Voss's people, most likely. How did they get ahead of us? Maya demanded. Helicopter to a forward base, Harmon suggested. They have the resources. Cut the engines, Gabriel advised. Let them pass. Cisco nodded grimly. Already done. We'll drift to the western bank, use the shadows. The minutes stretched as they waited in tense silence, watching the approaching boat's lights grow larger. It was moving fast, powerful engines driving it downriver with apparent urgency. They're searching for something, Harmon murmured, or running from something. The boat appeared around a bend, a sleek modern craft with a covered cabin and what looked like mounted spotlights, currently dark. It passed them at a distance of perhaps 50 yards, close enough that Elara could make out figures moving on deck. Down! Cisco hissed as one of the figures turned a handheld spotlight toward the shoreline, sweeping methodically across the water. They dropped below window level, holding their breath as the beam passed overhead, illuminating the cabin interior for a heart-stopping moment before continuing on. The other boat continued downriver, its engines fading gradually, until silence returned to the night. That was too close, Gabriel said, rising cautiously. And too convenient, Maya added, her expression hard. They're patrolling the approach to Devil's Fork. Someone knows we're coming. The checkpoint, Elara suggested. They radioed ahead. Possibly, Cisco agreed, restarting their engines at the lowest possible power. Or Voss has more resources in the region than we anticipated. We need a new route, Maya insisted. Sisko shook his head. There isn't one, not without losing days. Devil's Fork is the only viable approach to Valera by water. Then we continue as planned, Harmon decided, but with extreme caution. No more heart pen practice until we're past the fork. The emotional signature might be detectable to the right equipment. Voss has such equipment, Elara asked, alarmed. His research station near Iquitos focuses on quantifying emotional outputs, Gabriel explained. Crude compared to the heart pen, but potentially capable of detecting intense emotional activity at a distance. Another layer of complication. Elara was beginning to understand why her father had tried to keep her away from this world, not just to protect her from physical danger, but from being drawn into a hidden conflict involving technologies and capabilities the public didn't know existed. We should reach Devil's Fork by midday tomorrow, Sisko said, carefully guiding the boat back into the deeper channel. I suggest we travel through the night. The more distance we put between us and that patrol, the better. No one argued. They settled into an uneasy vigilance, taking turns keeping watch while the boat continued its journey upriver, now moving with minimal lights and reduced engine power. Elara found sleep impossible. The encounter with the patrol boat had sharpened her awareness of the dangers they faced, not just in Valera, but on the approach. Voss's reach extended further than she'd imagined, his resources more substantial. In the early hours before dawn, when only Sisko remained awake at the helm, she slipped out of the cabin, needing air and space to think. Can't sleep, the boatman asked quietly. Too much in my head, she admitted. Questions without answers. Sisko nodded, understanding. The river is good for such times. It moves always forward, yet remains itself. A good teacher for those with too many thoughts. Elara leaned against the railing, watching the dark water slip past. You knew my mother well? Well enough, Sisko replied. She understood Valera's heart better than many born there. She saw beneath the surface. Because of her gift with emotional currents. That yes, but because she listened. Sisko's weathered face softened with memory. In Valera, everyone spoke of emotional patterns and currents, but few truly listened to what those patterns revealed about people's needs, their fears, their hopes, like most people. And Rowan? Did he listen? Sisko's expression hardened. Before ambition twisted his gift into something else, yes, he listened. What changed him? The boatman was silent for a long moment, navigating around a partially submerged log before answering. Power. The recognition that understanding emotions meant the ability to influence them, to shape them for an outcome, some kind of benefit. For the community's benefit, Elara suggested. I suspect he believed so. Sisko shrugged. Perhaps still believes. The line between helping people manage destructive emotions and controlling which emotions they're permitted to feel, that line blurred for Rowan until it disappeared altogether. While my mother maintained the distinction. Absolutely, Sisko nodded. Mira believed emotional harmony came from acknowledging all feelings, even difficult ones, like the Buddhist concept of equanimity, from integration, not suppression. And that's why he killed her, Elara said flatly, because she challenged his approach. Sisko gave her a sharp look. Is that what you've been told? It's what Bernard implied, that Rowan tracked her down and murdered her because she opposed his methods. The boatman's hands tightened on the wheel. The truth is rarely so simple, especially where family is concerned. What do you mean? Sisko sighed deeply. I don't know the full story. I left Valera years before your mother's death, but rumours travel the river, and those rumours suggested more complexity than a simple ideological killing. What kind of complexity? The kind that comes when family bonds and principles collide, Sisko replied cryptically. Ask your father when we find him, or Rowan himself. They're the only ones who know the full truth. It wasn't a satisfying answer, but Elara sensed she would get nothing more from him. Whatever Sisko had heard, he either didn't fully believe it or didn't feel it was his place to share. As dawn broke over the eastern bank, painting the river in shades of gold and rose, Gabriel emerged from the cabin, looking remarkably refreshed despite the disrupted night. "We should be approaching Devil's Fork within 6 hours," he announced after conferring with Cisco. "Time for final preparations." Those preparations proved to be more extensive than Elara had anticipated. Maps were reviewed, gear was checked and organised for rapid deployment, and emergency protocols were established should they need to separate. "You're expecting trouble," she observed as Maya distributed small emergency kits to each of them. "I'm planning for contingencies," Maya corrected. "There's a difference." Each kit contained basic survival supplies: water purification tablets, emergency rations, a compass, waterproof matches, and a small first aid package. Practical items for jungle travel, but their distribution added a sobering note to the morning. Harmon joined them, spreading a detailed topographical map of the region beyond Devil's Fork on the cabin table. "Once we leave the boat, we'll be on foot for approximately 15 kilometres, he explained, tracing the route with his finger. "The terrain is challenging. Dense forest, occasional swampy areas, some moderate elevation changes." "And Rowan's patrols?" Elara asked. "Begin approximately 5 kilometres in," Maya replied, "based on our latest intelligence." "From wayfinder sources?" Maya nodded. "We maintain a limited presence in the region. Observers, not interventionists." "Unless my father's work is at stake," Elara noted. "Unless dangerous knowledge is at risk of falling into the wrong hands," Gabriel corrected gently, "which isn't quite the same thing." The distinction was important, Elara realised. The wayfinders weren't simply protecting her father's intellectual property. They were containing what they perceived as a potential threat. Knowledge that could be weaponised against human emotional autonomy. As the morning progressed, the river narrowed further, the jungle pressing closer on both sides. The humidity intensified, clothing clinging uncomfortably to skin. Insects buzzed around them, despite Cisco's concoctions of local plants that supposedly repelled them. "Devil's Fork ahead," Cisco announced shortly after midday, pointing to a visible split in the river where a substantial tributary branched eastward. "We'll take the eastern fork. Shallower, less travelled." "And more easily blocked," Harmon noted. "There are always trade-offs," Cisco replied with a shrug. "Easier to hide, easier to trap. Welcome to the Amazon." As they approached the fork, Elara felt a distinct shift in the emotional atmosphere, a tension that seemed to emanate from the land itself. Without consciously intending to, she reached for the heart pen in her pocket, its copper inlays warm against her fingers. "You feel it?" Gabriel asked quietly, observing her reaction. She nodded. "Like crossing an invisible boundary?" "In a sense we are," he replied. "The Valera region has a distinct emotional signature, a legacy of generations of people practicing emotional awareness, and the heart pen makes you sensitive to such differences." The boat turned into the eastern tributary, the channel noticeably narrower, the vegetation hanging lower over the water. Shadows deepened as the jungle canopy created a natural tunnel, broken occasionally by shafts of sunlight that dappled the tannin-darkened water. "How about if we continue by boat for another 3 hours, Cisco offered, "then land at a small clearing I know. From there, you proceed on foot." "You're not coming with us?" Elara asked, though she'd known this was the plan. Cisco shook his head. "My days of jungle trekking are behind me, and my history with Valera makes me as unwelcome as anyone I know. Will you wait for our return?" 3 days, Cisco said firmly. "After that, I must assume you've found another way out. Or none at all." The stark assessment hung in the air, a reminder that their expedition carried real risks. They were entering territory controlled by a man who had already demonstrated his willingness to kill to protect his vision, including his own sister. As they continued up the tributary, the waterway narrowed further, occasionally forcing Cisco to navigate around fallen trees or sandbars. The journey slowed, the boat's progress measured in cautious increments rather than steady progress. "We're being watched," Maya said suddenly, her gaze fixed on the eastern shore. Elara followed her line of sight but saw nothing beyond the dense vegetation. How can you tell? Experience a feeling, Maya replied. And this. She discreetly indicated a small device strapped to her wrist, resembling a fitness tracker, but with a simple display showing what looked like a wavelength pattern. Emotional signature detector, Gabriel explained in a low voice. Crude compared to the heart pen, but effective for proximity alerts. Someone's tracking our emotional output, Elara asked, disturbed by the implication. More likely they noticed the boat and are assessing our intentions, Harmon interjected. But yes, if they have the right equipment, they could potentially detect the heightened emotional states of people entering restricted territory. Rowan's scouts, Sisko confirmed, reducing their speed further. They rarely engage. They report. To Rowan? Elara asked. Eventually, perhaps, but to whoever commands the border patrol, Maya replied, which may or may not be Rowan himself, depending on his current condition. His condition? Gabriel and Maya exchanged glances. Rowan is ill, Gabriel said carefully. Nothing confirmed, but several sources suggest his health has declined significantly over the past year. Which is why your father chose now to return to Valera, Harmon added. A weakened Rowan represents both an opportunity and a potential power vacuum that could destabilise the entire region. If Rowan was losing his grip on Valera, through illness or diminished influence, it would create precisely the conditions for multiple interested parties to converge. Her father seeking answers or resolution. Voss pursuing emotional mapping techniques, the wayfinders attempting to contain potentially dangerous knowledge. And now Elara herself searching for truth about her mother's murder, while discovering an inheritance she hadn't known existed. The boat rounded a bend, revealing a small clearing on the eastern bank, where the forest receded slightly, creating a natural landing point. Sisko guided them toward it, with practiced ease. We've arrived, he announced, cutting the engines as they drifted toward the muddy shore. This is where we part ways. The group worked efficiently, transferring their essential gear to backpacks while Sisko secured the boat. The humidity was oppressive, instantly soaking their clothes as they stepped onto land. 3 days, Sisko reminded them as final preparations were made. After that, you're on your own. Elara approached him while the others were busy with gear. Thank you, she said simply, for everything. The boatman studied her, his weathered face solemn. You have more of your mother in you than you realise, he said finally. Her clarity, her courage. And her stubbornness from what I've heard, Elara added with a small smile. That too, Sisko agreed, his expression softening. It served her well until it didn't. What do you mean? Sisko hesitated, then reached into his pocket and extracted a small object wrapped in faded cloth. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. I've carried this for many years, not sure if it was for me or meant for someone else like you. But please take this. He unwrapped the cloth to reveal a small copper disc, intricately engraved with symbols similar to those on the heart pen, but arranged in a circular pattern around a central design that resembled a stylized eye. This belonged to your mother, he explained. She gave it to me for safekeeping shortly before she fled Valera with your father. I consider it one of my most valuable possessions, but you need it more than I do. What is it? Elara asked, taking the disc carefully. A key, I think, Sisko replied, though to what lock I never asked. The copper disc was warm to the touch, its weight substantial despite its small size, perhaps 2 inches in diameter and 1/4 inch thick. The engravings caught the light, seeming to shift slightly as she turned it. Why give this to me now? She asked. I don't know, it feels right to give it to you because you're walking into the most challenging environment of your life, Sisko said gravely. Whatever this unlocks, your mother gave it to me in love, and now I give it to you. Elara slipped the disc into the same pocket that held the heart pen, feeling the 2 copper objects clink together lightly. Thank you, she said again, with deep gratitude. Sisko nodded, then turned toward the others who were now ready to depart. The path begins there. He pointed to a barely visible trail leading into the forest. Follow it for approximately 2 kilometres until you reach a lightning-struck kapok tree. From there, head northeast toward the ridge. You'll find markers if you know how to look. We'll find our way, Maya assured him, adjusting her pack. Final goodbyes were brief and practical. Within minutes, the group was moving away from the river, the dense vegetation quickly swallowing them as they entered the true rainforest. The transition was immediate and disorienting. Outside the boat's protective bubble, the jungle assaulted all senses. The heavy humidity, the cacophony of insects and birds, the rich scent of vegetation and decay, the play of shadow and dappled light as the sun filtered through multiple layers of canopy. Maya led the way, moving with the confidence of someone familiar with jungle travel. Gabriel followed, then Elara, with Harmon bringing up the rear. They maintained a careful pace, balancing the need for progress with the reality of difficult terrain. The path, such as it was, frequently disappeared entirely, requiring Maya to identify subtle signs of previous passage, broken twigs, disturbed earth, or a particular arrangements of stones that Elara gradually recognised as deliberate markers rather than natural occurrences. Wayfinder signs, Gabriel explained when he noticed her attention. Our organisation began as actual guides, people who could find paths where others saw only wilderness. Get it? Wayfinder. Before it evolved into emotional cartography, Elara injected. The principles are similar, Gabriel replied, finding patterns in apparent chaos, recognising signatures that others miss, not that different. They walked in silence after that, conserving energy in the oppressive heat. Despite the physical demands, Elara found her mind unusually clear, her senses heightened. The copper disc in her pocket seemed to pulse occasionally against her leg, as if responding to their passage deeper into Valera territory. After nearly 2 hours of steady hiking, they reached the lightning-struck kapok tree Cisco had mentioned, a massive, ancient giant whose top had been sheared off by some long-ago storm, leaving a jagged crown that still towered above the surrounding forest. We rest here briefly, Maya announced, then changed direction. They settled at the base of the enormous tree, drinking water from their canteens and eating small portions of the dense, nutritious travel bars Gabriel had distributed. The brief respite emphasised how quickly fatigue had built during their hike. How much further to the village? Elara asked, stretching muscles already protesting the unaccustomed exertion. We won't reach the village directly, Maya explained. Too dangerous. We'll approach your father's likely position first, the observation post I mentioned. And if he's not there? Then we reassess, Harmon replied pragmatically. 1 step at a time. As they prepared to continue, Elara felt a sudden warmth from her pocket. Not the gradual heating she'd come to associate with the heart pen responding to emotional currents, but an immediate, intense heat that bordered on painful. She reached in and withdrew both copper objects, the heart pen and the disc Cisco had given her. Both were glowing faintly, the copper inlays pulsing with amber light. Gabriel, she called softly, holding them out. What's happening? The older man approached quickly, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. How long has this been occurring? Just now, she replied. They suddenly got hot. Maya joined them, her hand moving to the weapon at her hip. We're being scanned, she said tersely. Someone's using emotional detection equipment nearby. Rowan's people? Harmon asked, scanning the surrounding forest. Possibly, Maya replied, or Voss's. Either way, we've been detected. Gabriel studied the glowing copper objects. The heart pen and the disc are responding to the scan, amplifying whatever emotional signature they're trying to detect. Is that bad? Elara asked. It means they now know exactly where we are, Maya answered grimly, and that we're carrying Valera artifacts. We need to move, Harmon urged, now. They abandoned the rest break, quickly gathering their gear and setting off at a faster pace, Maya leading them northeast as planned, but with greater urgency. The path grew more challenging, forcing them to climb over fallen trees and navigate around dense undergrowth. Elara kept the heart pen and copper disc in her hand, rather than returning them to her pocket, watching as the glow gradually faded over the next 20 minutes of travel. Whatever scan had triggered them seemed to have ended, or they had moved beyond its range. Then it occurred to Elara to ask the objects to confuse those who scanned them. Did it react to her intention? "Stop," Maya said suddenly, raising her hand. The group froze. Ahead, barely visible through the vegetation, stood a crude barrier constructed of sharpened stakes driven into the ground at angles designed to impede passage. Signs with red symbols were mounted at intervals, warnings in a script Elara didn't recognise. Valera territory, Gabriel explained quietly, the formal boundary. "Those symbols," Elara said, studying them, "what do they mean?" "They're emotional ideograms," Gabriel replied, "a written form of emotional mapping, unique to Valera. These particular ones convey warning, prohibition, and consequences for trespass." "Can you read them precisely?" "Only generally," he admitted. "Your father could, he studied the system extensively, but few outsiders master it completely." Elara looked down at the copper objects in her hand, an idea forming. Could the heart pen help? Gabriel and Maya exchanged glances. "Possibly," Gabriel said cautiously. "The heart pen was designed to both read and create emotional signatures. In theory, it could help interpret the ideograms." "In practice," Maya added, "it would require significant skill and might draw attention through increased emotional activity." "We don't have much choice," Harmon pointed out. "We need to know what we're walking into." Decision made, Elara extracted her mother's ink vial and carefully uncapped the heart pen. The process felt more natural after her practice sessions, the pen settling into her grip, as if designed specifically for her hand. "Focus on the symbols," Gabriel instructed softly. "Don't try to translate them intellectually. Let the heart pen connect you to the emotional intent behind them." Elara dipped the pen into the ink and held it poised above her palm, having no paper available. Focusing on the red symbols ahead, she allowed her awareness to expand, as Gabriel had taught her, sensing rather than analysing. The heart pen moved of its own accord, tracing patterns on her skin that corresponded to the symbols on the barrier. As the copper-flecked ink made contact, understanding bloomed in her mind, not as words but as direct emotional comprehension. "Danger," she whispered. "Those who enter without permission will face, not death exactly, emotional emptying." She frowned, struggling to translate the concept. "Having your emotions drained away until nothing remains but compliance." "Rowan's punishment for trespassers," Maya said grimly. "Emotional restructuring. From what we've heard, those who undergo it are never the same." "There's more," Elara continued, the pen moving to create a second pattern on her palm. "These boundaries are maintained, patrolled by those who can sense emotional disruption." "Which explains the scan we detected," Harmon noted. The heart pen completed a third pattern, this one sending a chill through Elara, despite the tropical heat. "This one is newer," she said slowly. "It says the daughter returns she's expected." Silence fell over the group as the implications sank in. "That's impossible," Maya said finally. "Those signs have been there for years. They couldn't know you were coming." "Unless Rowan updated them recently," Gabriel suggested. "Perhaps after detecting your father's presence?" "Or after my dream," Elara added quietly, "when I felt Rowan sensing me through the heart pen." Harmon stepped closer to the barrier, examining it carefully. "These markings," he pointed to smudges of red at the base of one post, "are fresh, within the last day or two." "Then Rowan knows we're coming," Maya concluded, "and he's specifically expecting Elara." "Which changes our approach entirely," Gabriel said. "We can't simply avoid detection if they're actively looking for her." Elara stared at the symbols on her palm, the ink still wet and glistening in the filtered sunlight. The copper flecks seemed to move independently, forming and reforming patterns within the larger design. "What do we do now?" she asked, looking up at her companions. "We have two options," Maya replied after a moment's consideration. "Retreat and reconsider, or continue with the understanding that stealth is no longer our advantage." "I'm not retreating," Elara said firmly, "not when we're this close." Then we proceed, Harmon added, but cautiously and with a modified plan. If Rowan expects Elara specifically, Gabriel mused, perhaps that expectation itself provides an opportunity. How so? Maya asked. A distraction, Gabriel suggested. While Rowan's attention is focused on Elara's approach from one direction, the rest of us could circle around to locate Thaddeus. You want to use me as bait? Elara asked incredulously. Not exactly, Gabriel clarified. More as a focal point for Rowan's attention. You wouldn't enter the village or put yourself at direct risk. It's too dangerous, Maya objected. We don't separate. It may be our best option, Harmon countered. If Rowan is specifically waiting for Elara, any approach we make together will be detected. As they debated strategy, Elara felt the copper disc grow warm again in her palm, alongside the heart pen. Without conscious thought, she pressed the two together, the disc against the inked symbols on her skin. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. A surge of emotional energy passed through her, images flooding her mind. Not memories of her own, but vivid scenes she somehow knew belonged to her mother. Valera, as it once was, a vibrant community where emotional mapping was practiced openly, where feelings were honoured rather than controlled. Her mother, as a young woman, moving through the village with the heart pen, helping others understand their emotional landscapes, and Rowan, younger, intense but not yet hardened, working alongside his sister, their approaches different but complementary. Then, change coming gradually, Rowan's methods growing more directive, more focused on control rather than understanding. The final image was the clearest, her mother standing at this very barrier, the heart pen in one hand, the copper disc in the other, facing a choice that would alter the course of many lives. Elara! Maya's voice broke through the vision, her hand gripping Elara's shoulder. What's happening? The images faded, leaving Elara disoriented and breathless. I think I saw memories. My mother's memories. That's not possible, Maya said, though her expression suggested less certainty than her words. The disc, Gabriel said, staring at the copper object still pressed against Elara's palm. It's not just a key, it's a memory store. A what? Harmon asked. Valera's most advanced emotional cartographers develop techniques for encoding emotional experiences into physical objects, Gabriel explained. Theoretical, mostly. I've never seen an actual example. Until now, Elara said, holding up the disc, my mother stored memories in this. Memories she wanted me to have someday. The implications were staggering. Not just a physical key, as Cisco had suggested, but a key to understanding, to her mother's experiences, perceptions, knowledge. What did you see? Maya asked urgently. Glimpses only, Elara replied. Valera before Rowan changed it. My mother and Rowan working together. And my mother at this same barrier, making some kind of choice. Did she show you how to get past it? Harmon asked practically. Elara frowned, sorting through the fragmented images. Not explicitly, but I felt a sense of the barrier itself. It's not just physical. It has an emotional component that responds to intent. Meaning? Maya prompted. Meaning, Elara said slowly, understanding dawning, that the danger isn't in crossing the boundary, but in what emotional state you carry across it. She stepped toward the barrier, heart pen still in hand, ink symbols still wet on her palm. The copper disc she returned to her pocket, its revelations too overwhelming to process fully in this moment. What are you doing? Maya demanded. Testing a theory, Elara replied. She raised the heart pen, hovering it near one of the red symbols. The warning isn't against physical trespass. It's against bringing certain emotional states into Valera. Anger, deception, manipulation. Rowan does enough of that himself, Harmon muttered. Exactly, Elara nodded. He doesn't want competition, but certain emotional states might be permitted, even welcomed. Such as? Gabriel asked, watching her intently. Elara thought of the images she'd glimpsed, her mother's approach to emotional mapping, focused on understanding rather than control. On honouring all feelings rather than suppressing those deemed disruptive. Openness, she said with growing confidence, willingness to learn, and She hesitated, then finished, familial connection. Before anyone could stop her, she stepped through a gap in the barrier, the heart pen extended before her like a talisman. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then a subtle shift in the air around her, a sensation like passing through a fine mist that left no moisture. She turned back to her companion, standing safely on the other side. "It works," she said simply. "The barrier reads emotional intent. With the right intent, passage is permitted." Maya stared at her in astonishment. That was incredibly reckless. "It was informed," Elara corrected, "by my mother's memories. She left the disc for exactly this purpose, to guide me if I ever returned to Valera." Gabriel approached the barrier cautiously. "What exactly do we need to feel to cross safely?" "Openness, honesty of purpose." Elara considered how to explain the subtle emotional requirements. "No deception, no intention to harm, and—" she hesitated. "A connection to Valera itself, to its true nature, not what Rowan has turned it into." "That's a tall order for those of us who've never been here," Harmon observed. "Focus on your honest purpose," Elara suggested, "why you truly came." One by one they crossed, Gabriel first, his expression one of intense concentration, then Harmon with pragmatic determination. Maya hesitated longest, her face revealing an internal struggle before she finally stepped through, joining them on the other side. "Fascinating defensive system," Gabriel commented, examining the barrier from the inside. "Emotional rather than physical, nearly impossible to defeat with conventional methods." "And it works both ways," Elara added, understanding expanding from her mother's implanted memories. "It keeps certain emotional states out, but also keeps them in—" "You mean it prevents people from leaving?" Maya asked sharply. "Not physically," Elara clarified, "but it makes it difficult to carry certain emotional states beyond the boundary, particularly knowledge of how Valera's emotional techniques work." "A containment system," Gabriel nodded. "Ingenious and troubling." "And it explains why defectors from Valera are so rare," Harmon added. "They literally can't take their understanding with them." "My parents must have found a way around it," Elara said, touching the heart pen. "Perhaps with this." They moved away from the barrier, deeper into Valera territory. The forest remained dense, but Elara noticed subtle changes. The vegetation seemed more ordered, paths more defined, as if the land itself reflected the controlled nature of the community that inhabited it. With each step she felt the copper disc in her pocket grow warmer, occasionally sending flashes of her mother's memories into her consciousness, fragments only, but enough to provide an evolving understanding of Valera and her own connection to it. "Your father's observation post should be approximately 2 kilometers ahead," Maya said, after consulting her map. "On elevated ground overlooking the village." Elara nodded, trying to reconcile the tactical information with the emotional landscape she was beginning to sense. With the crossing of the barrier, her awareness of emotional currents had intensified dramatically. The heart pen in her hand seemed to amplify this sensitivity, drawing her attention to patterns in the emotional atmosphere around them. "We're not alone," she said suddenly, stopping mid-stride. The others froze, hands moving to weapons. "Not physical presence," she clarified, "emotional. The forest itself carries impressions. Decades of emotional mapping have left residual patterns." Gabriel closed his eyes briefly, concentrating. "She's right. This area has been emotionally mapped repeatedly. The signatures overlap, like layers of paint on a canvas." "Is that dangerous?" Harmon asked practically. "Not immediately," Gabriel replied, "but it makes us more detectable to anyone sensitive to such patterns. Our passage disturbs the established emotional landscape." "Like leaving footprints," Maya concluded, "we need to move more carefully." Elara held up the heart pen. "I might be able to help with that. If I map our emotional signatures into the existing pattern, we might blend in rather than disrupt." "You have that level of skill already?" Maya asked skeptically. "I have my mother's memories," Elara replied simply, "and her tools. I think that's what this inheritance is meant for. Not just to find my father, but to navigate Valera itself." After a brief debate, they agreed to let her try. Elara uncapped the heart pen, dipped it in the ink, and began tracing patterns in the air around them. The ink didn't fall, but hung suspended, copper flecks glinting as the patterns took shape. The effect was subtle but immediate. Elara's sense of disruption faded as their emotional signatures blended with the forest's existing patterns. She could feel the integration happening, not just visually, but emotionally, their presence becoming part of the landscape rather than intruders upon it. "It's working," Gabriel whispered, clearly impressed. "The emotional barrier between us and the environment is dissolving." "Not completely," Elara cautioned, feeling the limitations of her hastily acquired skill, "but enough to reduce our visibility, I think." They continued with greater confidence, moving through the forest, more as participants than intruders. The path gradually inclined upward, the terrain becoming rockier as they approached the elevated position, where Maya believed Thaddeus had established his observation post. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western horizon when they reached the base of a steep ridge. A narrow trail wound upward among boulders and twisted tree roots. "Up there," Maya pointed. "That outcropping would provide clear sightlines to the village while remaining concealed from casual observation." They climbed in silence, conserving breath for the steep ascent. Near the top, Elara felt a sudden intensification of the emotional signature she'd come to associate with her father. The indigo spiral, now so strong it seemed almost visible in the air around them. "He's here," she said with certainty, "or was recently." Maya nodded, her hand moving to her weapon as they approached the crest of the ridge. The forest thinned at the top, giving way to a rocky outcropping that projected over the canopy below, providing a commanding view of the valley beyond. And there, nestled in the valley like a carefully arranged model, lay Valera. From this distance it appeared peaceful, even idyllic. A collection of structures arranged in concentric circles around a central building that had to be the Hall of Harmony that Harmon had mentioned. Gardens and cultivated fields surrounded the village, with pathways radiating outward like spokes from a wheel. But what struck Elara most powerfully was not the physical layout, but the emotional atmosphere that seemed to hang over the village like a visible dome, a rigidly structured pattern of controlled emotional states, maintaining what appeared to be perfect harmony but felt unnaturally constrained. "It's beautiful," she whispered, "and terrible." "That's Rowan's legacy," Harmon said quietly. "Surface perfection, covering emotional bondage." Elara tore her gaze from the village to examine the outcropping itself. Signs of recent occupation were evident. A small fire pit, carefully constructed to minimise smoke. A bedroll, partially concealed under an overhanging rock. Various tools and instruments for observation and documentation. "He was here," Maya confirmed, examining the site. "Recently." Gabriel knelt beside what appeared to be a work area, a flat rock surface with precisely arranged instruments for mapping and documentation. "These are Thaddeus's tools," he confirmed. "They are his emotional mapping kit." "But where is he now?" Elara asked, the obvious question hanging in the air between them. Harmon was examining the ground at the far edge of the outcropping. "Footprints," he announced, "leading down toward the village. Multiple sets." They joined him, studying the disturbed earth and broken vegetation that told a clear story. Several people had descended from this observation post toward Valera itself, and they had moved with haste. "Was he discovered?" Elara asked. "Captured?" "There's no sign of struggle," Harmon replied, continuing his examination. "No blood, no scattered equipment. If he left, it wasn't under immediate duress." "Or he went willingly," Maya suggested, "perhaps after observing something that demanded intervention." Elara returned to the edge overlooking the village, studying it with greater intensity. The heart pen in her hand pulsed with warmth, responding to the concentrated emotional energy emanating from Valera. Something caught her eye, a subtle disruption in the otherwise perfectly ordered emotional pattern surrounding the village. A thin streak of indigo cutting through the controlled harmony like a knife wound. "There," she pointed, though she knew the others couldn't see what she perceived. Father's emotional signature leads directly to the Hall of Harmony in the centre. You can see that from here, Maya asked, impressed. Not see exactly, Elara tried to explain. Feel, perceive. The heart pen amplifies the awareness. If Thaddeus entered the Hall of Harmony, Gabriel said gravely, he's gone directly to confront Rowan. That's where your uncle conducts his emotional regulation sessions. Or where he's being held if he was captured, Harmon added pragmatically. Elara felt a surge of urgency. After coming this far, her father was now within reach, but potentially in grave danger if Rowan had discovered his presence. We need to go down there, she said, already checking her pack. Not without a plan, Maya cautioned. Valera isn't just any village. It's an emotionally fortified community under the control of a man who's already demonstrated his willingness to kill to protect his system. And who is specifically expecting you, Harmon added, nodding toward Elara. As they debated strategy, the copper disc in Elara's pocket grew suddenly hot, painfully so. She withdrew it quickly, surprised to see it glowing with intense amber light, symbols shifting across its surface like living things. What's happening? Gabriel asked, staring at the disc. Before Elara could respond, a flood of images poured into her mind, not fragmented glimpses this time, but a coherent sequence. Her mother, moving through Valera, was mapping emotional patterns with the heart pen. She was discovering hidden pathways that circumvented the village's emotional defences and documenting these paths for future use. And most crucially, a specific route into the village that would allow an undetected approach to the Hall of Harmony. When the vision faded, Elara found her companion staring at her with concern. Your eyes, Maya said, they change colour briefly, like your mother's. Elara took a deep breath, processing the detailed information that had just been implanted in her consciousness. The disc. It contains knowledge my mother wanted me to have, including how to enter Valera undetected. She quickly outlined what she'd seen, a natural drainage system beneath the village, following an underground stream that emerged near the Hall of Harmony. A system known only to the most experienced emotional cartographers of Valera, who used it to move through the community without disrupting established emotional patterns. That's our way in, she concluded. The entrance is about 1/2 kilometre from here, hidden in a rock formation shaped like a sleeping jaguar. And you trust this information? Maya asked sceptically. Memory implantation can be unreliable, even manipulative. I trust my mother, Elara replied simply. This disc is her legacy, her attempt to prepare me for exactly this situation. As the sun dipped lower toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley, decision time approached. They could either make their approach to the village before nightfall, or wait until morning, each option carrying its own risks and advantages. Night movement would be harder to detect visually, Harmon noted, but the emotional landscape changes after dark. More concentrated, more sensitive to disruption. We go now, Elara decided, the heart pen warm in her hand, the copper disc a reassuring weight in her pocket. My father is down there, and every hour increases the risk. No one argued. They quickly packed essential gear, leaving the heavier items cached at the observation post for potential retrieval later. Within minutes, they were moving down the ridge, following a different path than the one they had ascended, this one angling toward the rock formation Elara had described. As they descended, Elara felt a growing certainty that transcended the uncertainty of their mission. Whatever awaited in Valera, her father Rowan, answers about her mother's murder, she was prepared in ways she couldn't have imagined days ago. The heart pen, the copper disc, her mother's memories, these weren't just tools or information. They were her inheritance, passed from mother to daughter across a 20-year chasm of silence and loss. An inheritance that connected her not just to her family's past, but to a tradition of emotional wisdom that predated Rowan's distorted version. The forest darkened around them as they moved deeper into the valley, following what appeared to be game trails, which Elara now recognised as pathways deliberately established to channel certain emotional currents away from the village proper. We're getting close, she said softly as they rounded a bend and came within sight of the rock formation, a natural outcropping that did indeed resemble a sleeping jaguar, its stone head resting on massive paws. "How exactly do we access this drainage system?" Maya asked, examining the seemingly solid rock face. In answer, Elara withdrew the copper disc from her pocket. Its engravings caught the golden rays in the fading daylight, symbols shifting slightly, as if alive. "This isn't just a memory store," she said, understanding blooming from her mother's implanted knowledge. "It's also a key." She approached a section of the rock face where a small depression roughly matched the disc's diameter. Without hesitation, she pressed the copper disc into the depression, feeling it lock into place with a satisfying click. For a moment nothing happened. Then a low rumble emanated from within the rock, and a section of stone slid sideways, revealing a narrow passage leading downward into darkness. "Emotional technology," Gabriel breathed, clearly impressed. "The disc contains not just memories but access codes, emotional signatures that trigger physical mechanisms." "Valera's greatest secrets," Maya added. "No wonder your mother preserved this disc above all else." Elara retrieved the disc from its depression. It released easily once the door was opened, and returned it to her pocket alongside the heart pen. These two copper objects represented her dual inheritance, her mother's intuitive gift for emotional perception, and her father's disciplined approach to mapping and understanding it. As they prepared to enter the passage, headlamps and flashlights ready, Elara felt a profound sense of threshold crossing, not just physical, but emotional and historical. She was about to enter the village her mother had fled, confront the uncle who had murdered her, and find the father who had hidden the truth from her for 20 years. "Ready?" she asked her companions, standing at the entrance to the passage. Their affirmative responses were solemn, each understanding the gravity of what lay ahead. With a deep breath, Elara stepped into the darkness, heart pen in hand, following the path her mother had prepared for her decades before. The inheritance she had never known she possessed now guided her toward the truth she had always deserved. Chapter 7. Underground Currents. The passage descended steeply, rough stone steps worn smooth by decades of use. Elara led the way, her headlamp casting sharp shadows that danced across the damp walls. The air grew cooler with each step, carrying the mineral scent of underground water, and the faint traces of something else. A subtle vibration that she felt rather than heard, like emotions given physical form. "Remarkable engineering," Gabriel murmured, running his hand along one perfectly carved wall. "These aren't natural formations." "No," Elara confirmed, drawing on her mother's implanted memories. "They were created generations ago, when Valera first established its emotional mapping practices. The founders discovered that underground water currents mirrored emotional flows above ground." "Living systems reflecting each other," Maya said, her usual pragmatism temporarily set aside in favour of genuine interest. As above, so below. The passage levelled out after their initial descent, widening into a tunnel that followed a small underground stream. Water trickled along a channel carved into the floor, its surface occasionally catching their lamplight, with flashes of copper, similar to the flecks in her mother's special ink. "The water contains trace minerals that enhance emotional conductivity," Elara explained, again pulling from knowledge that wasn't her own, but now resided comfortably in her mind. "That's why Valera was established here specifically. The entire region is a natural amplifier for emotional flows." "Which Rowan has exploited perfectly," Harmon noted grimly. They continued in silence after that, the tunnel occasionally branching into smaller passageways that Elara navigated with unconscious certainty, following routes she'd never physically travelled, but now knew intimately through her mother's experiences. After what seemed like an hour of steady progress, the sound of the water changed, growing louder and more rhythmic. The tunnel opened into a larger chamber where the stream pooled into a small underground lake before continuing through a narrow channel. The unspoken awe and respect of Elara's display of intuitive abilities shone on the faces of those who were willingly led by her. Finding a secret cave gives you instant credibility. "We rest here briefly," Elara announced, recognising the chamber from her mother's memories. "We're halfway to the village centre." They settled on relatively dry stone at the lake's edge, switching off headlamps to conserve batteries and allowing a single light to provide minimal illumination. The darkness wasn't complete. The water itself seemed to glow faintly, the copper minerals creating a subtle luminescence that painted the chamber in ghostly blue-green light. "How much of your mother's knowledge have you accessed?" Gabriel asked quietly, watching Elara with scholarly interest. "Fragments mostly," she replied, turning the copper disc in her fingers. "They come when needed, triggered by location or specific challenges. I don't think I could access everything at once. It would be overwhelming." "A clever design," Maya commented. "Information delivered contextually rather than as a data dump. It feels less like receiving information and more like remembering," Elara tried to explain. "As if these experiences were always mine, just temporarily forgotten." "Your mother was a genius," Gabriel said with quiet admiration. "To encode not just memories, but emotional context into a physical object. That's beyond any emotional cartography technique I've ever encountered." "Yet Rowan rejected her approaches," Harmon observed. "I wonder why." "Power versus force," Maya suggested. Mira's techniques required patience and openness. Rowan preferred immediate results. Force versus flowing with authentic power. Elara closed her eyes, letting her fingers trace the engravings on the copper disc, seeking insight into the brother her mother had loved and ultimately fled. Fragments surfaced. Rowan as a young man, brilliant and driven, frustrated by what he saw as Valera's complacency in using their emotional wisdom. He wanted to extend Valera's influence, she said slowly, as the memories coalesced. Take their techniques beyond the village to help a world he saw as emotionally broken. My mother believed such work had to be invited, not imposed like a colonial conquest. That was the beginning of their divide. "A philosophical disagreement that turned deadly," Harmon commented. "It wasn't always that way," Elara countered, sorting through more of her mother's memories. "The break happened gradually. After my parents left, Rowan's methods grew more extreme. Without my mother's counterbalancing influence, he pushed further into techniques that prioritized control over understanding." The water rippled suddenly, seemingly of its own accord. Small waves lapped at the stone shore, the copper-flecked surface shimmering with increased intensity. "Someone's above us," Maya whispered, immediately alert. "The water responds to emotional activity on the surface." They extinguished their remaining light, plunging the chamber into darkness, relieved only by the water's faint glow. The ripples continued, patterns forming and dissolving that Elara recognised as emotional signatures. Someone experiencing strong feelings was directly above their underground refuge. On impulse, she withdrew the heart pen from her pocket and touched it to the water's surface. The effect was immediate and startling. The copper flecks in the water aligned with the pen's inlays, creating a momentary connection that sent a clear emotional impression flooding into her mind. Grief, rage, determination, and something else, something familiar, the distinctive indigo spiral she had come to associate with her father. "It's him," she whispered, pulling the pen back as the connection became overwhelming. "My father is directly above us." "Are you certain?" Maya demanded, already reaching for her pack. "Absolutely," Elara replied, the heart pen still warm in her hand. "His emotional signature is unmistakable, and he's in pain, not physical, but deep emotional distress." "Where exactly are we relative to the village?" Harmon asked, practical as always. Elara consulted her mother's memories, matching the underground chamber to its surface counterpart. "Near the eastern edge of Valera, there's a small meditation grove above us, a place where community members go for solitary reflection." "Away from Rowan's direct oversight," Gabriel noted. "If Thaddeus is there, he may have found a temporary refuge from village scrutiny." "Or a trap," Maya suggested grimly. "This is too convenient." "We need to reach him," Elara insisted, already searching the chamber walls for the passage her mother's memories told her existed, a narrow tunnel leading upward to the meditation grove. "There," she pointed to a section of wall that appeared solid, but which she now knew concealed a secret access point. Behind that rock formation, it leads to the surface. Maya stopped her with a hand on her arm. We need a plan first. We can't just emerge into the open without knowing what awaits. The longer we wait, the greater the risk of my father moving on, Elara countered. His emotional signature shows he's agitated, likely to take action soon. All the more reason for caution, Harmon interjected. If Thaddeus is planning something, our unexpected appearance could disrupt whatever strategy he's implemented. Elara weighed their concerns against her growing sense of urgency. The heart pen in her hand continued to pulse with warmth, responding to her father's proximity and emotional state. We compromise, she declared. I go up alone first, my father will recognise me, and I'm his objective in coming here. The rest of you follow, only if I signal it's safe. Absolutely not, Maya objected immediately. We don't separate. We already discussed this possibility, Elara reminded her. Remember the bait plan? Well, now we know where he is, and I'm still the logical choice to be the bait, to make first contact. Gabriel and Harmon exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting they saw merit in her proposal, despite its risks. She has a point, Maya, Gabriel said quietly. Elara has the strongest connection to Thaddeus, and she now carries Mira's memories and tools. If anyone can safely approach him in his current state, it's her. And if it's a trap, Maya challenged, then we're close enough to intervene, Harmon replied practically, but far enough not to trigger it prematurely. After tense negotiation, they settled on a plan. Elara would ascend to the surface alone, using the heart pen to assess the situation before making contact with her father. The others would follow after a 15-minute interval, unless she signalled otherwise, using a series of taps on the copper disc that would resonate through the underground chamber's strange acoustics. Be careful, Maya said as Elara prepared to enter the narrow passage. Your father may not be himself. 20 years of grief and obsession change a person. I know, Elara replied softly, but he's still my father. The passage upward was tight and steep, requiring her to climb more than walk. Unlike the main tunnel, this one showed signs of disuse. Dust covered the handholds carved into the rock, and in places, small stalactites had begun to form where mineral-rich water dripped from the ceiling. Elara's mother had used this route rarely, the memories suggested, and only in times of urgent necessity. As Mira's relationship with her brother deteriorated, these secret passageways had become her means of moving through Valera undetected, mapping the emotional changes Rowan was implementing without his knowledge. After several minutes of climbing, Elara reached what appeared to be a dead end, a circular stone that blocked the passage completely. Her mother's memories guided her hands to specific points around the circumference, pressing in a sequence that activated some hidden mechanism. With a soft grating sound, the stone shifted slightly, allowing her to push it upward and aside. Fresh air flooded the passage, carrying the scents of flowering plants and evening mist. Elara peered cautiously through the opening, finding herself exactly where her mother's memories had indicated, amid a circle of decorative stones in a small grove of carefully tended trees. The meditation area was designed for privacy, with strategically placed vegetation creating a series of individual reflection spaces. She emerged slowly, replacing the stone cover to conceal the passage entrance. Twilight had fully descended, the grove illuminated only by small lanterns placed along the winding paths, their light too dim to penetrate the deeper shadows where she now stood. Closing her eyes, Elara focused on her father's emotional signature, letting the heart pen guide her perception like a compass. He was still nearby, his distinctive indigo spiral of grief and determination pulsing strongly. She moved cautiously through the grove, following the emotional trail rather than her physical senses. A figure sat on a stone bench in the grove's centre, back turned toward her, shoulders hunched in a posture she recognised immediately, despite the years and circumstances. Her father, looking somehow smaller than she remembered, more vulnerable without his usual carefully maintained facade of academic detachment. Elara paused, suddenly uncertain. What did one say after travelling halfway across the world to find a father who had deliberately left without explanation? What questions took priority after 20 years of half-truths and omissions? In the end, simplicity won out. "Father," she said softly. Thaddeus Reid went perfectly still, not turning, not acknowledging her presence beyond a subtle shift in his emotional signature. Surprise, fear, and beneath both, a flicker of something that might have been relief. "You shouldn't have come," he said finally, his voice rougher than she remembered. "I left explicit instructions." "Since when have I followed those?" Elara replied, moving slowly to face him. Her father looked exactly as she remembered and completely changed. The same scholarly features, the same thoughtful eyes, but carved deeper by time and hardship. Grey had overtaken the brown in his beard and hair, and new lines mapped his face like contours on a topographical chart. "How did you find me?" he asked, finally meeting her gaze. "With help," she replied. "Bernard, Maya Winters, your old love interest, Gabriel, a wayfinder, a dude named Harmon, and Cisco, a river guide who knew Mother." "Cisco," Thaddeus nodded. "I should have known he'd still be on the river." "And with these," Elara added, holding out the heart pen and copper disc. Her father's eyes widened, genuine shock replacing his carefully controlled expression. "Where did you get those?" "The heart pen from Bernard, the disc from Cisco." She sat beside him on the bench, close but not touching. "Mother's tools, her memories, the inheritance you never told me about." Thaddeus reached toward the objects, then pulled his hand back as if afraid to make contact. "You've used them," he said, not a question, but a realization. "The heart pen has bonded to you." "It recognized me," Elara confirmed, "and the disc has been sharing Mother's memories, enough to guide me here, to help me understand what Valera was, what it became under Rowan." "You know nothing of Rowan," her father said sharply, a flare of the old authority she remembered. "Whatever fragments you've accessed, they can't convey the full danger he represents." "Then tell me," Elara challenged. "After 20 years of silence, tell me the truth. About Mother, about her murder, about why you've come back now to confront her killer." Thaddeus looked away, his gaze fixed on the darkening village visible through the trees. Lanterns were being lit throughout Valera, creating patterns of light that mimicked the emotional structure Elara had sensed from the ridge. Organised, controlled, unnaturally regular. "I never wanted you involved in this," he said finally. "I kept you away from emotional cartography, from Valera, from Rowan, because I saw what these techniques did to your mother, how they made her a target. For Rowan, for everyone who recognised their potential," Thaddeus corrected. "Rowan, Voss, even the wayfinders in their way. Your mother's natural gift made her valuable to those who wanted to use emotional mapping for their own purposes." "Like you?" Elara asked quietly. Her father flinched as if struck. "Yes," he admitted after a long moment. "Like me. I came to Valera as a researcher, seeing emotional mapping as a fascinating anthropological phenomenon. Then I met your mother and saw what was truly possible, not just documenting emotional landscapes, but interacting with them, healing them. And you fell in love with her." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "How could I not?" "Mira saw the world in ways I could only dream of. She taught me to feel what I had only been able to analyse." "So you took her away from Valera," Elara prompted. "We left together," Thaddeus corrected, "after Rowan began implementing his improvements to Valera's emotional techniques. What had been a practice of understanding and healing became a system of control. Your mother couldn't stay and watch her community transformed into this." He gestured toward the village with unmistakable disgust. "And her parents. My grandparents." Pain flashed across her father's face. "They stayed, believed they could moderate Rowan's influence from within. They were wrong." "He executed them," Elara said flatly, "as examples." Thaddeus nodded grimly. "That was when we knew we could never return. That Rowan had crossed a line from which there was no coming back." "Until now," Elara noted. "What changed?" "Why return after? How long has it been? 10 years." Her father's emotional signature shifted, the indigo spiral intensifying with determination and something darker, a purpose that bordered on obsession. "Because Rowan is dying," he said quietly, "and with him will die the knowledge of what happened to your mother." "You mean who killed her?" Elara said. "It was Rowan, wasn't it? He tracked her down while you were away on an expedition." Thaddeus looked at her directly, his expression unreadable. "Is that what Bernard told you?" "He implied it strongly. Others have confirmed it." "And yet you don't sound entirely convinced," her father observed. Elara hesitated, sorting through the inconsistencies that had been bothering her since her journey began. "The timing never made sense," she admitted. "Why wait 7 years after we fled Valera? And why, when you were conveniently away, it seemed too deliberate?" "It was deliberate," Thaddeus confirmed, "but not in the way you imagine. Your mother's death was indeed planned, but not simply by Rowan." "Then by who?" Before her father could answer, a soft chime rang through the grove, a sound like copper bells being struck, but more felt than heard. Thaddeus stiffened, instantly alert. "The evening gathering," he explained tersely. "Everyone in Valera is expected to attend the Hall of Harmony for emotional recalibration. They'll notice my absence soon." "You've been here before?" Elara asked, surprised. "In the village itself?" "For 3 days," her father confirmed. "Posing as a traveller, interested in Valera's unique community structure. A fake moustache, a hat, and big glasses do wonders to transform your looks. An academic cover, not far from my original visit 25 years ago. It worked until—" "Until what?" Thaddeus's expression hardened. "Until I confronted one of Rowan's inner circle with evidence of their involvement in your mother's death. Now they know who I am, and they're watching for an opportunity to quietly eliminate me." "Then we need to get you out," Elara insisted. "I have companions waiting below. We can escape through the underground passages." "No," her father said firmly. "I haven't finished what I came for. Rowan is scheduled to make a rare public appearance tomorrow, his first in months. Despite his illness, he's determined to maintain the fiction that he's still fully in control. And you plan to confront him there? In public? That's suicide." "It's justice," Thaddeus countered, "and it's not just about confrontation. I need to access the hall's central chamber, where Rowan keeps his most valuable possessions, including your mother's original research." "Research about what?" "About emotional immunity," her father replied, his voice dropping lower. "Your mother discovered a method for making individuals resistant to emotional manipulation, a direct counter to what Rowan was developing. Oh, how the world needs that. She was murdered because of that research." The implications were staggering. If such techniques existed, they would undermine not just Rowan's control of Valera, but any attempt to use emotional mapping for manipulation rather than healing. "Does Voss know about this research?" Elara asked. "He suspects," Thaddeus confirmed. "It's why he's been hunting me for years, hoping I'd lead him to whatever your mother discovered. But I never had her full findings. She kept them separate for safety, planning to retrieve them when the time was right." "And that time never came," Elara concluded. "Until now," her father corrected. "With Rowan weakened by illness, with the structure of control he's built beginning to show cracks, there's finally an opportunity to recover what your mother hid and expose the truth about her murder." The chime sounded again, louder and more insistent. Through the trees, Elara could see people moving along pathways toward the village centre, their postures uniformly calm, their emotional signatures muted in a way that felt deeply unnatural. "I need to go," Thaddeus said, rising from the bench. "I've been establishing a pattern of attendance that won't raise suspicions if I continue it. Tomorrow is my only chance to access the central chamber while Rowan is occupied with his public address." "I'm coming with you," Elara said immediately. "Absolutely not," her father replied with familiar authority. "You'll return to your companions and leave Valera immediately. I have arrangements to follow separately." "That's not happening," she countered, standing to face him directly. "I didn't travel all this way to turn back now, and I'm not leaving without answers. Real answers, not just fragments." "Elara, goddammit, please!" A note of desperate concern entered her father's voice. "You don't understand the danger. Rowan would recognise you instantly. You look too much like your mother. Your presence would jeopardise everything. I lost Mira and won't lose you too. Or provide exactly the distraction you need, she suggested, an idea forming rapidly. You said yourself that Rowan is making a rare public appearance tomorrow. What if his long-lost niece were to appear during that event? Every eye would be on us while someone else accessed the central chamber. Thaddeus stared at her, clearly torn between paternal protectiveness and recognition of a strategically sound proposal. It's too risky, he said finally, but with less conviction. Less risky than you trying to be in two places at once, Elara argued. And I have resources you don't know about. Companions with specific skills. The heart pen and mother's memories. I'm not the helpless daughter you left behind in Cambria. For the first time, her father really looked at her, not as his child, but as an adult, with her own capabilities and determination. His emotional signature shifted, surprise and reluctant pride threading through the indigo spiral. You are very much your mother's daughter, he said quietly. She would make the same argument. Then she would be right, Elara replied, pressing her advantage. And you know it. The chime sounded a third time, more urgent than before. Thaddeus glanced toward the village centre, clearly torn between immediate necessity and the discussion at hand. I have to go, he said in resignation. If I'm absent tonight, they'll be watching me too closely tomorrow. He hesitated, then added, Return to your companions. Tell them what you've learned. Meet me here at dawn. We'll discuss your proposal then. It wasn't agreement, but it wasn't refusal either. Elara nodded, recognising it was the best she would get for now. Dawn, she confirmed, and father, be careful. You're not the only one who's lost enough already. Something softened in Thaddeus's expression. A brief glimpse of the man he had been before grief and obsession had reshaped him. He reached out hesitantly, touching her cheek in a rare gesture of affection. How did you grow up so strong without my noticing, he murmured. I had a good example, she replied simply. Even when you weren't telling me everything, you were teaching me what mattered. Truth, precision, persistence. All the virtues that made your mother both extraordinary and vulnerable. Thaddeus sighed. Dawn, he repeated, then turned and moved quickly toward the path leading to the village centre, his figure soon lost among the other residents heading to the evening gathering. Elara remained in the grove, processing the revelations and half-revelations of their brief reunion. Her father had confirmed some of what she'd suspected. Rowan's role in transforming Valera, his execution of her grandparents, his dying condition that had prompted Thaddeus's return. But other elements remained frustratingly vague. Her mother's research on emotional immunity. The truth about who had really been responsible for her murder. The reason her father had kept her ignorant of her inheritance for 20 years. She returned to the stone covering the passage entrance, lifted it carefully, and descended back into the darkness below. Her companions would be waiting, probably already concerned by her extended absence. Together they would need to formulate a plan for tomorrow, a plan that might finally reveal the full truth about her mother's death, while recovering research that could undermine emotional manipulation techniques developed over decades. As she climbed down, the heart pen warm in her pocket alongside the copper disc, Elara reflected on how completely her life had changed in less than a week. From a conventional cartographer in a coastal town to the inheritor of emotional mapping techniques that represented both profound healing potential and dangerous power. Her mother had prepared for this moment, encoding memories and knowledge into objects that would guide her daughter when the time came. Her father had tried to prevent it, keeping her safely separate from the dangers and complexities of Valera and its emotional cartography. Now both paths converged, and Elara would have to chart her own course through the hidden currents of truth and deception that flowed beneath the surface of everything she had been told. Dawn would bring not just a reunion with her father, but a reckoning with the past that had shaped her family's destiny. And perhaps, finally, answers to questions that had haunted her even when she hadn't known to ask them. Chapter 8, The Hall of Harmony. Absolutely not, Maya said for the third time, pacing the small underground chamber like a caged predator. It's reckless, dangerous, and exactly what Rowan would expect. Which is why it might work, Harmon countered, his practical nature asserting itself. Sometimes the obvious approach is the least anticipated. Elara let them argue, her focus on the heart pen in her hands. She'd been attempting to map the emotional currents flowing through the water, hoping to gain insight into Valera's current state. The patterns that emerged were troubling. Rigid structures imposed over natural flows, creating points of pressure where emotional energy built up with no healthy release. Rowan's system is breaking down, she said, interrupting the ongoing debate. Look. She held up the small map she'd created, its copper-flecked ink still wet in the dim light of their single lamp. The others gathered around, studying the intricate patterns that represented Valera's emotional landscape. These fracture lines, Gabriel observed, pointing to jagged disruptions in the otherwise orderly pattern. They're multiplying. Emotional pressure-seeking release, Elara confirmed. My mother's memories suggest this is exactly what she predicted would happen to Rowan's system eventually. Emotions can be channeled, but never truly suppressed. The longer the containment, the more violent the eventual rupture. Which explains the timing, Maya said thoughtfully. Rowan's illness coincides with the breakdown of his control systems. He's making a public appearance to reassert authority precisely when his control is most threatened. And my father chose this moment to return because the cracks in Rowan's facade make success more likely, Elara added. The question is, what constitutes success in his mind? Recovering your mother's research on emotional immunity, Harmon reminded her, and confronting those responsible for her death. But what then, Elara pressed? Escape, exposure, revenge? None of them had a definitive answer. Thaddeus Reid's exact intentions remained unclear even after his reunion with his daughter. Years of obsession had made him difficult to predict, even to those who knew him best. Whatever his plan, Gabriel said finally, ours must be to support his objectives while ensuring his safety, and yours. If your mother truly developed techniques for resisting emotional manipulation, that knowledge is too valuable to lose. And too dangerous in the wrong hands, Maya added pointedly. Dawn was still hours away, but sleep proved elusive for all of them. The underground chamber, safe as it was, felt increasingly confining as they finalised their plans for the morning. Elara would meet her father as arranged. Together they would coordinate their approach to Rowan's public appearance, with Elara potentially serving as a distraction, while Thaddeus accessed the central chamber of the Hall of Harmony, where Mira's research was supposedly hidden. Meanwhile, Maya and Harmon would position themselves strategically around the hall, ready to provide assistance or extraction if necessary. Gabriel would remain in the underground network, monitoring emotional currents through techniques similar to what Elara had demonstrated, and coordinating their movements via small communication devices Maya had distributed. These won't work inside the hall itself, Maya explained, showing Elara how to position the nearly invisible earpiece. Rowan has installed jammers to prevent unauthorised communication, but they'll function in the surrounding areas. Which means once you're inside, you're on your own, Maya emphasised. No backup, no extraction, no real-time guidance. I'll have my father, Elara replied with more confidence than she felt, and the heart pen, and Mother's memories. Don't rely too heavily on those memories, Gabriel cautioned. They're 20 years old at minimum. Valera has changed under Rowan's leadership, and your mother's knowledge, while valuable, may not reflect current realities. The hours passed in further preparation and tense waiting. Elara continued practicing with the heart pen, finding that each use brought greater facility and deeper connection to the emotional currents flowing through and around Valera. The copper disc remained warm in her pocket, occasionally providing flashes of her mother's experiences that helped her understand the community's structure and Rowan's methods of control. As the time for her meeting with her father approached, Elara felt a curious calm descend. Beyond the fear and uncertainty lay a sense of rightness, that she was exactly where she needed to be, doing what she'd been prepared for through nature and nurture, whether her father had intended it or not. "It's time," she said finally, rising from her position by the underground lake. The others nodded, faces solemn in the dim light. No one suggested again that she abandon the plan or take a safer role. They had come to recognise the determination that drove her, the same determination that had propelled her father back to Valera after 20 years of exile. "Remember," Maya said as Elara prepared to ascend the passage to the meditation grove, "your primary objective is information gathering, not confrontation. If Rowan recognises you—" "When Rowan recognises me," Elara corrected. "My father said I looked too much like Mother for him not to notice the resemblance." "When he recognises you," Maya amended, "stay calm. Show no fear. Emotional predators like Rowan feed on fear and use it to establish dominance." "I know," Elara replied, though the advice struck her as easier given than followed. After final checks of equipment and confirmation of rendezvous points, Elara began her ascent through the narrow passage. The climb seemed easier the second time, her body having mapped the route and her mind more settled despite the dangers ahead. The meditation grove was empty when she emerged, the first hint of dawn just beginning to lighten the eastern sky. Dew clung to the carefully tended plants, catching the faint light like scattered diamonds. The silence held a quality of anticipation, as if the grove itself were holding its breath. Elara settled on the stone bench where she had found her father the previous evening, the heart pen in her hand more for comfort than practical use. She extended her awareness, as Gabriel had taught her, searching for her father's distinctive emotional signature. She found it immediately, the indigo spiral approaching rapidly from the direction of the village, shot through with tension and urgency that hadn't been present the night before. Thaddeus appeared moments later, moving with surprising stealth for a man his age. His face was drawn, his eyes alert and wary. "Plans have changed," he said without preamble. "Rowan's condition worsened overnight. He's moved his address forward. It begins in less than an hour." "What happened?" Elara asked, rising to meet him. "I'm not certain," her father replied, glancing back toward the village. "Information is tightly controlled, but from what I've pieced together, he suffered some kind of collapse after last night's gathering. His inner circle is concerned enough to alter established patterns, which never happens in Valera." "Is he dying?" The question was blunt, but time for delicacy had passed. "Perhaps," Thaddeus acknowledged, "which makes him more dangerous, not less. A dying man with nothing to lose may take risks he would otherwise avoid." "Or reveal truths he's kept hidden," Elara suggested. Her father's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean?" "If Rowan is truly facing death, this may be his final opportunity to shape his legacy, or unburden his conscience." Thaddeus considered this, his expression troubled. Rowan's conscience, if he still possesses one, has been buried beneath decades of justification and rationalisation. But you may be right that his imminent mortality changes the equation. I can only hope. He reached into his jacket and withdrew a small leather case, which makes this all the more critical. Inside the case lay what appeared to be ordinary mapping tools, a compass, a small ruler, pencils of various hardness. But Elara, with her newly awakened sensitivity to emotional cartography, recognised them as something far more specialised. Emotional detection instruments, she identified, for finding hidden emotional signatures. "Yes," her father confirmed, impressed by her recognition. "Your mother helped develop these before." He hesitated, then continued. "Before we left Valera, they're calibrated to identify her specific emotional frequency, which should lead us to wherever she hid her research. And you believe that's in the central chamber of the Hall of Harmony." "It would be exactly like your mother," Thaddeus said with a hint of sad admiration, "hiding her countermeasures in the very heart of Rowan's control system, hidden in plain sight, protected by assumptions and blind spots." He snapped the case closed and returned it to his jacket. "The plan remains fundamentally the same, but our timeline has accelerated. Rowan's illness creates both opportunity and risk." "You still want me to serve as a distraction?" I've reconsidered, her father admitted. Your suggestion had merit, but the danger is too great. I can't ask you to— You're not asking, Elara interrupted. I'm offering. And more than that, I'm insisting. I have as much stake in this as you do. Perhaps more, since it's my mother's murder we're investigating, my inheritance we're reclaiming. Thaddeus studied her, a complex mixture of emotions playing across his face: pride, concern, regret. You truly are your mother's daughter, he said finally. She would make the same argument. And would you listen to her? A ghost of a smile touched his lips, rarely, but she was usually right anyway. He removed his pack and extracted a folded paper from an inner pocket, a detailed floor plan of the Hall of Harmony. Spreading it on the bench between them, he pointed to various sections with a practiced precision that reminded Elara of their mapping sessions back in Cambria. The hall has 3 concentric sections, he explained. The outer ring is open to the public, used for community gatherings and general emotional regulation. The middle ring houses Rowan's assistants and the mechanisms for community-wide emotional monitoring. The inner chamber, his finger tapped the central circle, is Rowan's private domain, accessible only to him and his most trusted associates. And that's where Mother's research would be. Most likely, Thaddeus confirmed. Rowan wouldn't destroy it, the knowledge is too valuable. But he'd keep it close, protected from anyone using it against his system. How do we access it? During Rowan's address, security will be focused on the presentation platform here. He indicated a section of the outer ring. The inner chamber will have minimal protection, operating under the assumption that no one would dare attempt entry while Rowan himself is present in the building. Except us, Elara noted. Except us, her father agreed. I've spent days mapping the emotional surveillance systems. There's a brief window during the transition between security shifts when the coverage is weakest. If we time it perfectly, I can access the inner chamber while Rowan is distracted by his public duties. And my role? Thaddeus hesitated, clearly still uncomfortable with placing his daughter in danger. You would attend the address as a visitor. I've established your cover as my research assistant, arriving late to join my ethnographic study of Valera's community structure. Your presence will be noted but not immediately connected to Mira. Until Rowan sees me, Elara pointed out. Yes, her father acknowledged. When that happens, the distraction will be genuine and significant. All attention will shift to you, allowing me to access the inner chamber unobserved. It was a simple plan in concept, but fraught with potential complications. Rowan's recognition of Elara would create chaos and danger. Once identified as Mira's daughter, she would become an immediate target for those who had worked to suppress her mother's research and conceal the truth about her murder. What happens after you retrieve the research? She asked. How do we exit? There's a maintenance passage connecting the inner chamber to service tunnels beneath the hall, Thaddeus replied, indicating a narrow corridor on the floor plan. It emerges near the underground network your companions are using. We'll rendezvous there and exit Valera together using the route you followed to enter. Simple again in theory. Likely it is far more complicated in execution. But they had no better options given the accelerated timeline. We should go, her father said, checking his watch. The village will be stirring soon, and we need to approach separately to maintain your cover. As they prepared to leave the meditation grove, Elara withdrew the heart pen and copper disc from her pocket. These help me find you, she said. They might help us succeed today. Thaddeus eyed the objects with a mixture of reverence and apprehension. The heart pen responds to you. Yes, Elara confirmed, as if it was made for my hand. It was, her father said softly. Your mother always said it would pass to you when the time was right. I just never wanted that time to come. But it has, Elara replied candidly, and now we use every tool available to finish what she started. They parted at the edge of the grove, her father moving ahead to maintain their separate cover stories. Elara waited the agreed-upon interval, using the time to centre herself and prepare for what would likely be the most challenging performance of her life. When she finally followed the path toward the village centre, Valera was awakening. Residents emerged from their homes, moving with the eerie synchronicity she had observed the previous evening, not marching in lockstep, but displaying a uniformity of emotional state that felt profoundly unnatural. The heart pen grew warm in her pocket, responding to the concentrated emotional manipulation that permeated the village. The copper disc, likewise, pulsed with heat, as if her mother's stored memories were reacting to their return to the place where they had been formed. The Hall of Harmony dominated the village centre, a circular structure larger than any other building in Valera, its design reminiscent of ancient amphitheatres, but constructed with more modern materials. The outer walls were painted a soft blue that seemed to shift subtly as one approached, an effect Elara now recognised as embedded emotional patterning designed to induce calm receptivity. Villagers streamed toward the hall's main entrance, their movements unhurried, yet purposeful. Elara joined the flow, adopting their pace and demeanour while keeping her emotional state carefully guarded, as Maya had advised. The heart pen helped, creating a kind of shield around her authentic feelings that prevented them from registering on Valera's emotional monitoring systems. Inside, the hall's outer ring was arranged in concentric rows of seating, facing a central platform. Natural light filtered through cleverly designed skylights, supplemented by soft ambient illumination that created no harsh shadows. The overall effect was one of openness and transparency, a deliberate design choice that belied the manipulation occurring beneath the surface. Elara located her father already seated in a section reserved for visitors and researchers. Following their plan, she didn't acknowledge him directly, but took a seat in the same section, separated by several other attendees to maintain their cover of professional rather than personal connection. As the hall filled, she studied her surroundings with both physical and emotional awareness. The middle ring was visible through glass panels that encircled the outer chamber, showing workstations where Rowan's assistants monitored displays and adjusted controls. Beyond that, opaque walls concealed the inner chamber where her father believed her mother's research was hidden. The central platform remained empty, though preparations were underway for Rowan's address. Assistants arranged a podium and checked sound equipment. Their movements were efficient, but tinged with an anxiety that leaked through their otherwise controlled emotional states. "Something's wrong," Elara murmured into her concealed communication device, knowing Gabriel would be monitoring from the underground chamber. "Rowan's people are afraid." "Significant emotional disruption throughout the village," came Gabriel's response, his voice barely audible in her earpiece. "Consistent with system instability. Be cautious." The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense as the scheduled time for Rowan's appearance passed, with no sign of the village's leader. Murmurs began to ripple through the audience, a rarity in Valera's carefully controlled environment. Then, without announcement or fanfare, a door in the inner chamber opened, and a figure emerged onto the central platform. Elara's first thought was that this couldn't possibly be the uncle who had murdered her mother and dominated Valera for decades. The man who slowly approached the podium seemed diminished, his tall frame gaunt beneath ceremonial robes, his movements those of someone conserving limited energy. But as he raised his head to survey the gathered community, Elara felt a shock of recognition. Despite the physical deterioration, Rowan's eyes remained powerful, intelligent, penetrating and unnervingly similar to her mother's. The family resemblance was unmistakable, a genetic echo that transcended the years and ideological divide that had separated the siblings. "My people," Rowan began, his voice surprisingly strong despite his frail appearance. "Valera faces a time of transition. Change is inevitable in all systems, including our own." A ripple of unease passed through the audience. Change was not a concept frequently discussed in Rowan's carefully maintained society. "For 25 years I have guided our community according to principles of emotional harmony," he continued. "We have created a society free from the destructive extremes that plague the outside world. We have demonstrated that emotions can be channeled constructively rather than allowed to create chaos and suffering." Elara glanced toward her father, finding him focused intently on Rowan, but with one hand beneath his jacket, likely checking the instruments that would help him locate her mother's hidden research. Their plan required him to access the inner chamber during Rowan's address, using the distraction of the public event to slip past security. "But no system is eternal," Rowan said, his gaze sweeping across the assembled villagers. "All must evolve or perish. The time has come for Valera to begin its next phase of development." The unease in the audience intensified. This was not the reassurance they had expected from their leader's rare public appearance. "My physical form is failing," Rowan stated with blunt directness that seemed to shock his listeners. "This is not news to my inner circle, but I share it now with all of Valera because transparency is necessary for what comes next." Elara watched her father stiffen, clearly as surprised as everyone else by Rowan's unexpected candour. This deviation from their intelligence about his likely address changed the dynamics of their plan significantly. "In preparation for this inevitability, I have developed methods to ensure Valera's continued harmony," Rowan continued. "Methods that will allow my guidance to persist beyond my physical presence." A chill ran through Elara as the implication became clear. Rowan wasn't simply announcing his impending death or naming a successor. He was suggesting something far more disturbing, the perpetuation of his control even after death. As if confirming her suspicion, Rowan raised his hands and the lighting in the hall shifted subtly. The emotional atmosphere likewise changed, a wave of artificial calm washing over the audience. Elara felt it break against the protection provided by the heart pen, a manufactured emotional state being imposed rather than arising naturally. "Today marks the implementation of the Harmony Protocol," Rowan announced, "a system that encodes my emotional guidance directly into Valera's infrastructure, ensuring that the balance we have achieved will continue undisturbed by my physical absence." Murmurs rippled through sections of the audience, not universal acceptance as might have been expected in this controlled environment. Elara realised that what she witnessed was unprecedented in Valera's recent history, public disagreement, however muted, with Rowan's pronouncements. The heart pen grew almost painfully warm in her pocket, responding to the fluctuating emotional currents in the hall. The copper disc likewise pulsed with heat, fragments of her mother's memories surfacing with increasing urgency, warnings about what Rowan had always planned as his ultimate achievement. Elara caught her father's eye across the intervening seats, a silent communication passing between them. This announcement changed everything. If Rowan was implementing some kind of automated emotional control system, recovering her mother's research on emotional immunity became even more critical, not just to reveal the truth about her murder, but to counter a threat that would persist beyond Rowan's death. Her father gave a slight nod, then began discreetly moving toward the edge of the seating area, positioning himself for access to the middle ring and eventually the inner chamber. Their original plan had called for Elara to create a distraction by allowing Rowan to recognise her, but the village leader's unexpected announcement already created the disruption they needed. Rowan continued his address, detailing how the Harmony Protocol would function, a system of embedded emotional regulators throughout Valera that would maintain the appropriate emotional balance without requiring his direct intervention. To Elara's trained ear, this sounded like nothing less than permanent emotional subjugation, removing even the possibility of future change or adaptation. As her father slipped through a side door into the middle ring, making use of the audience's focus on Rowan's disturbing announcement, Elara prepared to play her role. If questioned, she would claim academic interest in the announced protocol, maintaining her cover as a visiting researcher for as long as possible. But Rowan's next words froze her in place. "Some may question whether such measures are necessary," he said, his gaze sweeping the audience. "Whether Valera might not return to its earlier practices before I implemented the emotional harmony we now enjoy, before I was forced to take action against those who would have left us vulnerable to emotional chaos, including my sister, Mira." The hall grew utterly silent, the mention of Mira clearly unexpected even to Rowan's inner circle. This was not a topic publicly discussed in Valera, where the fate of the leader's sister had been carefully excised from community memory. Mira believed emotion should flow freely, unguided and undirected. Rowan continued, something like genuine sorrow colouring his voice. She could not accept that such freedom inevitably leads to suffering. That structure and guidance are necessary for true harmony. Elara felt a surge of anger at this characterisation of her mother's philosophy, the heart pen heating in response to her emotional reaction. With effort, she contained both, knowing that revealing herself prematurely would jeopardise her father's mission to recover the hidden research. When she left Valera, taking her knowledge and gifts to the outside world, I allowed it, Rowan said, his frail frame somehow straightening with the weight of his narrative. I believed time would show her the error of her approach, that she would return when she saw how the outside world misused emotional understanding for manipulation rather than harmony. The revisionist history was breathtaking in its audacity. Elara knew from her mother's memories that their departure had been hasty and frightened, a flight from escalating danger rather than a philosophical disagreement. But Mira never returned, Rowan continued. Instead, she began developing techniques specifically designed to undermine emotional harmony, to make individuals resistant to the very guidance that protects them from emotional harm. A ripple of reaction passed through the audience, surprise, confusion, concern. Clearly, this was new information, even for many of Valera's residents. When persuasion failed, more direct intervention became necessary, Rowan said, his voice dropping to a register that somehow carried more weight for its quietness. A decision I have carried for 20 years, a necessary action to protect Valera and its future. He was confessing. In his final public address, Rowan was acknowledging his role in Mira's death, though couched in justification and rationalisation. Elara's hand closed around the heart pen, its warmth matching the anger and grief surging through her. Her research was recovered and contained, Rowan continued, the threat to our emotional harmony neutralised, and now, as I prepare to transition beyond physical form, I ensure that such threats can never again disrupt what we have built here. Elara scanned the middle ring, searching for any sign of her father's progress toward the inner chamber. Time was becoming critical, not just for their original mission, but because Rowan's confession changed the dynamics completely. If he was openly acknowledging his role in Mira's death, what else might he reveal before his address concluded? Movement near the inner chamber caught her attention. Her father, slipping through a service door using what appeared to be an access card likely acquired during his days of reconnaissance. He had succeeded in penetrating the most secure area of the hall, while all attention remained fixed on Rowan's unprecedented revelations. The Harmony Protocol activates today, Rowan announced, his hands moving to a control panel embedded in the podium. My final gift to Valera, permanent emotional guidance that will maintain our balance regardless of physical leadership. As his fingers touched the controls, Elara made her decision. Their original plan had called for her to create a distraction, if necessary, to facilitate her father's access to the inner chamber. That part was no longer needed. But preventing Rowan from activating a village-wide emotional control system that would persist beyond his death, that was an urgency they hadn't anticipated. She stood, the heart pen clutched in her hand, no longer concerned with maintaining her cover. And what about free will? She called out, her voice carrying clearly in the hushed hall. Does permanent emotional regulation leave room for genuine choice, for growth through emotional experience? Heads turned toward her, expressions showing shock at the public challenge to Rowan's authority. But it was Rowan's reaction that confirmed her impact. His hands froze above the control panel, his gaze locking onto her with an intensity that transcended his physical frailty. Mira, he whispered, the name audible in the perfect acoustics of the hall. Then, blinking and focusing more clearly, no. Not Mira. Her daughter Elara. Whispers erupted throughout the hall as Rowan stepped away from the podium, moving to the edge of the platform for a better view of the woman who had interrupted his moment of triumph. Elara, he said, her name in his mouth sending a chill through her, despite the hall's comfortable temperature. My sister's child, returned to Valera at last. How providential. The word carried layers of meaning, none of them comforting. Elara remained standing, the heart pen now visible in her hand, its copper inlays catching the light in a way that drew attention from those nearest her. "A heart pen," Rowan observed, his voice carrying notes of surprise and something darker. "And you know how to use it? Interesting. Your father kept you from such knowledge when I last inquired." The casual reference to some prior investigation into her abilities sent another wave of unease through Elara. How long had Rowan been monitoring her from afar? What else did he know about her life that she had believed private? "I've learnt many things recently," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing pulse. "About Valera, about emotional cartography, about my mother's murder." The last word hung in the air, its starkness a deliberate contrast to Rowan's careful euphemisms about direct intervention and necessary action. "Murder is an emotionally charged term," Rowan replied with surprising equanimity. "Imprecise. What happened to your mother was regrettable, but necessary, a choice between individual freedom and collective harmony." "A false choice," Elara countered. "My mother believed emotional harmony came through understanding and integration, not suppression and control. Her research on emotional immunity wasn't about creating chaos, but protecting authentic emotional experience from manipulation." Rowan's expression shifted subtly, genuine curiosity replacing his initial shock. "You're well informed for someone who only recently discovered her inheritance," he observed. "The copper disc reached you, I presume." Mira's contingency plan, activated after all these years. The casual acknowledgement of his awareness of the disc stunned Elara momentarily. "You knew about it?" "Of course," Rowan replied, something like sad affection crossing his gaunt features. "I knew my sister better than anyone, including your father. I anticipated her precautions, though I admit I underestimated how effectively she would implement them." Movement in the middle ring caught Elara's attention, her father emerging from the inner chamber, something clutched in his hand. He had succeeded in retrieving whatever he had sought, but now faced the challenge of exit, while all eyes were focused on the confrontation between niece and uncle. "You speak of your harmony protocol as a gift," Elara said, deliberately maintaining Rowan's attention on her. "But permanent emotional regulation isn't harmony, it's control. True harmony comes from balance, freely chosen, not imposed." "A philosophical position your mother advocated passionately," Rowan acknowledged, "but philosophy must yield to practical necessity. The world beyond Valera demonstrates what happens when emotions run unchecked, conflict, suffering, exploitation. And Valera demonstrates what happens when emotions are controlled too rigidly," Elara countered, gesturing toward the audience, where visible tension had replaced the usual placid acceptance. "Fracture lines. Pressure points. Eventually the system breaks." Rowan's eyes narrowed, his gaze moving from Elara to scan the assembled villagers, noting the signs of emotional disruption she had identified. For perhaps the first time in decades, his absolute control over Valera's emotional landscape was visibly slipping. "Systems can be reinforced," he said, turning back toward the podium and its embedded controls. "The harmony protocol accounts for temporary fluctuations." Elara knew she needed to prevent him from activating whatever village-wide system he had prepared. Her father had recovered the research, but they still needed to escape with it, and preferably without subjecting Valera to a permanent emotional control system that would persist beyond Rowan's death. The heart pen grew warm in her hand, and an idea formed as she recalled her mother's memories of how emotional currents could be not just mapped, but redirected, not controlled, as Rowan sought to do, but guided into healthier patterns through understanding and empathy. Without fully planning her actions, Elara raised the heart pen and began to map, not on paper, but in the air itself, the copper-flecked ink hanging suspended as she traced patterns that corresponded to the emotional currents flowing through the hall. The effect was immediate and striking. The patterns became visible to everyone present, glowing with inner light as they represented the complex emotional landscape of the gathered community: fear, confusion, anger, resolution, hope, all intermingling in natural patterns that Rowan's system had sought to suppress. "What are you doing?" Rowan demanded, genuine alarm replacing his previous composure. "Stop this immediately!" But Elara continued, the heart pen moving with increasing confidence as she mapped not just what was, but what could be, healthier emotional patterns that honoured authentic feelings while guiding them toward genuine harmony, rather than artificial suppression. The audience watched in fascination as the floating patterns shifted, responding to Elara's mapping and to their own changing emotional states. It was a demonstration of emotional cartography, unlike anything most had witnessed. Not the rigid control of Rowan's system, but the respectful guidance her mother had advocated. "This is what my mother understood," Elara said, her voice carrying clearly as she continued to map. "Emotions aren't enemies to be controlled, but energies to be understood and channeled. True harmony comes from integration, not suppression." Rowan stared at the floating patterns, something like recognition dawning in his expression. Perhaps a memory of Valera before his system of control, when emotional mapping had been a tool for healing rather than manipulation. "It's too late," he said finally, turning back to the podium. "The harmony protocol is already encoded. Activation is a formality." He reached for the controls, but before his fingers could make contact, a new voice rang out from the entrance to the inner chamber. "It's never too late, Rowan." All heads turned to see Thaddeus Reid standing at the threshold between the inner chamber and the middle ring, holding what appeared to be a small leather-bound journal in one hand and some kind of device in the other. "Especially not when your sister anticipated your plans decades ago," Thaddeus continued, moving forward with a confidence that belied the danger of his position, "and left the countermeasures right where you'd never think to look." Rowan's face drained of what little colour it had possessed. Impossible. Her research was destroyed. "Not destroyed," Thaddeus corrected, "hidden. In plain sight, coded into the original emotional mapping records of Valera, the ones you preserved as historical artefacts but never bothered to truly examine." He held up the journal. "Mira's original notes on emotional immunity, containing the key to neutralising your harmony protocol before it fully activates." Rowan's composure finally cracked, genuine fear showing through the practiced control. "Guards!" he called, his voice harsh with urgency. "Secure them both!" But the response was hesitant, confused. The floating patterns of Elara's emotional mapping had disrupted the careful conditioning of Valera's security personnel, creating space for doubt where blind obedience had previously reigned. In that moment of hesitation, Thaddeus activated the device in his hand. A pulse of energy rippled through the hall, invisible but palpable as it interacted with the embedded emotional regulators that formed the backbone of Rowan's control system. The effect was subtle but profound. Throughout the hall, expressions shifted as artificial emotional constraints loosened, not dissolving completely, but relaxing enough to allow genuine emotional responses to surface. It wasn't chaos, as Rowan had always warned would result from such liberation, but rather a more authentic harmony, born of honest emotional expression. "What have you done?" Rowan demanded, his frail frame seeming to diminish further as his system of control weakened. "Implemented the first stage of Mira's emotional immunity protocol," Thaddeus replied calmly. "Not destroying your system, she never wanted destruction, but modifying it to restore choice, to allow genuine emotional development rather than perpetual control, opening eyes." Elara continued mapping, the heart pen guiding the emotional currents unleashed by her father's device toward constructive rather than chaotic expression. Together, they were demonstrating in real time what her mother had always advocated, that emotions could be understood and guided without being suppressed or controlled. Rowan stared at them both, his expressions cycling through rage, disbelief, and finally a strange resignation. "You don't understand what you've done," he said quietly. "The harmony protocol wasn't just about control. It was protection." "Protection from what?" Elara challenged, still maintaining the flowing patterns with the heart pen. "From themselves," Rowan replied, gesturing toward the increasingly restless audience. "From the emotional chaos that destroyed our parents. That would have destroyed Valera if I hadn't intervened." Our parents weren't destroyed by emotional chaos, Thaddeus countered, moving closer to the platform where Rowan stood. They were executed for opposing your methods, for supporting Mira's approach to emotional cartography. A necessary example, Rowan acknowledged without remorse. One death to prevent many. A principle your wife never understood, Thaddeus, not even when confronted with the consequences of her research. The implication hung in the air between them. Elara's mapping faltered momentarily as she processed what Rowan was suggesting. You're saying my mother's death was her own fault, she demanded, anger sharpening her words. That she brought it on herself by developing emotional immunity techniques. I'm saying she made her choice with full awareness of the stakes, Rowan replied, his gaze shifting from Elara to Thaddeus. Isn't that right, brother-in-law? You were there. You know what really happened that day. Elara turned to her father, confusion overtaking her anger. What is he talking about? You told me you were away on expedition when Mother was killed. Thaddeus's expression tightened, pain and old guilt etched in the lines of his face. I was there, he admitted quietly. Not when she died, but earlier that day, when Rowan came with his ultimatum. Tell her, Rowan urged, a strange eagerness breaking through his resignation. Tell your daughter the truth you've hidden for 20 years, about the choice Mira made, about your role in her death. The hall had grown utterly silent, the audience forgotten as this family drama unfolded before them. Even Rowan's guards remained motionless, caught in the gravitational pull of long-buried truths finally surfacing. Rowan came to our home, Thaddeus began, his voice steady despite the obvious emotional cost. He had tracked us down after years of searching. He brought evidence that Mira's research on emotional immunity was being sought by people like Voss, people who would weaponize it rather than use it as she intended. He threatened to kill you, Rowan interjected, looking at Elara. A 7-year-old child, innocent of your parents' choices, unless Mira surrendered her research and returned to Valera to help refine my emotional regulation systems. Elara felt as if the floor had dropped away beneath her. You threatened to murder a child, your own niece. I made clear the stakes, Rowan corrected without apology. The greater good against individual attachment, the same choice our parents faced and failed. Mira refused, Thaddeus continued, his eyes never leaving his daughter's face. Not just refused, she activated a contingency plan she had prepared. While I took you to safety at a neighbour's house, she implemented the final phase of her emotional immunity research. She encoded it, Elara realised, the pieces suddenly falling into place. Into the heart pen, into the copper disc, into me. Yes, her father confirmed. She knew emotional immunity couldn't be contained in research notes that might be stolen or destroyed. It had to live on in practice, in understanding passed from person to person. So she created inheritance devices, objects that would activate when you were ready, when you needed the knowledge. But that wasn't all she did, Rowan added, his voice carrying notes of old admiration despite the context. My sister was always more brilliant than I gave her credit for. While encoding her research, she also implemented a counter-protocol that would eventually undermine my entire system. The fracture lines, Elara said, understanding dawning, the pressure points in your emotional control structure. They're not random breakdown. They're deliberate vulnerabilities she engineered 20 years ago, designed to gradually weaken your system from within. Precisely, Rowan acknowledged. A dead woman's revenge, executed with patience I never possessed. By the time I realised what she had done, the counter-protocol was too deeply embedded to remove without collapsing the entire system. So you developed the Harmony Protocol as a workaround, Thaddeus concluded. A new system to replace the compromised one before Mira's counter-protocol could complete its work. Elara turned back to her father, the most critical question still unanswered. If you took me to safety, if Mother was implementing her contingency plan, then who actually killed her? Rowan. Thaddeus's expression crumpled, 2 decades of carefully maintained composure finally breaking. Voss's people, he said quietly. They had been watching us, waiting for an opportunity. When they saw Rowan arrive, They assumed he had come for Mira's research. They intervened, hoping to secure it first. The infamous billionaire, Rowan confirmed, something like genuine regret crossing his features. His agents were as ruthless then as they are now. When Mira refused to surrender her research to them after rejecting my offer, they ensured no one else would have it either. They assumed it would die with her. You found her, Thaddeus said to Elara, the memory clearly causing him physical pain to recall. You had returned home early from the neighbours, slipping away as children do. By the time I realised you were gone and followed, you were standing in the doorway staring at her body. The fragments of memory Elara had always dismissed as nightmare images suddenly crystallised into coherent recollection. The open door, her mother on the floor, the spreading crimson. Not just trauma-induced fragments, but genuine memories her mind had protected her from fully accessing. You let me believe Rowan killed her, she said, her voice hollow with the weight of this revelation. All these years. It was simpler, her father replied, no defence in his tone. Cleaner than the messy truth. And it kept you safe. As long as you believed Rowan was solely responsible, you would never go looking for answers back to Valera, to Rowan, or that might attract Voss's attention. But Rowan is responsible, Elara insisted, turning back to her uncle. If you hadn't come with your threats, if you hadn't forced her hand. If I hadn't come, Voss would have taken her anyway, Rowan interrupted. His agents were already closing in. My arrival merely accelerated their timeline. Convenient justification, Elara shot back, absolving yourself of responsibility while claiming you were preventing a worse outcome. The same could be said of your father's deception, Rowan noted with cold precision. We all tell ourselves necessary fictions, niece. The difference is that I acknowledge mine. The floating patterns of Elara's emotional mapping had continued evolving during this exchange, responding to the complex emotions filling the hall. What had begun as a demonstration of alternative approaches to emotional guidance had become something more profound, a living map of truth's impact on long-suppressed feelings, raw, powerful, and in front of an awestruck audience. Throughout the audience, expressions reflected the emotional liberation occurring. Not chaos, as Rowan had always warned, but a complex, messy, authentic human response to manipulation, finally recognised and rejected. What happens now? Elara asked, looking between her father and her uncle. Your harmony protocol is compromised. Mother's counter-protocol continues to undermine your existing system. Valera can't return to what it was. No, Rowan agreed with resignation, surprising them both with his candid acknowledgement. Valera will change. The only question is whether that change leads to growth or destruction. He turned to address the gathered villagers directly for perhaps the first time, without emotional manipulation mediating the exchange. For 25 years, I have guided Valera according to principles I believe necessary for our survival and harmony. I imposed structure where I saw chaos, clarity where I saw confusion. His voice remained strong despite his obvious physical weakness. I believe this necessary. I still believe the outside world is not ready for the emotional wisdom Valera developed over generations. But perhaps... He glanced toward the floating patterns of Elara's mapping. Perhaps there are approaches I did not adequately consider. It was as close to an admission of error as Rowan was likely to make. Elara continued mapping, guiding the complex emotional currents that flowed through the hall toward understanding rather than judgment, toward possibility rather than recrimination. What about Mother's research? She asked her father. The emotional immunity techniques you came to recover. Thaddeus held up the journal. It's all here, not just techniques for resisting emotional manipulation, but an alternative framework for emotional harmony based on awareness and choice rather than control. A middle path between chaos and suppression. A path my sister always advocated, Rowan acknowledged, his formidable will seemingly accepting the inevitable with surprising grace. One I rejected as impractical idealism. One you can help implement now, Elara suggested, surprising herself as much as the others. Your system is failing, but your knowledge remains valuable. Work with Father to transition Valera to something better, Not abandoning structure entirely, but replacing control with guidance. Rowan studied her with genuine curiosity. You would suggest cooperation, after everything I've done? I would suggest reparation, Elara clarified, the chance to correct mistakes before they become your only legacy. Her father looked at her with a mixture of surprise and profound pride. You truly are your mother's daughter, he said softly, finding possibilities where others see only opposition. Rowan considered this, his gaze moving from Elara to Thaddeus, to the floating emotional patterns that continued to evolve above them. Perhaps, he said finally, my time is limited, but perhaps enough remains to begin such work. It wasn't forgiveness. Elara wasn't sure forgiveness was possible for the man who had threatened her life as a child, executed her grandparents, and set in motion the events that led to her mother's murder. But it was a recognition of practical necessity and potential benefit that transcended personal judgment. The first step would be disabling the activation sequence for the harmony protocol, Thaddeus suggested, testing the sincerity of Rowan's apparent concession. Ensuring that no automatic system takes control when you're gone. Rowan nodded slowly. Reasonable, he acknowledged, though certain elements will resist such change. Not everyone in my inner circle shares my flexibility. As if summoned by his words, movement erupted at the entrance to the middle ring. Several figures in the distinctive attire of Rowan's security detail burst through, weapons drawn. Not the hesitant guards who had failed to respond earlier, but harder men with expressions of grim purpose. The harmony protocol will proceed as planned, announced their leader, a tall woman with close-cropped hair and the bearing of someone accustomed to absolute authority. Valera's future is not subject to negotiation or compromise. Rowan turned toward them, drawing himself up with remarkable strength given his frail condition. Irina, he addressed the leader, stand down. The situation has evolved beyond our original planning. With respect, Elder, the woman replied, her tone suggesting limited actual respect. Contingencies exist for such eventuations, including temporary emotional instability on your part due to illness or external manipulation. She gestured toward Elara's floating emotional mapping. This disruption was anticipated. Countermeasures are prepared. Elara glanced toward her father, seeing his hand move subtly toward the device he had used earlier to implement the first stage of Mira's emotional immunity protocol. Whatever countermeasures Rowan's security chief planned, they needed to act quickly to prevent them. The protocol is compromised, Rowan insisted, genuine anger flashing through his controlled demeanour. Activation now would destabilise the entire system. A calculated risk, Irina replied coolly, and one we are prepared to accept. The greater harmony of Valera takes precedence over individual concerns, as you yourself have always taught us, Elder. The irony was unmistakable. Rowan's own philosophy of emotional control for the greater good now being turned against him when he finally showed signs of reconsidering its application. Elara felt the heart-pen pulse in her hand, a surge of warmth that suggested possibilities beyond what she had attempted so far. Her mother's memories, accessed through the copper disc, provided glimpses of techniques for emotional cartography that went beyond mapping or guidance. Techniques for emotional projection that could influence group dynamics in moments of crisis. Without fully understanding how she knew to do it, Elara shifted her mapping approach, the heart pen tracing new patterns that didn't just represent the emotional currents in the hall, but actively amplified certain elements: courage, clarity, independence while diminishing others, fear, blind obedience, aggression. The effect rippled through the assembled villagers, their collective emotional state shifting as natural tendencies toward autonomy and community were freed from artificial suppression. Throughout the hall, people began standing, moving closer together, their expressions resolute rather than confused or afraid. "What is happening?" Irina demanded, her confident authority wavering as she sensed the shift occurring beyond her control. "Valera is remembering itself," Elara replied, continuing her amplified mapping. "Not what you made it, but what it was. A community that understood emotions rather than fearing them." Thaddeus activated his device again, implementing the next stage of Mira's emotional immunity protocol. A second pulse of energy rippled through the hall, interacting with the embedded systems in ways that further weakened artificial emotional constraints, while strengthening natural emotional resilience. "You cannot control every feeling forever," he told Irina and her security team. "That was always the fatal flaw in Rowan's system, and yours. Emotions aren't static. They evolve, adapt, find new expression. True harmony comes from guiding that evolution, not preventing it." The villagers continued to move, forming a living barrier between Rowan, Thaddeus and Elara on one side and the security team on the other. Not aggressive, not threatening, but unmistakably present and purposeful. "Stand down, Irina," Rowan ordered again, his voice carrying the weight of decades of unquestioned authority. "This is not a moment for force, but for transition. Valera will change, either with our guidance or despite our resistance." The security chief hesitated, visibly calculating odds and outcomes as the situation continued to evolve beyond her predictions. The weapons her team held seemed suddenly absurd in the face of the community's quiet, collective resolve. "The harmony protocol," she began, "was flawed from inception," Rowan interrupted, "as was my approach to emotional regulation. I see that now, at the end of my life, with clarity I lacked at its beginning." He turned to Thaddeus and Elara. "My sister was right," he acknowledged, the admission costing him considerable effort. "Not entirely. Her vision lacked necessary structure, but in fundamentals. Emotions must be guided, not controlled. Harmony must arise, not be imposed." Irina lowered her weapon slowly, uncertainty replacing her previous confidence. The other security personnel followed her lead, responding to the combined influence of Rowan's authority, the community's unified presence and the emotional currents Elara continued to map and amplify. "What now?" the security chief asked, her voice smaller than before. "Now we begin the transition," Rowan replied, turning toward Thaddeus. "Using Mira's research not as replacement, but as complement to what we've built here, creating true emotional harmony that respects both individual experience and community welfare. It was a remarkable turnaround from the man who had spent decades imposing emotional control on an entire community." Elara wasn't sure whether to attribute it to the influence of her mapping, her father's implementation of Mira's emotional immunity protocol, or simply the clarity that sometimes comes with imminent mortality. Whatever the cause, the outcome was the same. A critical moment of opportunity for Valera to evolve beyond the rigid control systems that had defined it for a generation. "The transition will not be simple," Thaddeus cautioned, addressing Rowan and the assembled villagers. "Years of emotional suppression have created patterns that will take time to unravel and redirect. There will be instability, confusion, even conflict as authentic emotional expression reasserts itself." "But also growth," Elara added, her mapping patterns shifting to illustrate the possibilities ahead. "Creativity, connection, the emotional wisdom that was Valera's true heritage before control replaced understanding." As she spoke, the copper disc in her pocket warmed against her leg, almost as if in approval or acknowledgement. Her mother's legacy, not just the technical knowledge of emotional cartography, but the philosophical approach to emotions as forces to be understood rather than feared, was finding new expression in the very community that had rejected it decades earlier. The immediate crisis averted, practical considerations reasserted themselves. Security personnel were dismissed, with Rowan appointing more moderate members of his inner circle to temporary leadership positions. The assembled villagers were asked to return to their homes, with assurances that a comprehensive explanation and transition plan would follow within days. Throughout these arrangements, Elara continued her emotional mapping, maintaining the careful balance between liberation and chaos that would give Valera's transition the best chance of success. Her father worked alongside Rowan, setting aside their former enmity in favour of the practical work of dismantling automatic control systems while preserving necessary community structures. Maya and Harmon arrived as the hall emptied, having made their way inside once the security lockdown lifted. They found Elara still mapping, the floating patterns now concentrated around a small group that included her father, Rowan, and several key community leaders. Successful? Maya asked quietly, coming to stand beside her. Complicated, Elara replied, not breaking her concentration. But yes, in essentials. We've recovered Mother's research that prevented Rowan's harmony protocol from activating. The rest is evolving. We have a community with habits and beliefs, apart from the energetic manipulation Rowan engaged in. And Rowan? Harmon inquired, eyeing the frail figure who had once been Valera's unchallenged leader. Dying, Elara confirmed, but cooperating for now, whether from a genuine change of heart or a pragmatic recognition of reality is hard to determine. Does it matter, Maya asked, if the outcome serves Valera's welfare and honours your mother's work? Elara considered this, watching as her father and Rowan bent over diagrams of the village's emotional regulation infrastructure, identifying critical systems to modify or disable. I'm not sure, she admitted. Justice and reconciliation make uneasy companions. Part of me wants him to answer for what he did to my grandparents, to my mother, to this community. Another part recognises that his cooperation now may do more good than his punishment. Your mother would choose future benefit over past retribution, Gabriel suggested, joining them after communicating with their companions still waiting in the underground network. All her work was directed toward healing, not vengeance. Elara nodded slowly, feeling the truth of this assessment resonating through the memories she had accessed via the copper disc. Her mother's approach to emotional cartography had always prioritised understanding and reconciliation over judgment, even in the face of profound opposition. So we work with him and the willing from his inner circle, she decided, for as long as he lives, to transition Valera toward what it should have been all along. And after? Harmon asked the practical question. After, Elara replied, her gaze moving from Rowan to her father to the village visible through the hall's windows. We ensure that what my mother began doesn't end with him. That emotional cartography returns to its original purpose, understanding emotions rather than controlling them. The heart pen warmed in her hand as if affirming this vision. The copper disc likewise pulsed against her leg, her mother's encoded memories a constant reminder of inheritance and responsibility. Valera would change, was already changing, as the artificial constraints on its emotional landscape loosened. That change would bring challenges as well as opportunities, requiring ongoing guidance and support rather than a straightforward victory and departure. But in that necessity lay a kind of resolution as well. The journey that had begun with her father's disappearance from Cambria had led not just to answers about her mother's murder, but to a deeper understanding of her inheritance and purpose. She was the cartographer's daughter in more ways than one, heir not just to her father's technical precision, but to her mother's emotional wisdom. The path ahead would require both, integrated in ways that neither Thaddeus nor Mira had fully achieved alone. The path of choice over control would be messy, but worth it. As twilight fell over Valera, Elara continued mapping, the heart pen tracing patterns that represented not just what was, but what could be. A community where emotions were understood rather than feared, guided rather than controlled, expressed rather than suppressed. It wasn't the ending she had imagined when setting out to find her father. It was something more complex, more demanding, and ultimately more meaningful. Not a conclusion, but a continuation. Not justice alone, but reconciliation alongside it, not simple truth, but multi-layered understanding. The copper disc warmed against her leg, a final memory surfacing from its depths, her mother's voice, gentle but firm. The most important maps are the ones we create together, drawn from shared understanding rather than imposed vision. In the centre of Valera's Hall of Harmony, surrounded by the legacy of both her parents and the uncertain future of a community in transition, Thaddeus Reid began drawing exactly such a map. Chapter 9. The Labyrinth. Dawn broke over Valera, painting the village in soft gold light that belied the transformation occurring beneath its surface. 3 days had passed since the confrontation in the Hall of Harmony. 3 days of careful dismantling and rebuilding, of explanations and revelations, of a community rediscovering emotional awareness long suppressed. Elara stood on the balcony of what had once been Rowan's private quarters, now repurposed as a coordination centre for Valera's transition. From this vantage point, she could observe subtle changes already manifesting throughout the village. People lingering in conversation, facial expressions more varied and authentic, spontaneous gatherings forming and dissolving organically rather than according to prescribed schedules. "It's working better than I expected," her father said, joining her at the railing. "The counter-protocol your mother embedded all those years ago created perfect conditions for this transition, gradual enough to prevent emotional overload but persistent enough to resist attempts at restoration." "She always did think several moves ahead," Elara replied, feeling a mixture of pride and lingering sadness at how much of her mother's brilliance she had never known. Thaddeus nodded, his expression softening. "Mira understood emotional systems in ways I'm still trying to comprehend, even with her research in hand. She saw patterns where others saw only isolated events." Inside the quarters, Maya and Gabriel worked with several of Valera's younger leaders, explaining techniques for emotional guidance that respected individual autonomy while providing needed support during times of intense feeling. Harmon documented everything with meticulous notes and occasional photographs, creating a record of Valera's transformation for both posterity and practical reference. Rowan's inner circle mostly disappeared, not working against the transition nor taking a leadership role in the transformation. Instead, some of the older Valerians stepped up, having the knowledge of their former ways prior to Rowan to guide them. Maya speculated that they were waiting for an opportunity to step back into their control mode, making a successful transition all the more important. Rowan himself remained confined to his bed, his physical condition deteriorating rapidly now that he no longer expended energy maintaining appearances. He met daily with Thaddeus and occasionally Elara, reviewing critical aspects of Valera's systems and offering insights that, while still coloured by his perspective, proved valuable in navigating the community's transition. "How much time does he have?" Elara asked, glancing toward the closed door of Rowan's bedroom. "Days, perhaps," her father replied. "His illness progressed further than anyone realised while he focused on implementing the Harmony Protocol. Now that pressure is gone." He left the implication unstated. Part of Elara still struggled with complicated feelings about her uncle, the man who had threatened her life as a child, executed her grandparents, and created conditions that led to her mother's murder, yet who now cooperated in dismantling his life's work with surprising grace. Justice and reconciliation made uneasy companions, as she had observed to Maya days earlier. "We should discuss the next steps," Thaddeus said, turning from the view of the village. "Once Rowan is gone, Valera will face new challenges, and we have other considerations as well." "Voss," Elara supplied the name they had been carefully avoiding in their focus on Valera's immediate transition. "He's still out there, still hunting Mother's research." "Yes," her father confirmed grimly. "And we've been here long enough that his network has almost certainly identified our location by now, or they're just waiting for the right time to attack." This matched Elara's own assessment. Throughout their work in Valera, she had maintained regular emotional mapping sessions, monitoring not just the village's internal transformation, but also its boundaries. Twice, she detected unfamiliar emotional signatures approaching, only to withdraw before making contact. Reconnaissance, she suspected, rather than immediate threat. "When do we leave?" she asked, recognising the inevitable conclusion. "Tomorrow," Thaddeus replied, "after we complete the final protocols for Valera's transition team. Gabriel will remain behind with 2 Wayfinder associates arriving today, individuals with the specific skills needed to guide the community through its next phase. And Mother's research." Her father patted the inner pocket of his jacket, where the journal containing Mira's emotional immunity techniques was securely stored. "We take it where it belongs, to the secured Wayfinder archives in Switzerland, Once properly documented and encoded, copies can be distributed to multiple safe locations, ensuring no single attack can eliminate it. Voss will follow us, Elara noted, wherever we go. Yes, Thaddeus agreed without sugarcoating the reality. Which is why our departure must be carefully planned and executed. Maya has arranged transportation from a different extraction point than your entry route, with multiple contingencies and false trails. Before Elara could respond, Gabriel appeared at the balcony doorway, his normally composed expression tight with concern. "We have a situation," he announced without preamble. "Wayfinder monitoring has detected a large group approaching Valera from the northeast, approximately 12 individuals, moving with purpose and carrying equipment consistent with Voss's operational patterns." Thaddeus's expression hardened. "How far?" 2 hours at their current pace, Gabriel replied. "They're not attempting to conceal their approach, which suggests either confidence or intent to intimidate." "Or both," Elara added, already moving inside to retrieve the heart pen and copper disc from where she'd left them beside her temporary workspace. "I can map their approach, get a better sense of their emotional signatures and intentions." "Do it," her father agreed, turning to Gabriel. "Alert Maya and Harmon. Implement Security Protocol 3. No obvious defensive posture that might provoke immediate aggression, but full preparation for rapid response if needed." As Gabriel departed, a new voice spoke from the doorway to Rowan's bedroom. "My father's condition has worsened. He's asking for both of you." Elara turned to see a man perhaps a few years older than herself, tall and lean like Rowan, with the same piercing eyes but a gentler set to his features. She had been vaguely aware of his presence in Valera over the past days, attending to his father's medical needs and observing the transition process with quiet intensity, but they had not been formally introduced. "Julian," Thaddeus acknowledged with a nod, "will come immediately." As they followed Julian to Rowan's bedside, Elara studied him surreptitiously. Rowan's son had been something of a ghost in the background of their work in Valera, present but peripheral, offering no resistance to dismantling his father's systems, yet maintaining a careful distance from active participation. The room was dim, heavy curtains drawn against the morning light that might disturb the dying man. Rowan looked even more diminished than the previous day, his once commanding presence reduced to a frail form barely disturbing the bed covers. "Thaddeus," he acknowledged weakly as they entered. "Elara. Julian says Voss is approaching." "Yes," Thaddeus confirmed, taking a seat beside the bed. "Approximately 2 hours out, according to Wayfinder intelligence." Rowan closed his eyes briefly as if gathering his remaining strength. "Then there's no more time for half measures. Julian." His son moved to a cabinet across the room, unlocking it with a key he wore around his neck. From within, he withdrew a wooden box, similar to the one that had contained Elara's heart pen, though larger and more elaborately carved. "What is this?" Thaddeus asked, watching as Julian brought the box to his father's bedside. "Insurance," Rowan replied, "and inheritance. Part of what Voss is truly seeking, though I doubt he realises it exists in completed form." Julian opened the box, revealing not one but 3 objects nestled in velvet compartments. A heart pen, similar to Elara's, but with silver rather than copper inlays, and 2 smaller devices of unfamiliar design but related to emotional cartography technology. "The complimentary heart pen," Thaddeus breathed, recognising the first item immediately. "I thought it was destroyed decades ago." "I preserved it," Rowan admitted, along with prototypes of what I called emotional resonators, devices designed to amplify and project specific emotional signatures across distances. Elara stared at the collection, understanding dawning. "These are what you plan to use in your harmony protocol, tools to project emotional regulation throughout Valera without your direct presence." "Yes," Rowan confirmed, no apology in his tone despite his recent cooperation. "The culmination of decades of research into emotional projection technologies. And precisely what Voss has been pursuing alongside Mira's emotional immunity research," Thaddeus added grimly. "The perfect complementary technologies. one to manipulate emotions, the other to protect oneself from such manipulation. Control and immunity, Julian said, speaking up for the first time since entering the room. The ultimate tools for emotional dominance. Which is why they must never fall into Voss's hands, Rowan stated with surprising vehemence, a flash of his old commanding presence breaking through his physical weakness. I may have misused these technologies, but I confine their application to Valera. One community, one controlled environment. Voss would deploy them globally, selling emotional manipulation to the highest bidders while protecting his clients with emotional immunity. The implications were staggering. A world where those with resources could manipulate the emotional states of populations while remaining immune to similar influences themselves. This was the ultimate expression of power disparity, encoded at the most fundamental level of human experience. Why show us now? Elara asked, not reaching to touch any of the devices despite her curiosity. Because you need to understand what's truly at stake, Rowan replied, and because these belong with those who comprehend both their potential and their danger. His gaze shifted to his son. Julian has agreed to accompany you when you leave Valera. He carries knowledge of these technologies that exist nowhere else, not even in my written records. Julian nodded solemnly. I've assisted my father's research for years, focusing specifically on refining the resonator's capabilities. I know their vulnerabilities as well as their strengths. You're offering to help us protect these from Voss, Thaddeus observed, studying the younger man with careful assessment. Despite having helped develop them for your father's purposes. I'm offering to help ensure they're never used to manipulate without consent, Julian corrected. My cooperation with my father's work was complicated. I saw the potential benefits of emotional guidance while recognizing the ethical compromises of his approach. Elara sensed no deception in Julian's words, though she remained cautious. The son of the man who had dominated Valera through emotional control was now proposing to join their efforts against Voss. An alliance of necessity, perhaps, but one requiring careful consideration. We need to move quickly, Thaddeus decided, practical concerns overriding philosophical discussions. Voss will be here within 2 hours. If he's coming personally, as you seem to believe, Rowan, then the situation is even more critical than we anticipated. He wouldn't risk direct involvement unless the potential reward justified it, Rowan confirmed. He must know about the resonators, even if he doesn't realise I've completed functional prototypes in. Then we accelerate our departure, Thaddeus concluded. Maya has contingency plans for immediate extraction if needed. Not to Switzerland, Rowan cautioned, his voice weakening noticeably with each exchange. Too obvious, too public. Voss has resources throughout Europe. The sanctuary, Julian suggested, looking to Thaddeus. The Wayfinder facility in northern Thailand, remote, defensible, and equipped with laboratories where we could continue refining protections against these technologies. And better food. Thaddeus raised an eyebrow. You're well informed about Wayfinder facilities. My father made it his business to know his philosophical opponent's resources, Julian replied, with a hint of dry humour. I inherited his thoroughness, but not all his conclusions. The moment was interrupted as Maya entered without knocking, her expression tense. Voss's team has accelerated their approach, she reported. New estimate puts them less than an hour out. They must have deployed forward scouts that our monitoring missed. Are the Wayfinder reinforcements in position? Thaddeus asked. Arriving now, but they're outnumbered and out-equipped, Maya replied bluntly. This isn't a containment team Voss is sending. It's an extraction force with military-grade equipment and training. Then we don't engage, Thaddeus decided immediately. We evade and extract, execute Emergency Protocol 7. Maya nodded and departed to implement the instructions. Thaddeus turned back to Rowan, whose breathing had become noticeably laboured during their discussion. We need to move you, he began, but Rowan shook his head weakly. I stay, he stated with finality. My presence provides cover for your departure. Voss will hesitate to act aggressively with a dying man as witness. He maintains certain appearances of propriety. Father, Julian began to object. It's decided. Rowan cut him off with surprising firmness. I have hours remaining at most. Better they serve some purpose beyond mere dissolution. The pragmatic sacrifice was characteristic of Rowan's approach to all things, calculating costs and benefits with cold precision. That this final calculation benefited others rather than his own interests represented perhaps the most significant evolution in his perspective. Take the resonators and the projective heart pen, he instructed Julian. Elara already possesses the receptive pen and her mother's encoded memories. Together, you have everything needed to develop effective countermeasures to Voss's ambitions. Julian carefully closed the wooden box, securing its contents for transport. I'll protect them, he promised his father. And not just protect, Rowan corrected, understand, refine. The resonators are powerful but crude in their current form, like early versions of my emotional regulation systems for Valera. They require the balanced perspective I lacked that perhaps you and Mira's daughter might achieve together. The implication hung in the air between them, that Julian and Elara, children of the philosophical opponents who had divided emotional cartography between control and understanding, might integrate these approaches more successfully than their parents had managed. Thaddeus checked his watch, the pragmatic cartographer reasserting himself in crisis. We have 40 minutes at most. Elara, gather only essential equipment and research materials. Julian, I assume you're prepared. Always, the younger man replied with a grim smile. As they prepared to leave, Rowan gestured weakly for Elara to approach his bedside. When she did, he reached out with surprising strength to grasp her wrist. Your mother was right, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, about everything that mattered. I recognised it too late for reconciliation, but perhaps not too late for reparation. The projective pen belongs with its complement, as do the approaches they represent. I'll use them with balance to heal and liberate, Elara promised, neither accusation nor forgiveness in her tone, simply acknowledgement of history and responsibility. See that my son does the same, Rowan added, releasing her wrist. He has my intellect, but fortunately more of his mother's wisdom. Together, you might avoid both our mistakes. It was as close to a blessing as Rowan was capable of offering, an acknowledgement of complementary inheritances and the potential they represented when integrated rather than opposed. They left him then, the once powerful architect of Valera's emotional control system, now reduced to a final strategic role, distraction and delay, while others carried forward both his legitimate innovations and the countermeasures to their misuse. The next 30 minutes passed with focused efficiency. Elara gathered her mother's research materials, the heart pen and the copper disc, securing them in a specially designed case Maya provided. Julian coordinated with the village's transition team, ensuring Valera's continued evolution would proceed even in their absence. Thaddeus and Harmon transferred critical data to secure Wayfinder servers, removing any detailed documentation that might benefit Voss if discovered. They assembled at the village's southern edge, opposite Voss's approach from the northeast. Maya had arranged for small, fast watercraft to transport them downriver to a secondary extraction point where aircraft would be waiting, a contingency plan designed for situations requiring rapid departure. Voss's team has reached the village perimeter, Gabriel reported via secure communication. They're establishing a containment cordon rather than immediately approaching the centre. Standard procedure for high-value target acquisition, Maya noted. They'll secure the area before making direct contact. Which gives us the window we need, Thaddeus concluded. Status of our departure route. Clear for now, Gabriel confirmed. Wayfinder associates are positioned to create diversions if needed, but best to move immediately while Voss's attention is focused on securing Rowan's quarters. As they prepared for their final departure, Elara took a moment to map the emotional landscape one last time. The heart pen moved with practiced confidence over the small notebook she kept for field assessments, tracing the complex patterns of Valera in transition, the village's collective emotional state now more varied and authentic than it had been in decades. But beyond the community's boundaries, she detected the approaching emotional signatures of Voss's team. Disciplined, focused, artificially constrained in ways that confirmed Maya's assessment of their professional training and probable emotional modification. And at their centre, a singular pattern that pulsed with controlled intensity and calculating determination. Voss himself, personally leading this operation despite the risks such direct involvement entailed. "He's here," she confirmed, looking up from her mapping, "leading the containment team personally." "Then the stakes are even higher than we realised," Thaddeus observed grimly. "Voss rarely exposes himself directly. He must consider the potential acquisition worth extraordinary measures." Julian studied Elara's emotional mapping with obvious expertise, and his familiarity with such techniques confirmed his claims about assisting his father's research. "Their emotional signatures show signs of advanced modification," he noted, pointing to specific patterns in her mapping. "More sophisticated than what my father implemented in Valera. Voss has been refining his techniques." "Which means the resonance device my mother designed might not be as effective against them," Elara concluded, recalling the emotional resonance projector she had assembled from her mother's encoded instructions. "Not without adjustment," Julian agreed. "But between your mother's approach and what I've learned from my father's work, we should be able to develop effective countermeasures. It will take time and focused work, however." "Which we won't have if we don't leave now," Maya interjected pragmatically. "The boats are ready." As they moved toward the concealed dock where their transportation waited, Elara felt the weight of immediate danger and longer-term responsibility settling around her. They weren't just fleeing Voss's immediate threat, but preparing for a more complex confrontation, one that would require integrating her mother's protective approach with Rowan's projective techniques to create truly balanced emotional cartography. The heart pen warmed in her pocket, responding to these thoughts. The copper disc likewise pulsed with gentle heat, her mother's encoded memories a resource she had only begun to explore fully. And now Julian carried complementary technologies, the projective heart pen and resonator prototypes that represented the other side of emotional cartography's potential. Their small group boarded 2 swift boats designed for river travel, their minimal gear secured against the inevitability of spray and possibly more dramatic water contact if pursuit required evasive manoeuvres. Thaddeus, Elara and Julian took the lead vessel with Maya and Harmon in the second, maintaining communication through secure wayfinder channels. As they pulled away from the dock, Elara glanced back at Valera, the village that had shaped her family's destiny through triumph and tragedy. Its future remained uncertain, and the transition from Rowan's controlled harmony to authentic emotional expression only began. But the foundations had been laid, and the community had been given the tools and understanding to navigate its own path forward. "We'll return when it's safe," Thaddeus said, noting her backward glance, "to check on progress and provide further guidance if needed." "Assuming we succeed in developing effective countermeasures to Voss's technologies," Julian added, "which will require significant research and refinement once we reach the sanctuary." "We'll succeed," Elara replied with quiet certainty, "because we have what neither my mother nor your father fully achieved alone. Integration of both approaches, balanced understanding of both reception and projection." Julian studied her with thoughtful assessment. "You sound very sure for someone who's only recently discovered her inheritance." "I'm a cartographer," Elara answered simply. "I recognise patterns, draw connections, see the whole rather than just isolated features. It's what our parents did in their own ways, mine through emotional understanding, yours through emotional direction." Their boats rounded a bend in the river, Valera disappearing from view behind the dense vegetation of the Amazon basin. Ahead lay challenges both immediate and long-term, evading Voss's pursuit, reaching the Wayfinder Sanctuary in northern Thailand, and developing technologies that would protect emotional autonomy rather than undermine it. "Incoming communication from Gabriel," Maya announced from the second boat. "Voss's team has reached Rowan's quarters. They're establishing a secure perimeter, no direct engagement yet." "They'll be cautious," Julian predicted. "My father, even dying, represents a significant unknown factor for Voss. He'll want to assess the situation thoroughly before making demands or threats. Which gives us the head start we need, Thaddeus noted, checking their progress against predetermined waypoints. If we maintain current speed, we should reach the extraction point before they realise we've departed by an alternate route. But even as he spoke, the secure communication device signalled again. Maya's expression tightened as she received the update. Change of status, she reported. Voss's team has deployed aerial surveillance drones. They're systematically scanning all potential departure routes from Valera. Including the river? Harmon asked. Especially the river, Maya confirmed grimly. Standard search protocol for the region. Elara glanced upward through the breaks in the forest canopy that occasionally appeared above the waterway. The dense Amazon rainforest provided significant cover, but aerial drones with thermal imaging would eventually detect their heat signatures despite the vegetative concealment. Options? Thaddeus asked, the single word encompassing their need for immediate strategic alternatives. Tributary junction 2 kilometres ahead, Maya replied after consulting her navigation equipment. If we take the eastern fork, instead of continuing south, we can reach an alternative extraction point. Less direct, but with heavier canopy coverage and more complex river patterns to confuse pursuit. Do it, Thaddeus decided, and alert the extraction team about the change in rendezvous coordinates. As they adjusted course, Julian opened the wooden box containing the projective heart pen and resonator prototypes, examining them with the careful assessment of someone checking critical equipment before deployment. These aren't just research tools, Elara observed, watching him. You're considering their potential defensive applications. My father designed the resonators primarily for projection of emotional states, Julian confirmed. But with modification, they could potentially interfere with surveillance technologies, creating emotional noise that might mask our signatures from detection. Similar to how my mother's resonance projector disrupted emotional modification in Voss's agents, Elara noted, seeing the connection immediately. Exactly, Julian nodded. Different application of the same principles. The question is whether we can implement such modifications quickly enough to be useful in our current situation. Let me see, Elara requested, her cartographer's mind already mapping potential connections between the differing approaches. When Julian handed her one of the resonator prototypes, she examined it alongside her mother's heart pen, noting complementary design elements despite their different intended functions. They were created as part of the same system, she realised. Your father and my mother were working on different aspects of the same fundamental technology before they diverged philosophically. Yes, Julian confirmed. My father often said that their approaches were never meant to be separated, that awareness and intention projection were two halves of complete emotional cartography. Their conflict disrupted what should have been complementary development. Which we now have the opportunity to reintegrate, Elara concluded. The emotional landscape was territory neither of their parents had fully mapped alone, a complex terrain requiring receptive understanding and projective guidance to navigate completely. Together, perhaps they could chart what had eluded the previous generation, creating balanced approaches that honoured autonomy while providing necessary structure. But such philosophical integration would have to wait. Their immediate concern was far more pragmatic, evading Voss's sophisticated pursuit long enough to reach safety and begin the intensive work of developing countermeasures to his emotional manipulation technologies. Aerial signature detected, Maya reported suddenly, her voice tense. Drone approaching from the northwest. Impact on current position in approximately 3 minutes. Not enough time to reach the tributary junction, Thaddeus calculated grimly. Julian looked at the resonator prototype in Elara's hands, then at his father's projective heart pen. We might have another option, he said. Untested, but theoretically sound. Explain, Thaddeus urged. If we combine the projective capabilities of the heart pen with the resonator's amplification functions, we might be able to create an emotional disruption field, Julian suggested. Not targeting Voss's agents this time, but their surveillance technology, projecting emotional patterns that confuse or override their detection algorithms. Is that possible? Elara asked. These drones are machines, not people. The drones themselves, yes, Julian acknowledged, but the systems analysing their data incorporate emotional pattern recognition software, Voss's specialty. They're designed to identify human emotional signatures as part of their targeting protocols. And if we project emotional patterns, Elara began, we might create enough noise to temporarily blind their systems, Julian finished. Not permanently, but perhaps long enough to reach the tributary junction and heavier cover. It was a desperate measure based on theoretical connections rather than tested applications. But with Voss's surveillance closing in and limited alternatives, theory would have to suffice. Do it, Thaddeus authorised. Maya, maintain course and maximum speed. Harmon, be ready to document results. If this works, we'll need detailed records for future refinement. Working quickly, Julian and Elara integrated the projective heart pen with one of the resonator prototypes, creating a makeshift disruption device that might, if their theory proved correct, temporarily confuse Voss's surveillance systems. Ready, Julian announced as Maya's countdown indicated less than a minute until the drone would be within detection range of their position. Activate, Thaddeus ordered. Julian initiated the integrated device, while Elara used her receptive heart pen to monitor its effects on the surrounding emotional landscape. The result was immediate and visually striking, a rippling pattern of projected emotional signatures expanding outward from their position, creating a complex field of overlapping signals that would appear as contradictory data to any system attempting to isolate specific human emotional patterns. Is it working? Thaddeus asked as the drone's signature appeared on Maya's monitoring equipment. Drone has altered course, Maya confirmed, watching the aerial threat's movements. It's conducting a search pattern offset from our actual position. They're getting confusing readings. For how long? Harmon asked the practical question. Unknown, Julian admitted. This is improvised technology based on theoretical possibilities. Minutes, perhaps, but not much more before their systems adapt. Enough to reach the tributary junction, Thaddeus pressed. If we maintain current speed, Maya calculated, barely. They pushed forward, the boat's engines straining at maximum capacity, while the makeshift disruption device continued projecting confusing emotional patterns. Above them, the drone circled in increasingly erratic patterns, its targeting systems struggling to isolate the specific signatures it had been programmed to identify. The tributary junction appeared ahead, a fork in the river where the main channel continued south, while a narrower waterway branched eastward. Its entrance was partially concealed by overhanging vegetation and a small sandbar that had formed during recent seasonal changes. Prepare for course change, Maya instructed as they approached the critical turning point. Sharp eastward adjustment on my mark. The moment they rounded the final bend before the junction, Maya gave the signal. Both boats executed the turn with precision, diverting from the main channel into the narrower tributary. The manoeuvre required skilled navigation. The entrance was tight, the current less predictable, the potential for collision with submerged obstacles significantly higher. But the alternative extraction route offered what they desperately needed: denser canopy coverage, more complex thermal patterns from the surrounding jungle, and a winding course that would make aerial tracking exponentially more difficult once their disruption field inevitably failed. Drone is returning to standard search pattern, Maya reported as they pushed deeper into the tributary. Our disruption is fading, but we've changed position significantly from their last reliable reading. How long to the alternative extraction point? Thaddeus asked. 90 minutes at current speed, Maya replied, assuming no additional complications. Julian carefully deactivated their improvised disruption device, preserving its components for future refinement. It worked better than I anticipated, he observed, studying the integration points between the technologies. The theoretical connection between my father's projective techniques and the resonator prototypes proved sound in practical application. And combining it with my mother's approach created something neither could do alone, Elara added, seeing broader implications beyond their immediate tactical success. The insight hung between them, a glimpse of possibilities that extended far beyond evading Voss's current pursuit. By integrating the separated halves of emotional cartography, they had accessed capabilities that neither approach could manifest independently. "We should document everything about this improvised integration," Thaddeus suggested. "Once we reach the sanctuary, it could provide the foundation for more sophisticated countermeasures." "The sanctuary," Elara repeated, the destination still somewhat abstract in her mind. "What exactly is it?" "The most secure wayfinder facility in Southeast Asia," her father explained. "Remote, defensible, and equipped with laboratories specifically designed for emotional cartography research. Originally established as a meditation retreat, it evolved into our primary regional research centre after certain political changes made our previous facility untenable. And it's where we'll have the time and resources to develop these integrated technologies properly," Julian added in his intellectual, introverted, analytical style. "Assuming we reach it safely." That assumption remained uncertain as they journeyed through the increasingly narrow tributary. Voss's resources were substantial, his determination to acquire their combined research and technology evidently worth the personal risk. The improvised disruption field had bought them valuable time and distance, but the fundamental challenge remained, reaching safety before Voss's sophisticated pursuit could overtake them. As they navigated the winding waterway, Elara found herself studying Julian with professional curiosity. Could he be trusted? Rowan's son represented as much of an unknown quantity as the technologies he carried. Raised within Valera's controlled environment, trained in his father's projective emotional techniques, yet apparently committed to more balanced applications than Rowan had pursued. "You disagree with your father's approaches," she observed, during a relatively calm stretch of their journey. "Yet you helped develop the tools that enabled them." Julian met her gaze directly. "Complex relationship," he acknowledged without defensiveness. "I recognise the potential value in his projective techniques while opposing their application for control rather than guidance. Not unlike your father's complicated relationship with your mother's work, I imagine." The parallel was apt. Thaddeus had respected Mira's intuitive understanding of emotional landscapes while approaching the field with scientific methodology that sometimes missed the subtle human elements his wife had navigated instinctively. They complemented each other, Elara noted, until they reached a philosophical crossroads. The observation carried implications for their current collaboration. Children of philosophical opponents, carrying technologies designed to express fundamentally different approaches to emotional cartography, now forced by circumstances to integrate what their parents had divided. "We have a chance to avoid repeating their mistakes," Elara continued, "to develop something more balanced than either achieved alone, to create something that liberates rather than controls." "Assuming we survive Voss's pursuit long enough to begin that work," Julian replied pragmatically. Elara read nothing in Julian that suggested deceit or hidden motives. She had learned to trust her assessment skills on this journey from Cambria through Peru and now to Thailand. The reminder of their immediate peril refocused their attention on the challenging navigation ahead. The tributary narrowed further, requiring increased concentration to avoid submerged obstacles and overhanging vegetation. Their progress slowed, despite the urgency of their situation. Safety and arrival both required careful balance, rather than reckless speed. 2 hours later, with the afternoon sun filtering through the dense canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with the breeze, they finally approached the alternative extraction point, a small clearing beside the river where the tree cover receded just enough to permit aircraft access, while maintaining reasonable concealment from aerial surveillance. No sign of pursuit on the monitoring equipment, Maya reported, as they secured the boats against the muddy bank. "But we should assume Voss has resources we haven't detected." "Extraction team confirms readiness," Thaddeus added, after checking his secure communication device. "Arrival in approximately 20 minutes. They used the time to organise their critical materials and prepare for rapid boarding once their transportation arrived. The heart pens, resonator prototypes, and research documentation received the highest priority. secured in specialised containers designed to protect against physical damage and potential scanning technologies. Even if Voss tracks us to this location, we'll be airborne before he can intercept, Thaddeus noted, reviewing their timeline. The real challenge will come later, determining whether we've been compromised during transit and ensuring we aren't followed to the sanctuary. Standard Wayfinder protocols should address that, Maya replied. Multiple transportation changes, electronic countermeasures, false destination filings. Elara conducted one final emotional mapping while they waited, extending her awareness to the limits of her range. The heart pen moved with practiced confidence, tracing the complex patterns of the surrounding environment, primarily the natural emotional currents of the rainforest ecosystem, but with faint human signatures at the extreme edges of detectable range. Someone's out there, she reported, indicating a pattern at the northeastern quadrant of her mapping. Too far for detailed identification, but definitely human and moving with purpose in our general direction. Voss, Thaddeus asked. Impossible to confirm at this distance, Elara replied, but the emotional signature suggests trained operatives, focused, disciplined, artificially constrained in ways consistent with emotional training. We should assume it's his pursuit team, Julian advised. They may have picked up our trail despite the disruption field. The sound of approaching aircraft interrupted further discussion, the distinctive whir of an advanced VTOL transport designed for operations in remote areas with minimal landing space. The Wayfinder extraction team had arrived as scheduled, a testament to the organisation's efficiency even under crisis conditions. They're still too far to intercept before we're airborne, Maya calculated, assessing the approaching human signatures on Elara's mapping against their extraction timeline. But this confirms Voss's resources are more extensive than we initially estimated. He's managed to track us despite our countermeasures. The aircraft descended into the small clearing, its downdraft creating ripples across the river's surface and bending the surrounding vegetation. The pilot maintained minimal ground contact, a touch-and-go extraction designed for maximum speed and security. Move, Thaddeus ordered, as the side hatch opened to reveal two Wayfinder operatives providing cover while gesturing for immediate boarding. They moved with practiced efficiency, Maya and Harmon first, then Julian, with the case containing the resonator prototypes, followed by Elara and Thaddeus with the research materials and heart pens. Within moments, they were secured inside, and the aircraft was already rising from the clearing, banking sharply eastward before accelerating to maximum safe speed. Pursuit status, Thaddeus asked the mission leader, a compact woman with the focused demeanour of someone accustomed to high-risk extractions. Multiple signatures approaching your position from the northeast, she confirmed, consulting a tactical display. Arrived approximately 3 minutes after our departure. They've deployed aerial assets, but we have significant head start and electronic countermeasures active. Destination? Maya inquired. Initial transfer point is a private airfield near Manaus, the mission leader replied. From there, separate transportation to Bangkok, then ground transfer to the sanctuary. Standard protocol, multiple vehicles, decoy routes, periodic electronic blackouts to prevent tracking. Elara settled into her seat as the aircraft gained altitude, the Amazon rainforest spreading below them in an endless carpet of green, broken only by the winding silver ribbons of rivers and tributaries. The immediate danger had passed, but the broader threat remained. Voss would continue pursuit, his resources and determination making eventual confrontation inevitable rather than merely possible. We've gained time, Julian observed, securing the case containing his father's technologies beside him. But not resolution. Time is what we need most now, Thaddeus replied, to integrate these technologies, develop effective countermeasures, and prepare for Voss's next move. And to understand what we're truly dealing with, Elara added, her hand resting on the container holding her mother's heart pen and research materials. Neither of us has fully mastered our respective inheritances, let alone how they might work together. Julian nodded in agreement. The improvised disruption field was effective but crude, a glimpse of potential rather than refined application. At the sanctuary, we can develop these integrated approaches systematically. As the aircraft continued its evasive course toward Manaus, Elara found herself contemplating the path ahead. Not just the immediate journey to safety, but the longer process of understanding and integrating the separated halves of emotional cartography she and Julian now carried. Her mother had pioneered receptive techniques focused on understanding emotional landscapes. Rowan had developed projective approaches aimed at influencing those same territories. Both had achieved remarkable results working separately, but what might be possible if these complementary technologies were thoughtfully reintegrated? The question would occupy them intensively in the days ahead. But for now, as the Amazon receded beneath them and Voss's pursuit fell increasingly behind, Elara allowed herself a moment of quiet contemplation. The heart pen warmed slightly in its case, resonating with her thoughts as if acknowledging the challenges and possibilities ahead. The first round of their confrontation with Voss had ended in tactical retreat rather than decisive victory. But in that withdrawal, they had discovered something perhaps more valuable than immediate triumph, the potential for integration that might ultimately provide defence against Voss's ambitions and a new approach to emotional cartography itself. The cartographer's daughter had found herself mapping territory neither of her parents had fully explored. The balanced integration of reception and projection, understanding and guidance that represented emotional cartography's true potential. With Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, that mapping had only just begun. As the aircraft banked toward Manaus, the first waypoint in their journey to the Wayfinder Sanctuary in northern Thailand, Elara knew that greater challenges awaited. Voss's relentless pursuit, the complex integration of seemingly opposed technologies, and eventually a confrontation that would determine whether emotional cartography served human autonomy or undermined it. But for the first time since discovering her inheritance, she felt equipped for those challenges, not just with tools and techniques, but with a perspective that neither her mother nor Rowan had fully achieved alone. Whatever Voss planned next, they would meet it with something he couldn't anticipate. Balanced integration of approaches he had always encountered as separate and opposed. The game had only just begun. Chapter 10. The Sanctuary. The mountains surrounding Chiang Mai rose through the morning mist like ancient sentinels, their forested slopes creating a natural barrier between the modern world and the remote valleys hidden within their embrace. Dawn painted the landscape in soft gold and amber, illuminating terraced fields and scattered villages that had changed little in centuries despite Thailand's rapid modernisation elsewhere. Elara stood on the observation deck of the small helicopter that served as their final transportation link, watching as they followed a narrow valley deeper into the mountains, leaving the last traces of accessible civilization behind. After 4 days of continuous movement, commercial flights with false documentation, private charters under Wayfinder protection, and ground transportation through carefully selected routes, they had finally reached the approach to their destination. The sanctuary isn't on any official maps, Maya explained, joining her at the viewport. Technically, this entire valley doesn't exist according to Thai government surveys. A cartographic blind spot maintained through careful relationships with local officials and strategic technological interventions. Invisible to satellite imaging? Elara asked, professional interest piqued by this cartographic sleight of hand. Not invisible, but disguised, Maya clarified. Advanced projection technology creates false topographical readings that match surrounding terrain patterns. From above, this appears to be an unremarkable, inaccessible mountain ridge, just one of hundreds in the region. The helicopter banked sharply, following the contours of a river that wound through the increasingly narrow valley. Ahead, the passage appeared to dead end entirely against a sheer rock face, a natural barrier that would deter any casual exploration. What are we doing? Why are we? Julian observed from his seat opposite, noting their apparent course towards solid stone. Holographic projection, Thaddeus interrupted. Another layer of the sanctuary's defences. Watch. As they approached what seemed to be an impassable cliff face, the illusion dissolved, revealing a hidden valley beyond, nestled within a perfect ring of mountains that created a natural fortress. Within this protected basin lay a complex of structures that blended traditional Thai architectural elements with more modern facilities, all constructed to harmonise with the surrounding landscape rather than dominate it. "Welcome to the Wayfinder Sanctuary," Maya announced as the helicopter descended toward a landing pad positioned discreetly among bamboo groves. Established as a meditation retreat in the 1970s, converted to our primary Southeast Asian research facility in the 1990s, after certain political developments made our previous location untenable. "It's beautiful," Elara remarked, taking in the integration of buildings with the natural environment, structures that appeared to grow from the landscape rather than being imposed upon it. "And nearly impossible to find, let alone breach," Harmon added, the practical security assessment foremost in his mind after their narrow escape from Voss. "Perfect combination of natural barriers, technological countermeasures and cultural camouflage." "Cultural camouflage?" Julian questioned. "Local villages know this valley exists but consider it sacred ground," Thaddeus explained. "Home to forest spirits and ancient powers that protect those who respect traditional boundaries. Their beliefs provide an additional layer of security, discouraging casual exploration while explaining away any unusual observations that might leak through our technological protections." The helicopter settled onto the landing pad with barely a vibration, testament to both the pilot's skill and the advanced technology incorporated into what appeared outwardly as a relatively conventional aircraft. As the rotors slowed, a small welcoming committee emerged from one of the nearest structures, 3 individuals dressed in simple linen clothing that struck a balance between practical functionality and respect for local aesthetics. Dr. Aranya Patel, Thaddeus identified the woman leading the group. Director of the Sanctuary and one of the Wayfinder's leading researchers in emotional cartography. Her work bridges Eastern meditative traditions with Western neurological approaches. "A perfect mentor for what we're attempting," Maya added pointedly. As they disembarked, Dr. Patel approached with a graceful way, the traditional Thai greeting with palms pressed together, before extending her hand in Western fashion. "Welcome to the Sanctuary," she said, her British-accented voice carrying warmth and precision. "I'm relieved to see you all arrived safely. We've been monitoring Voss's movements with some concern." "He was closer than we anticipated at several points," Thaddeus acknowledged, clasping her hand. "Your extraction team performed admirably under challenging circumstances." Dr. Patel nodded acknowledgement before turning to Elara and Julian with evident curiosity. "And these must be our inheritance bearers," she observed. "Thaddeus Reid and Julian Valera. Your respective parents cast long shadows in the field of emotional cartography." "Valera?" Elara questioned, glancing at Julian. "I thought your surname was—" "My mother's family name," Julian explained with a small shrug. "My father believed it provided useful separation from his work, preventing assumptions based on the Reid connection. In professional contexts, I've always used Valera." This small revelation, another layer of careful identity management by Rowan, reminded Elara how thoroughly her uncle had controlled information and perception, even regarding his own son. Julian's separate surname represented yet another strategic decision in Rowan's carefully constructed world. "We have quarters prepared for all of you," Dr. Patel continued, gesturing toward the main complex, "and secure laboratory facilities ready for your work. I assume you'll want to rest before beginning substantive discussions, but I'm available whenever you're ready to proceed." "Actually," Thaddeus interjected, "given the urgency of our situation with Voss, perhaps a preliminary briefing would be appropriate first. Elara and Julian have developed some promising integrations of their respective technologies that warrant immediate documentation and analysis." Dr. Patel raised an eyebrow, her interest clearly piqued. "Integration of awareness and intentional projective approaches. That would be significant. The Sanctuary's main laboratory should be perfect for initial assessment." They followed her through the complex, a harmonious blend of traditional structures with teak wood and sweeping roof lines, alongside more modern facilities housing sophisticated research equipment. Throughout the compound, wayfinder personnel moved with purposeful calm, acknowledging the new arrivals with respectful nods, but maintaining the focused demeanour of researchers engaged in important work. The sanctuary houses approximately 50 permanent researchers and support staff, Dr. Patel explained as they walked, plus a rotating complement of visiting scholars and trainees. All have undergone extensive verification and emotional stability assessment. Security is maintained not just through physical measures, but through careful personnel selection. And local connections, Julian inquired, noting several Thai individuals among the staff they passed. Essential to our operation, Dr. Patel confirmed. The sanctuary employs many from surrounding villages, both for practical operations and to maintain positive community relationships. They understand our work in terms that align with their cultural frameworks, seeing emotional cartography as an extension of traditional healing and spiritual practices rather than purely Western scientific research. The main laboratory occupied a modern structure at the compound centre, its exterior disguised with traditional architectural elements, while its interior housed state-of-the-art research equipment. Unlike conventional scientific laboratories with stark white surfaces and utilitarian designs, this space incorporated natural materials and ergonomic considerations that created an environment that balances technological capability with human comfort. Emotional cartography requires harmony between researcher and environment, Dr. Patel noted, observing Elara's appreciation of the design. Sterile conventional laboratories create subtle distortions in the emotional landscapes we're attempting to map and understand. At the lab's centre stood a circular workspace surrounded by various specialised stations, each dedicated to different aspects of emotional cartography research. Screens displayed complex data visualizations, while more traditional mapping materials were organised at several workstations, creating a bridge between digital and analogue approaches. Perhaps you could demonstrate the integration you achieved during your evacuation, Dr. Patel suggested once they were settled. Our documentation systems can record all relevant data for further analysis. Julian and Elara exchanged glances, recognising the significance of formally sharing their improvised technique. Showtime. They had combined fundamentally different approaches to emotional cartography under crisis conditions, achieving results neither of their parents had documented, despite decades of research. It was improvisation rather than calculated integration, Julian cautioned as he carefully removed the projective heart pen and resonator prototype from their protective case. Effective for our immediate needs, but hardly optimised. Are you shy about sharing? Often the most significant advances begin as improvisation, Dr. Patel replied with a small smile. Necessity revealing possibilities that deliberate experimentation might never discover. Elara removed her mother's receptive heart pen from its own case, along with the copper disc containing Mira's encoded memories. The paired heart pens, one designed for sensing emotional landscapes, the other for projecting into them, had never been formally tested together since Mira and Rowan's philosophical divergence decades earlier. We integrated the projective capabilities of Rowan's heart pen with the resonators or awareness amplification functions, Julian explained, demonstrating their established connection points. It created an emotional disruption field that confused Voss's surveillance systems. While I monitored and clarified the current state using my mother's pen, Elara added, that provided the foundation for the projected intentional patterns to do their thing. Kind of the Reese's peanut butter cup of emotional warfare. Fascinating, Dr. Patel murmured, gracefully ignoring the candy bar reference to steer the conversation back to science. The complementary functions that should have evolved together finally reconnected after decades of separate development. Intention without awareness can hit unseen walls and underperform. Under Dr. Patel's guidance, they reconstructed their improvised integration, this time with the sanctuary's sophisticated monitoring equipment recording every aspect of the process. When activated alongside the resonator prototype, the projective heart pen glowed with soft silver light, while Elara's receptive pen responded with copper warmth, creating a visual representation of the technological dialogue occurring between these long-separated approaches. "The resonance pattern from both is remarkable," Dr. Patel observed, studying the data flowing across monitoring displays. "Neither purely receptive nor purely intentional or projectional, but a harmonic integration that creates a unique outcome not possible without the other. This could fundamentally change our understanding of emotional cartography's potential applications. And provide effective countermeasures against Voss's manipulation technologies," Thaddeus added, bringing the conversation back to their immediate practical concerns. "Yes, of course," Dr. Patel acknowledged, "though I hope you'll forgive a researcher's excitement at the broader implications." She turned to Julian and Elara with undisguised enthusiasm. "What you've demonstrated, however improvised, represents the reconnection of approaches that should never have been separated. The potential applications extend far beyond defensive countermeasures." "Applications such as," Julian prompted. "Emotional healing at unprecedented scales," Dr. Patel replied immediately. "Prevention of mass manipulation through targeted emotional immunity distribution, possibly even large-scale conflict reduction through emotional resonance harmonization." She gestured expansively. "The very applications the Wayfinders were founded to research before emotional cartography fractured into opposing philosophies." The potential she described was both exhilarating and sobering. Technologies that could fundamentally alter human emotional experience for better or worse, depending on how they were developed and applied. Exactly the capabilities that made Voss's pursuit so determined and dangerous. "First, we need to refine what we stumbled upon," Elara noted practically. "The integration was functional, but crude. We don't fully understand the potential and pitfalls yet." "And we need to anticipate Voss's next move," Julian added. "He's not going to abandon pursuit simply because we've temporarily evaded him." "Agreed on both counts," Dr. Patel nodded. "And the sanctuary provides ideal conditions for this work. Our facilities were designed specifically for emotional cartography research, protecting against physical intrusion and emotional surveillance." "Emotional surveillance?" Elara questioned. "Advanced applications of the same technologies you carry," Dr. Patel explained. "Voss has developed systems that can detect distinctive emotional signatures at considerable distances, similar to how you map the pursuers during your escape. The sanctuary incorporates shielding that prevents such detection, creating a secure space for your work." The thoroughness of the Wayfinder's security measures was reassuring, though Elara remained acutely aware that no protection was absolute, particularly against an adversary with Voss's resources and determination. While significantly greater than anywhere else, their safety here remained conditional rather than guaranteed. "I suggest you all rest and recover from your journey, Doctor," Patel proposed after completing the initial documentation of their integrated technology. "Tomorrow morning, we can begin systematic analysis and refinement of this promising integration. Meanwhile, I'll ensure our security protocols remain at maximum readiness." As they followed a staff member to their assigned quarters, comfortable accommodations that blended local aesthetic traditions with modern amenities, Elara found herself reflecting on how completely her life had transformed in less than 2 weeks. From conventional cartographer in coastal Cambria to inheritor of emotional mapping technologies at a secret research facility in the mountains of northern Thailand, pursued by a determined billionaire while working alongside the son of her mother's greatest adversary. Her quarters featured a private balcony overlooking the valley, providing stunning views and a space for quiet reflection. As twilight settled over the sanctuary, painting the surrounding mountains in deepening purples and blues, Elara allowed herself a moment of genuine contemplation about the path ahead. The heart pen rested on a small table beside her, its copper inlays catching the fading light with subtle warmth. Nearby lay the disk containing her mother's encoded memories, a resource she had only begun to explore and understand fully. Together, these inheritances connected her to Mira's approach to emotional cartography, while Julian's complementary technologies provided the other half of what should have been a unified field. A soft knock at her door interrupted these thoughts. Opening it revealed Julian, his tall frame silhouetted against the corridor lighting. "Sorry to disturb your rest," he said, his usual confident manner temporarily subdued. "But there's something I need to share before we begin formal work tomorrow." "Come in," Elara invited, curious about this unexpected visit. Julian entered but remained standing, his posture suggesting both discomfort and resolution. "Before we proceed further with integrating our inherited technologies," he began carefully, "you should know something about my father's final directive to me, something beyond what he shared in your presence." Elara felt a flicker of wariness. What directive? "He instructed me to ensure that regardless of other outcomes, his projective techniques never fall under Wayfinder control without appropriate safeguards," Julian explained. He believed they would inevitably prioritise defensive applications over the projective potential he spent decades developing. "You're concerned about fully sharing your father's technologies with the Sanctuary researchers?" Elara surmised, immediately understanding his hesitation. "I'm concerned about balance," Julian clarified. "My father's approach was flawed in its execution, but contained valuable innovations that could be lost if subsumed entirely into the Wayfinder's predominantly protective philosophy." It was a valid concern, one that echoed Elara's own thoughts about ensuring her mother's receptive approaches weren't oversimplified or narrowed during integration with Rowan's projective techniques. True balance required honouring both traditions rather than allowing either to dominate. "Okay, but what are you proposing?" she asked directly. "A partnership," Julian replied. "You and I working as equals in this integration process, maintaining independent authority over our respective inheritances while collaborating on their reconnection. Creating appropriate boundaries with the Wayfinders while benefiting from their resources and protection. That's all." The proposal made sense on multiple levels. Despite the Sanctuary's impressive facilities and Dr. Patel's evident expertise, the heart pens and associated technologies represented personal inheritances, with complexities unlikely to be fully appreciated by outside researchers, however well-intentioned. "Agreed," Elara said after brief consideration. "We maintain final authority over our respective technologies while collaborating on their integration. The Wayfinders provide support and protection without assuming control." Julian's relief was visible, a subtle relaxation of tension he had been carrying since their arrival. "Thank you for understanding. Despite my father's many flaws, his work represents significant innovation that deserves preservation, alongside your mother's approaches." "Ownership where it belongs and balance in all things," Elara replied with a small smile. "I'm in. Anything else?" After Julian departed, Elara returned to her balcony contemplation with renewed perspective. Their situation was delicately balanced between multiple intersecting forces: Wayfinder protection versus institutional interests, receptive versus projective approaches, defensive versus developmental applications, and past inheritances versus future innovations. Navigating these complex currents would require technical skill and philosophical clarity, qualities her mother and Rowan possessed in abundance, but had ultimately applied in opposition rather than harmony. The challenge for their children was achieving the integration they had abandoned, while simultaneously developing countermeasures against Voss's immediate threat. The heart pen warmed slightly on the table behind her, as if responding to these thoughts. The copper disc likewise pulsed with gentle heat, her mother's encoded memories resonating with the emotional landscape of Elara's contemplation. Morning would begin formal research, the systematic exploration of the integration they had improvised during their escape. But this evening's quiet reflection and unexpected conversation with Julian had established important parameters for that work, ensuring balance between traditions that had too long remained separated. As darkness settled fully over the sanctuary and lights began to illuminate the pathways between buildings, Elara found herself experiencing something that had been notably absent throughout their frantic journey from Valera, a sense of purpose extending beyond immediate survival or reaction to crisis. Here in this hidden valley near Chiang Mai, yet removed from the accessible world, they had the opportunity to develop something genuinely transformative, not just countermeasures against Voss's manipulative technologies, but integrated approaches to emotional cartography that honoured both understanding and guidance, reception or awareness, and the projection of intention in balanced measure. The cartographer's daughter had found herself mapping territory neither of her parents had fully explored. The balanced integration of seemingly opposed approaches that represented emotional cartography's true potential, with Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, and the sanctuary's resources supporting their work, that mapping could now proceed with deliberate care rather than crisis improvisation. Voss would continue his pursuit of that, Elara had no doubt. His determination to acquire both Mira's emotional immunity research and Rowan's projective technologies made eventual confrontation inevitable, rather than merely possible. But here, in this carefully concealed valley surrounded by mountains that had stood sentinel for millennia, they had gained what they needed most: time and space to prepare properly for that confrontation. The game had shifted from desperate evasion to strategic preparation. And in that shift lay possibilities neither Voss nor anyone else could fully anticipate. Dawn arrived with gentle persistence, mountain mist giving way to clear skies as the sanctuary awakened to its daily rhythms. Elara had risen early, using the quiet morning hours to conduct a personal mapping session with her mother's heart pen, sensing the emotional currents of this new environment while accessing more of Mira's encoded memories from the copper disc. The sanctuary's emotional landscape was unlike anything she had mapped previously. A harmonious balance of focused intellectual activity and meditative calm that reflected its unique hybrid nature as both research facility and spiritual retreat. The very foundations of the complex seemed to resonate with balanced purpose, creating ideal conditions for the work they were undertaking. After a simple breakfast in the communal dining hall, Elara made her way to the main laboratory, where Julian was already working with Dr. Patel to establish baseline measurements of the projective heart pen's capabilities. The systematic approach was a marked contrast to their improvised integration during escape, careful documentation replacing crisis innovation. "Perfect timing, Doctor," Patel greeted her. "We're establishing independent performance parameters before attempting further integration. Would you begin similar baseline measurements with your mother's heart pen?" They worked through the morning with methodical precision, documenting the distinct capabilities of receptive and projective emotional cartography as represented by their inherited tools. The heart pens, designed as complementary instruments decades earlier, displayed remarkable resonance even when used separately, suggesting their potential in combination exceeded anything yet documented. "The receptive pen doesn't just passively record emotional signatures," Elara explained as they reviewed her morning's mapping results. "It actively engages with them, creating a dialogue between mapper and mapped that reveals subtleties passive observation would miss. While the projective pen doesn't simply impose emotional patterns," Julian added, demonstrating his father's technology. "It initiates resonance with existing emotional currents, amplifying some while dampening others. Guidance rather than control, at least in its original design." "Before your father modified its application for his purposes in Valera," Dr. Patel observed neutrally. "Yes," Julian acknowledged without defensiveness. "He prioritized a certain intent over authentic expression, ultimately undermining the technology's true potential. But the underlying principles remain valid, even if his implementation was flawed." Their morning's work confirmed what they had glimpsed during their improvised integration: that these technologies had always been designed as complementary approaches, their separation representing philosophical divergence rather than technical necessity. The heart pens functioned most effectively when used in coordinated application, receptive understanding, informing projective guidance in continuous feedback. By midday, they were ready to attempt deliberate integration under controlled conditions, recreating the disruption field they had improvised during escape, but with precise documentation and systematic refinement rather than crisis improvisation. "We should expand the monitoring perimeter, Doctor," Patel suggested as they prepared. The effects of true integration may extend further than anticipated, particularly in this environment where emotional currents flow with unusual clarity. Additional sensors were positioned throughout the laboratory and surrounding grounds, creating a comprehensive monitoring network that would capture every aspect of their experimental integration. Wayfinder researchers gathered at observation stations, their professional curiosity evident despite the maintained decorum of scientific objectivity. "Ready?" Elara asked as she and Julian took positions at the laboratory's centre, their respective technologies prepared for coordinated activation. "Ready," he confirmed, the projective heart pen poised above its connection point with the resonator prototype. They began simultaneously, Elara mapping the surrounding emotional landscape with her mother's receptive pen, while Julian initiated projection using his father's complementary technology. The effect was immediate and visually striking, copper and silver light intermingling as the technologies engaged in harmonic dialogue to implement the intent of disruption. Unlike their improvised application during escape, this deliberate integration incorporated conscious refinement based on their morning's baseline measurements. Elara adjusted her mapping in real time in response to Julian's projections, while he modified his projective patterns based on her receptive feedback, creating a continuous conversation. "Remarkable," Dr. Patel murmured, watching monitoring displays that captured data streams far beyond what human perception could directly observe. "The resonance patterns are self-reinforcing in service of the intention, each technology enhancing the other's effectiveness, rather than merely combining functions." The intervention expanded outward from its position, creating what the monitoring equipment visualized as concentric ripples of harmonic emotional resonance. Unlike its earlier disruption field, designed to confuse surveillance systems, this controlled integration demonstrated potential for more sophisticated applications, emotional mapping that simultaneously understood and guided, perceived and responded. "Extending monitoring to secondary parameters," announced one of the Wayfinder researchers, adjusting equipment settings to capture additional dimensions of the phenomenon they were witnessing. As the integration stabilized, Elara became aware of something unexpected, a subtle shift in her perception of the emotional landscape, as if new dimensions were becoming accessible through the balanced application of receptive and projective approaches. The heart pen in her hand felt different, not just warm, but somehow more responsive, more aware of its connection to the emotional currents around them, more nuanced and interactive. Julian's expression suggested he was experiencing something similar with the projective pen, his focused concentration giving way to subtle surprise as the integration revealed capabilities beyond what either of them had anticipated. "Are you experiencing perceptual expansion?" he asked quietly, maintaining the integration while communicating his observations. "Yes," Elara confirmed, as if hidden layers of the emotional landscape reveal themselves, dimensions neither pen can perceive independently. Dr. Patel leaned forward intently. "Can you describe these additional dimensions?" "It's not just sensing current emotional states or projecting influence," Elara attempted to articulate the emerging perception. "It's temporal depth. Emotional currents have history and momentum, patterns extending backward and forward in time, revealing origins and probable developments." Predictive emotional mapping, Julian realised, the implications dawning in his expression. Not just understanding what is, but anticipating what might develop from current patterns. The significance wasn't lost on anyone present. Traditional emotional cartography, whether receptive or projective, operated primarily in the present tense, mapping current states or influencing immediate responses. What they were glimpsing through integration suggested capabilities extending into predictive territory, understanding emotional trajectories rather than just present conditions. "This has profound implications," Dr. Patel noted, her scientific detachment momentarily giving way to genuine excitement. "Both for defensive applications against manipulation and for preventative emotional health approaches." They maintained the integration for nearly an hour, documenting its effects and exploring the expanded perceptual capabilities it seemed to enable. When they finally deactivated the paired technologies, Elara and Julian appeared energized and fatigued, the integration demanding both physically and mentally, while revealing possibilities that sparked intellectual excitement. "I believe we've only glimpsed the surface of what true integration might achieve," Dr. Patel concluded as they reviewed preliminary data from the session. With refinement and systematic development, these combined approaches could revolutionize emotional cartography entirely and provide effective countermeasures against Voss's manipulation technologies, Thaddeus added, joining them after observing the session from a monitoring station. More than countermeasures, Elara suggested, still processing the expanded perception she had experienced. "What we glimpsed tells us that we might see his approaches before he does them, predictive defense rather than reaction." "Assuming we can refine this integration quickly enough," Julian cautioned, "Voss won't remain inactive while we develop these capabilities." His point was well taken. Despite the sanctuary's impressive security and remote location, their safety remained conditional rather than absolute. Voss had demonstrated determination and unexpected resources in pursuing them from Valera, characteristics unlikely to diminish given what he knew about the technologies they possessed. "We should establish a systematic development protocol," Dr. Patel proposed. This protocol would involve regular integration sessions of increasing duration and complexity, with comprehensive documentation of all emerging capabilities, while maintaining parallel work on specific countermeasures, Thaddeus added, balancing longer-term research with immediate security applications. The plan took shape quickly. Morning sessions focused on defensive applications directly relevant to Voss's threat, and afternoon work explored the broader potential of integrated emotional cartography. This balanced approach satisfied both immediate security concerns and the broader research imperatives that excited Dr. Patel and her team. As they concluded the day's work and prepared for evening meal, Maya appeared at the laboratory entrance, her expression suggesting news requiring private discussion rather than public sharing. "A moment," she requested, gesturing Thaddeus, Elara and Julian toward an adjacent consultation room. Once the door closed behind them, her professional demeanour shifted subtly, tension visible beneath her usual composure. "We've detected unusual communications activity in Chiang Mai," she reported without preamble. "Pattern matches, known Voss operatives based on previous monitoring." "He's tracked us to Thailand," Thaddeus concluded grimly. "How close?" "No indication he's identified the sanctuary's specific location," Maya replied, "but he's established a presence in the region more quickly than anticipated. Our transportation security protocols should have created at least another week of misdirection." "Unless he already had assets in place," Julian suggested. "My father maintained extensive files on Voss's global network. He believed the collector maintained dormant operations in major Asian centres, activated only for high-priority missions." The possibility was concerning. Voss's resources extended beyond what they had initially estimated. His determination to acquire Mira's emotional immunity research and Rowan's projective technologies justified extraordinary operational commitments. "We should accelerate the development of countermeasures," Thaddeus decided, "and increase security monitoring beyond standard protocols." "Already implemented," Maya confirmed. "Dr. Patel has authorised our highest security posture without disrupting research activities. Additional Wayfinder security personnel are being quietly integrated into the sanctuary's normal operations." "How long before Voss narrows his search from Chiang Mai to potential locations in the surrounding mountains?" Elara asked the practical question. "Difficult to predict with precision," Maya admitted. "The sanctuary's concealment measures are substantial, but Voss has demonstrated unexpected capabilities throughout this pursuit. A conservative estimate gives us 2 weeks of relative security. Optimistic scenario extends to a month or more." "Then we work with efficiency rather than panic," Thaddeus concluded. "Focused development of integrated countermeasures while maintaining appropriate security awareness." As they disbanded to prepare for the evening meal, Elara found herself contemplating their situation with mixed emotions. The morning's research revealed genuinely exciting possibilities for the integration of receptive and projective emotional cartography, approaches that might transform the field entirely if given sufficient development. Yet Voss's accelerated pursuit created pressure that threatened to reduce this revolutionary potential to mere tactical application. Julian fell into step beside her as they walked toward the dining hall, his expression suggesting similar thoughts. "We can't allow security concerns to completely override the broader potential," he observed quietly. "What we glimpse today extends far beyond the development of defensive countermeasures." "Roger that, Julian, the Julinator," Elara replied, her fatigue making her slightly silly. "But we also can't ignore the threat. Balance seems to be the sweet spot phrase of the day, in our technologies and in research priorities." As they entered the dining hall, Elara was determined to maintain equilibrium between these competing priorities. The integrated approach they had glimpsed that morning represented too significant a breakthrough to be reduced to mere tactical application, yet Voss's pursuit created legitimate urgency that couldn't be dismissed in favour of pure research. The cartographer's daughter had discovered that mapping emotional territories required the same balanced perspective as physical cartography: attention to immediate features and broader patterns, practical navigation, and comprehensive understanding. With Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, and the sanctuary's resources supporting their work, that balanced mapping now faced its first significant test. Voss was coming, but they were no longer merely fleeing, they were preparing. And in that preparation lay possibilities the collector, for all his resources and determination, had yet to anticipate. Chapter 10. The Sanctuary. The mountains surrounding Chiang Mai rose through the morning mist like ancient sentinels, their forested slopes creating a natural barrier between the modern world and the remote valleys hidden within their embrace. Dawn painted the landscape in soft gold and amber, illuminating terraced fields and scattered villages that had changed little in centuries despite Thailand's rapid modernisation elsewhere. Elara stood on the observation deck of the small helicopter that served as their final transportation link, watching as they followed a narrow valley deeper into the mountains, leaving the last traces of accessible civilization behind. After 4 days of continuous movement, commercial flights with false documentation, private charters under wayfinder protection, and ground transportation through carefully selected routes, they had finally reached the approach to their destination. "The sanctuary isn't on any official maps," Maya explained, joining her at the viewport. "Technically, this entire valley doesn't exist according to Thai government surveys. A cartographic blind spot maintained through careful relationships with local officials and strategic technological interventions." "Invisible to satellite imaging?" Elara asked, professional interest piqued by this cartographic sleight of hand. "Not invisible, but disguised," Maya clarified. "Advanced projection technology creates false topographical readings that match surrounding terrain patterns. From above, this appears to be an unremarkable, inaccessible mountain ridge, just one of hundreds in the region." The helicopter banked sharply, following the contours of a river that wound through the increasingly narrow valley. Ahead, the passage appeared to dead end entirely against a sheer rock face, a natural barrier that would deter any casual exploration. What are we doing? Why are we—" Julian observed from his seat opposite, noting their apparent course toward solid stone. "Holographic projection," Thaddeus interrupted. "Another layer of the sanctuary's defences. Watch." As they approached what seemed to be an impassable cliff face, the illusion dissolved, revealing a hidden valley beyond, nestled within a perfect ring of mountains that created a natural fortress. Within this protected basin lay a complex of structures that blended traditional Thai architectural elements with more modern facilities, all constructed to harmonise with the surrounding landscape rather than dominate it. "Welcome to the Wayfinder Sanctuary," Maya announced as the helicopter descended toward a landing pad positioned discreetly among bamboo groves. Established as a meditation retreat in the 1970s, converted to our primary Southeast Asian research facility in the 1990s after certain political developments made our previous location untenable. "It's beautiful," Elara remarked, taking in the integration of buildings with the natural environment, structures that appeared to grow from the landscape rather than being imposed upon it. "And nearly impossible to find, let alone breach," Harmon added, the practical security assessment foremost in his mind after their narrow escape from Voss. "Perfect combination of natural barriers, technological countermeasures and cultural camouflage." "Cultural camouflage?" Julian questioned. "Local villages know this valley exists but consider it sacred ground," Thaddeus explained. "Home to forest spirits and ancient powers that protect those who respect traditional boundaries. Their beliefs provide an additional layer of security, discouraging casual exploration while explaining away any unusual observations that might leak through our technological protections." The helicopter settled onto the landing pad with barely a vibration, testament to both the pilot's skill and the advanced technology incorporated into what appeared outwardly as a relatively conventional aircraft. As the rotors slowed, a small, welcoming committee emerged from one of the nearest structures, 3 individuals dressed in simple linen clothing that struck a balance between practical functionality and respect for local aesthetics. Dr. Aranya Patel, Thaddeus identified the woman leading the group. Director of the Sanctuary and one of the Wayfinder's leading researchers in emotional cartography. Her work bridges Eastern meditative traditions with Western neurological approaches. "A perfect mentor for what we're attempting," Maya added pointedly. As they disembarked, Dr. Patel approached with a graceful way, the traditional Thai greeting with palms pressed together, before extending her hand in Western fashion. "Welcome to the Sanctuary," she said, her British accented voice carrying warmth and precision. "I'm relieved to see you all arrived safely. We've been monitoring Voss's movements with some concern." "He was closer than we anticipated at several points," Thaddeus acknowledged, clasping her hand. "Your extraction team performed admirably under challenging circumstances." Dr. Patel nodded acknowledgement before turning to Elara and Julian with evident curiosity. "And these must be our inheritance bearers," she observed. "Thaddeus Reid and Julian Valera. Your respective parents cast long shadows in the field of emotional cartography." "Valera?" Elara questioned, glancing at Julian. "I thought your surname was—" "My mother's family name," Julian explained with a small shrug. "My father believed it provided useful separation from his work, preventing assumptions based on the Reid connection. In professional contexts, I've always used Valera." This small revelation, another layer of careful identity management by Rowan, reminded Elara how thoroughly her uncle had controlled information and perception, even regarding his own son. Julian's separate surname represented yet another strategic decision in Rowan's carefully constructed world. "We have quarters prepared for all of you," Dr. Patel continued, gesturing toward the main complex, "and secure laboratory facilities ready for your work. I assume you'll want to rest before beginning substantive discussions, but I'm available whenever you're ready to proceed." "Actually," Thaddeus interjected, "given the urgency of our situation with Voss, perhaps a preliminary briefing would be appropriate first. Elara and Julian have developed some promising integrations of their respective technologies that warrant immediate documentation and analysis." Dr. Patel raised an eyebrow, her interest clearly piqued. "Integration of awareness and intentional projective approaches. That would be significant. The Sanctuary's main laboratory should be perfect for initial assessment." They followed her through the complex, a harmonious blend of traditional structures with teak wood and sweeping roof lines, alongside more modern facilities housing sophisticated research equipment. Throughout the compound, Wayfinder personnel moved with purposeful calm, acknowledging the new arrivals with respectful nods, but maintaining the focused demeanour of researchers engaged in important work. "The Sanctuary houses approximately 50 permanent researchers and support staff," Dr. Patel explained as they walked, "plus a rotating complement of visiting scholars and trainees. All have undergone extensive verification and emotional stability assessment. Security is maintained not just through physical measures, but through careful personnel selection. And local connections, Julian inquired, noting several Thai individuals among the staff they passed. Essential to our operation, Dr. Patel confirmed. The sanctuary employs many from surrounding villages, both for practical operations and to maintain positive community relationships. They understand our work in terms that align with their cultural frameworks, seeing emotional cartography as an extension of traditional healing and spiritual practices rather than purely Western scientific research. The main laboratory occupied a modern structure at the compound centre, its exterior disguised with traditional architectural elements, while its interior housed state-of-the-art research equipment. Unlike conventional scientific laboratories with stark white surfaces and utilitarian designs, this space incorporated natural materials and ergonomic considerations that created an environment that balances technological capability with human comfort. Emotional cartography requires harmony between researcher and environment, Dr. Patel noted, observing Elara's appreciation of the design. Sterile conventional laboratories create subtle distortions in the emotional landscapes we're attempting to map and understand. At the lab's centre stood a circular workspace surrounded by various specialised stations, each dedicated to different aspects of emotional cartography research. Screens displayed complex data visualizations, while more traditional mapping materials were organised at several workstations, creating a bridge between digital and analogue approaches. Perhaps you could demonstrate the integration you achieved during your evacuation, Dr. Patel suggested once they were settled. Our documentation systems can record all relevant data for further analysis. Julian and Elara exchanged glances, recognising the significance of formally sharing their improvised technique. Showtime. They had combined fundamentally different approaches to emotional cartography under crisis conditions, achieving results neither of their parents had documented, despite decades of research. It was improvisation rather than calculated integration, Julian cautioned as he carefully removed the projective heart pen and resonator prototype from their protective case. Effective for our immediate needs, but hardly optimised. Are you shy about sharing? Often the most significant advances begin as improvisation, Dr. Patel replied with a small smile. Necessity revealing possibilities that deliberate experimentation might never discover. Elara removed her mother's receptive heart pen from its own case, along with the copper disc containing Mira's encoded memories. The paired heart pens, one designed for sensing emotional landscapes, the other for projecting into them, had never been formally tested together since Mira and Rowan's philosophical divergence decades earlier. We integrated the projective capabilities of Rowan's heart pen with the resonators or awareness amplification functions, Julian explained, demonstrating their established connection points. It created an emotional disruption field that confused Voss's surveillance systems. While I monitored and clarified the current state using my mother's pen, Elara added, that provided the foundation for the projected intentional patterns to do their thing. Kind of the Reese's peanut butter cup of emotional warfare. Fascinating, Dr. Patel murmured, gracefully ignoring the candy bar reference to steer the conversation back to science. The complementary functions that should have evolved together finally reconnected after decades of separate development. Intention without awareness can hit unseen walls and underperform. Under Dr. Patel's guidance, they reconstructed their improvised integration, this time with the sanctuary's sophisticated monitoring equipment recording every aspect of the process. When activated alongside the resonator prototype, the projective heart pen glowed with soft silver light, while Elara's receptive pen responded with copper warmth, creating a visual representation of the technological dialogue occurring between these long-separated approaches. The resonance pattern from both is remarkable, Dr. Patel observed, studying the data flowing across monitoring displays. Neither purely receptive nor purely intentional or projectional, but a harmonic integration that creates a unique outcome not possible without the other. This could fundamentally change our understanding of emotional cartography's potential applications. And provide effective countermeasures against Voss's manipulation technologies, Thaddeus added, bringing the conversation back to their immediate practical concerns. Yes, of course, Dr. Patel acknowledged, though I hope you'll forgive a researcher's excitement at the broader implications. She turned to Julian and Elara with undisguised enthusiasm. What you've demonstrated, however improvised, represents the reconnection of approaches that should never have been separated. The potential applications extend far beyond defensive countermeasures. Applications such as, Julian prompted. Emotional healing at unprecedented scales, Dr. Patel replied immediately. Prevention of mass manipulation through targeted emotional immunity distribution, possibly even large-scale conflict reduction through emotional resonance harmonization. She gestured expansively. The very applications the Wayfinders were founded to research before emotional cartography fractured into opposing philosophies. The potential she described was both exhilarating and sobering. Technologies that could fundamentally alter human emotional experience for better or worse, depending on how they were developed and applied. Exactly the capabilities that made Voss's pursuit so determined and dangerous. First, we need to refine what we stumbled upon, Elara noted practically. The integration was functional, but crude. We don't fully understand the potential and pitfalls yet. And we need to anticipate Voss's next move, Julian added. He's not going to abandon pursuit simply because we've temporarily evaded him. Agreed on both counts, Dr. Patel nodded, and the sanctuary provides ideal conditions for this work. Our facilities were designed specifically for emotional cartography research, protecting against physical intrusion and emotional surveillance. Emotional surveillance, Elara questioned. Advanced applications of the same technologies you carry, Dr. Patel explained. Voss has developed systems that can detect distinctive emotional signatures at considerable distances, similar to how you map the pursuers during your escape. The sanctuary incorporates shielding that prevents such detection, creating a secure space for your work. The thoroughness of the Wayfinder's security measures was reassuring, though Elara remained acutely aware that no protection was absolute, particularly against an adversary with Voss's resources and determination. While significantly greater than anywhere else, their safety here remained conditional rather than guaranteed. I suggest you all rest and recover from your journey, Doctor, Patel proposed after completing the initial documentation of their integrated technology. Tomorrow morning, we can begin systematic analysis and refinement of this promising integration. Meanwhile, I'll ensure our security protocols remain at maximum readiness. As they followed a staff member to their assigned quarters, comfortable accommodations that blended local aesthetic traditions with modern amenities, Elara found herself reflecting on how completely her life had transformed in less than 2 weeks. From conventional cartographer in coastal Cambria to inheritor of emotional mapping technologies at a secret research facility in the mountains of northern Thailand, pursued by a determined billionaire while working alongside the son of her mother's greatest adversary. Her quarters featured a private balcony overlooking the valley, providing stunning views and a space for quiet reflection. As twilight settled over the sanctuary, painting the surrounding mountains in deepening purples and blues, Elara allowed herself a moment of genuine contemplation about the path ahead. The heart pen rested on a small table beside her, its copper inlays catching the fading light with subtle warmth. Nearby lay the disk containing her mother's encoded memories, a resource she had only begun to explore and understand fully. Together, these inheritances connected her to Mira's approach to emotional cartography, while Julian's complementary technologies provided the other half of what should have been a unified field. A soft knock at her door interrupted these thoughts. Opening it revealed Julian, his tall frame silhouetted against the corridor lighting. "Sorry to disturb your rest," he said, his usual confident manner temporarily subdued. "But there's something I need to share before we begin formal work tomorrow." "Come in," Elara invited, curious about this unexpected visit. Julian entered but remained standing, his posture suggesting both discomfort and resolution. "Before we proceed further, with integrating our inherited technologies, he began carefully. You should know something about my father's final directive to me, something beyond what he shared in your presence. Elara felt a flicker of wariness. What directive? He instructed me to ensure that regardless of other outcomes, his projective techniques never fall under Wayfinder control without appropriate safeguards, Julian explained. He believed they would inevitably prioritize defensive applications over the projective potential he spent decades developing. You're concerned about fully sharing your father's technologies with the Sanctuary researchers? Elara surmised, immediately understanding his hesitation. I'm concerned about balance, Julian clarified. My father's approach was flawed in its execution, but contained valuable innovations that could be lost if subsumed entirely into the Wayfinder's predominantly protective philosophy. It was a valid concern, one that echoed Elara's own thoughts about ensuring her mother's receptive approaches weren't oversimplified or narrowed during integration with Rowan's projective techniques. True balance required honouring both traditions rather than allowing either to dominate. Okay, but what are you proposing? She asked directly. A partnership, Julian replied. You and I working as equals in this integration process, maintaining independent authority over our respective inheritances while collaborating on their reconnection. Creating appropriate boundaries with the Wayfinders while benefiting from their resources and protection. That's all. The proposal made sense on multiple levels. Despite the Sanctuary's impressive facilities and Dr. Patel's evident expertise, the heart pens and associated technologies represented personal inheritances with complexities unlikely to be fully appreciated by outside researchers, however well-intentioned. Agreed, Elara said after brief consideration. We maintain final authority over our respective technologies while collaborating on their integration. The Wayfinders provide support and protection without assuming control. Julian's relief was visible, a subtle relaxation of tension he had been carrying since their arrival. Thank you for understanding. Despite my father's many flaws, his work represents significant innovation that deserves preservation, alongside your mother's approaches. Ownership where it belongs and balance in all things, Elara replied with a small smile. I'm in. Anything else? After Julian departed, Elara returned to her balcony contemplation with renewed perspective. Their situation was delicately balanced between multiple intersecting forces: Wayfinder protection versus institutional interests, receptive versus projective approaches, defensive versus developmental applications, and past inheritances versus future innovations. Navigating these complex currents would require technical skill and philosophical clarity, qualities her mother and Rowan possessed in abundance, but had ultimately applied in opposition rather than harmony. The challenge for their children was achieving the integration they had abandoned, while simultaneously developing countermeasures against Voss's immediate threat. The heart pen warmed slightly on the table behind her, as if responding to these thoughts. The copper disc likewise pulsed with gentle heat, her mother's encoded memories resonating with the emotional landscape of Elara's contemplation. Morning would begin formal research, the systematic exploration of the integration they had improvised during their escape. But this evening's quiet reflection and unexpected conversation with Julian had established important parameters for that work, ensuring balance between traditions that had too long remained separated. As darkness settled fully over the sanctuary and lights began to illuminate the pathways between buildings, Elara found herself experiencing something that had been notably absent throughout their frantic journey from Valera, a sense of purpose extending beyond immediate survival or reaction to crisis. Here in this hidden valley near Chiang Mai, yet removed from the accessible world, they had the opportunity to develop something genuinely transformative, not just countermeasures against Voss's manipulative technologies, but integrated approaches to emotional cartography that honoured both understanding and guidance, reception or awareness, and the projection of intention in balanced measure. The cartographer's daughter had found herself mapping territory neither of her parents had fully explored. the balanced integration of seemingly opposed approaches that represented emotional cartography's true potential. With Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, and the sanctuary's resources supporting their work, that mapping could now proceed with deliberate care rather than crisis improvisation. Voss would continue his pursuit, of that Elara had no doubt. His determination to acquire both Mira's emotional immunity research and Rowan's projective technologies made eventual confrontation inevitable, rather than merely possible. But here, in this carefully concealed valley surrounded by mountains that had stood sentinel for millennia, they had gained what they needed most: time and space to prepare properly for that confrontation. The game had shifted from desperate evasion to strategic preparation. And in that shift lay possibilities neither Voss nor anyone else could fully anticipate. Dawn arrived with gentle persistence, mountain mist giving way to clear skies as the sanctuary awakened to its daily rhythms. Elara had risen early, using the quiet morning hours to conduct a personal mapping session with her mother's heart pen, sensing the emotional currents of this new environment while accessing more of Mira's encoded memories from the copper disc. The sanctuary's emotional landscape was unlike anything she had mapped previously. A harmonious balance of focused intellectual activity and meditative calm that reflected its unique hybrid nature as both research facility and spiritual retreat. The very foundations of the complex seemed to resonate with balanced purpose, creating ideal conditions for the work they were undertaking. After a simple breakfast in the communal dining hall, Elara made her way to the main laboratory, where Julian was already working with Dr. Patel to establish baseline measurements of the projective heart pen's capabilities. The systematic approach was a marked contrast to their improvised integration during escape, careful documentation replacing crisis innovation. "Perfect timing, Doctor," Patel greeted her. "We're establishing independent performance parameters before attempting further integration. Would you begin similar baseline measurements with your mother's heart pen?" They worked through the morning with methodical precision, documenting the distinct capabilities of receptive and projective emotional cartography as represented by their inherited tools. The heart pens, designed as complementary instruments decades earlier, displayed remarkable resonance even when used separately, suggesting their potential in combination exceeded anything yet documented. "The receptive pen doesn't just passively record emotional signatures," Elara explained as they reviewed her morning's mapping results. "It actively engages with them, creating a dialogue between mapper and mapped that reveals subtleties passive observation would miss. While the projective pen doesn't simply impose emotional patterns," Julian added, demonstrating his father's technology. "It initiates resonance with existing emotional currents, amplifying some while dampening others. Guidance rather than control, at least in its original design." "Before your father modified its application for his purposes in Valera," Dr. Patel observed neutrally. "Yes," Julian acknowledged without defensiveness. "He prioritized a certain intent over authentic expression, ultimately undermining the technology's true potential. But the underlying principles remain valid, even if his implementation was flawed." Their morning's work confirmed what they had glimpsed during their improvised integration: that these technologies had always been designed as complementary approaches, their separation representing philosophical divergence rather than technical necessity. The heart pens functioned most effectively when used in coordinated application, receptive understanding, informing projective guidance in continuous feedback. By midday, they were ready to attempt deliberate integration under controlled conditions, recreating the disruption field they had improvised during escape, but with precise documentation and systematic refinement rather than crisis improvisation. "We should expand the monitoring perimeter, Doctor," Patel suggested as they prepared. "The effects of true integration may extend further than anticipated, particularly in this environment where emotional currents flow with unusual clarity." Additional sensors were positioned throughout the laboratory and surrounding grounds, creating a comprehensive monitoring network that would capture every aspect of their experimental integration. Wayfinder researchers gathered at observation stations, their professional curiosity evident despite the maintained decorum of scientific objectivity. "Ready?" Elara asked as she and Julian took positions at the laboratory's centre, their respective technologies prepared for coordinated activation. "Ready," he confirmed, the projective heart pen poised above its connection point with the resonator prototype. They began simultaneously, Elara mapping the surrounding emotional landscape with her mother's receptive pen, while Julian initiated projection using his father's complementary technology. The effect was immediate and visually striking, copper and silver light intermingling as the technologies engaged in harmonic dialogue to implement the intent of disruption. Unlike their improvised application during escape, this deliberate integration incorporated conscious refinement based on their morning's baseline measurements. Elara adjusted her mapping in real time in response to Julian's projections, while he modified his projective patterns based on her receptive feedback, creating a continuous conversation. "Remarkable," Dr. Patel murmured, watching monitoring displays that captured data streams far beyond what human perception could directly observe. "The resonance patterns are self-reinforcing in service of the intention, each technology enhancing the other's effectiveness, rather than merely combining functions." The intervention expanded outward from its position, creating what the monitoring equipment visualized as concentric ripples of harmonic emotional resonance. Unlike its earlier disruption field, designed to confuse surveillance systems, this controlled integration demonstrated potential for more sophisticated applications. Emotional mapping that simultaneously understood and guided, perceived and responded. "Extending monitoring to secondary parameters," announced one of the Wayfinder researchers, adjusting equipment settings to capture additional dimensions of the phenomenon they were witnessing. As the integration stabilized, Elara became aware of something unexpected, a subtle shift in her perception of the emotional landscape, as if new dimensions were becoming accessible through the balanced application of receptive and projective approaches. The heart pen in her hand felt different, not just warm, but somehow more responsive, more aware of its connection to the emotional currents around them, more nuanced and interactive. Julian's expression suggested he was experiencing something similar with the projective pen, his focused concentration giving way to subtle surprise as the integration revealed capabilities beyond what either of them had anticipated. "Are you experiencing perceptual expansion?" he asked quietly, maintaining the integration while communicating his observations. "Yes," Elara confirmed, as if hidden layers of the emotional landscape reveal themselves, dimensions neither pen can perceive independently. Dr. Patel leaned forward intently. "Can you describe these additional dimensions?" "It's not just sensing current emotional states or projecting influence," Elara attempted to articulate the emerging perception. "It's temporal depth. Emotional currents have history and momentum, patterns extending backward and forward in time, revealing origins and probable developments." Predictive emotional mapping, Julian realised, the implications dawning in his expression. Not just understanding what is, but anticipating what might develop from current patterns. The significance wasn't lost on anyone present. Traditional emotional cartography, whether receptive or projective, operated primarily in the present tense, mapping current states or influencing immediate responses. What they were glimpsing through integration suggested capabilities extending into predictive territory, understanding emotional trajectories rather than just present conditions. "This has profound implications," Dr. Patel noted, her scientific detachment momentarily giving way to genuine excitement. "Both for defensive applications against manipulation and for preventative emotional health approaches." They maintained the integration for nearly an hour, documenting its effects and exploring the expanded perceptual capabilities it seemed to enable. When they finally deactivated the paired technologies, Elara and Julian appeared energized and fatigued, the integration demanding both physically and mentally, while revealing possibilities that sparked intellectual excitement. "I believe we've only glimpsed the surface of what true integration might achieve," Dr. Patel concluded as they reviewed preliminary data from the session. With refinement and systematic development, these combined approaches could revolutionize emotional cartography entirely and provide effective countermeasures against Voss's manipulation technologies, Thaddeus added, joining them after observing the session from a monitoring station. More than countermeasures, Elara suggested, still processing the expanded perception she had experienced. What we glimpsed tells us that we might see his approaches before he does them, predictive defense rather than reaction. Assuming we can refine this integration quickly enough, Julian cautioned, Voss won't remain inactive while we develop these capabilities. His point was well taken. Despite the sanctuary's impressive security and remote location, their safety remained conditional rather than absolute. Voss had demonstrated determination and unexpected resources in pursuing them from Valera, characteristics unlikely to diminish given what he knew about the technologies they possessed. We should establish a systematic development protocol, Dr. Patel proposed. This protocol would involve regular integration sessions of increasing duration and complexity, with comprehensive documentation of all emerging capabilities, while maintaining parallel work on specific countermeasures, Thaddeus added, balancing longer-term research with immediate security applications. The plan took shape quickly. Morning sessions focused on defensive applications directly relevant to Voss's threat, and afternoon work explored the broader potential of integrated emotional cartography. This balanced approach satisfied both immediate security concerns and the broader research imperatives that excited Dr. Patel and her team. As they concluded the day's work and prepared for evening meal, Maya appeared at the laboratory entrance, her expression suggesting news requiring private discussion rather than public sharing. "A moment," she requested, gesturing Thaddeus, Elara and Julian toward an adjacent consultation room. Once the door closed behind them, her professional demeanour shifted subtly, tension visible beneath her usual composure. "We've detected unusual communications activity in Chiang Mai," she reported without preamble. "Pattern matches, known Voss operatives based on previous monitoring." "He's tracked us to Thailand," Thaddeus concluded grimly. "How close?" "No indication he's identified the sanctuary's specific location," Maya replied, "but he's established a presence in the region more quickly than anticipated. Our transportation security protocols should have created at least another week of misdirection." "Unless he already had assets in place," Julian suggested. "My father maintained extensive files on Voss's global network. He believed the collector maintained dormant operations in major Asian centres, activated only for high-priority missions." The possibility was concerning. Voss's resources extended beyond what they had initially estimated. His determination to acquire Mira's emotional immunity research and Rowan's projective technologies justified extraordinary operational commitments. "We should accelerate the development of countermeasures," Thaddeus decided, and increase security monitoring beyond standard protocols. "Already implemented," Maya confirmed. "Dr. Patel has authorised our highest security posture without disrupting research activities. Additional Wayfinder security personnel are being quietly integrated into the sanctuary's normal operations." "How long before Voss narrows his search from Chiang Mai to potential locations in the surrounding mountains?" Elara asked the practical question. "Difficult to predict with precision," Maya admitted. "The sanctuary's concealment measures are substantial, but Voss has demonstrated unexpected capabilities throughout this pursuit. A conservative estimate gives us 2 weeks of relative security. Optimistic scenario extends to a month or more." "Then we work with efficiency rather than panic," Thaddeus concluded. "Focused development of integrated countermeasures while maintaining appropriate security awareness." As they disbanded to prepare for the evening meal, Elara found herself contemplating their situation with mixed emotions. The morning's research revealed genuinely exciting possibilities for the integration of receptive and projective emotional cartography, approaches that might transform the field entirely if given sufficient development. Yet Voss's accelerated pursuit created pressure that threatened to reduce this revolutionary potential to mere tactical application. Julian fell into step beside her as they walked toward the dining hall, his expression suggesting similar thoughts. "We can't allow security concerns to completely override the broader potential," he observed quietly. "What we glimpse today extends far beyond the development of defensive countermeasures." "Roger that, Julian, the Julinator," Elara replied, her fatigue making her slightly silly. "But we also can't ignore the threat. Balance seems to be the sweet spot phrase of the day, in our technologies and in research priorities." As they entered the dining hall, Elara was determined to maintain equilibrium between these competing priorities. The integrated approach they had glimpsed that morning represented too significant a breakthrough to be reduced to mere tactical application, yet Voss's pursuit created legitimate urgency that couldn't be dismissed in favour of pure research. The cartographer's daughter had discovered that mapping emotional territories required the same balanced perspective as physical cartography: attention to immediate features and broader patterns, practical navigation, and comprehensive understanding. With Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, and the sanctuary's resources supporting their work, that balanced mapping now faced its first significant test. Voss was coming, but they were no longer merely fleeing, they were preparing. And in that preparation lay possibilities the collector, for all his resources and determination, had yet to anticipate. Chapter 11. Convergence. 2 weeks passed in a rhythm of intensive work, punctuated by moments of quiet reflection. The sanctuary's balanced atmosphere, part research facility, part meditative retreat, provided ideal conditions for the integration Elara and Julian were developing. Each day brought new discoveries as they systematically explored the capabilities that emerged when receptive and projective emotional cartography worked in harmony rather than opposition. Elara stood on her private balcony in the pre-dawn stillness, watching mist drift through the valley like spectral currents. Sleep had become a reluctant visitor, arriving late and departing early as her mind processed the accelerating developments of their research. The heart pen rested in her palm, its copper inlays warm against her skin, even in the morning chill. A constant companion that seemed increasingly attuned to her thoughts as well as her deliberate use. "You're up early again," observed Julian, appearing on the adjacent balcony that extended from his own quarters. In the 2 weeks since arriving at the sanctuary, he had developed a similar pattern of early rising and late retiring, their shared inheritance apparently including tendencies toward intensity that would have surprised neither of their fathers. "The mapping from yesterday," Elara replied, not needing to elaborate further. Julian nodded, understanding immediately. Their latest integration session had revealed something unexpected: emotional patterns extending not just hours or days into probable futures, but weeks and potentially months. The implications were simultaneously fascinating and troubling, suggesting capabilities beyond what either of their parents had documented or perhaps even imagined. For instance, when mapping the emotional currents flowing through Chiang Mai's central market, they had detected not just the immediate tapestry of tourist excitement and vendor fatigue, but rippling trajectories showing how a brewing conflict between 2 merchant families would escalate through specific phases over the coming weeks. The map had revealed precise emotional trigger points: a perceived slight during next week's festival, a misinterpreted negotiation in 17 days, a public confrontation during the following new moon, all flowing from present tensions too subtle for conventional observation to detect. Most unsettling was their discovery that simply by documenting these future emotional nodes, they had subtly altered the trajectories, creating an observer effect that raised profound questions about responsibility. In this case, the potential conflict, once identified, flipped to cooperation as they found a way to create an alliance that benefited both, a potential not possible prior to mapping. If mapping future emotional states inherently changed them, where did observation end and intervention begin? Dr. Patel wants to focus today's session entirely on that extension, Julian said, though I'm concerned about pushing the boundaries without fully understanding the potential consequences. Agreed, Elara nodded. There's something interesting about extending too far. As if the mapping itself becomes part of what's being mapped, new potentials arising as a result. This kind of nuanced discussion had become natural between them. Technical observations layered with philosophical implications, precise analysis alongside intuitive sensing. Their complementary approaches, initially seeming at odds, had developed into a balanced perspective that neither could have achieved alone. Voss's team has expanded its presence in Chiang Mai, Julian noted, changing the subject to their more immediate concern. Maya briefed me last night after you'd retired. They've established what appears to be a forward operating base, disguised as a tech startup office. This wasn't unexpected news, but its confirmation added urgency to their work. Despite the sanctuary's extensive security measures, Voss's methodical narrowing of potential locations made eventual discovery a question of when rather than if. How's the defensive integration coming? Elara asked, referring to the parallel track of their research focused specifically on countermeasures against Voss's emotional manipulation technologies. Promising, Julian replied. The disruption field we improvised during escape has been refined significantly. Targeting is more precise, and the effect duration is extended. If Voss employs emotionally modified operatives in an incursion attempt, we should be able to neutralize them effectively. And if he's modified himself? Elara pressed the question that had concerned them both. Julian's expression tightened. Less certain. Self-modification at Voss's level would incorporate fail-safes against standard disruption. We're developing more sophisticated approaches, but without direct testing. He left the implication hanging. Like all defensive technologies, their countermeasures contained an element of uncertainty when facing an adversary as adaptive and resourceful as Voss had proven to be. As dawnlight began illuminating the valley, they made their way to the communal dining hall for the simple but nourishing breakfast that fueled their intensive work. Other researchers nodded greetings, maintaining a respectful distance, partly from awareness of their privacy needs, partly from the subtle aura of intensity that had developed around them as their integration work progressed. Dr. Patel joined them as they finished their meal, her composed demeanour showing signs of both excitement and concern. The monitoring team detected unusual emotional signatures at the valley's outer perimeter last night, she reported without preamble. Nothing breached our security measures, but the pattern suggests deliberate testing rather than random proximity. Voss's forward scouts, Julian concluded grimly, methodical exploration of potential locations. Most likely, Dr. Patel agreed. We've enhanced perimeter monitoring and implemented countermeasures, but this accelerates our timeline considerably. The implication was clear. Their research now operated under more immediate pressure than anticipated, the luxury of systematic exploration giving way to practical necessity. The balance between comprehensive understanding and immediate application had shifted decisively toward the latter. We focused today's session entirely on defensive integration, Thaddeus decided, joining their table with Maya beside him. Specifically, the disruption field with enhanced range and duration. If Voss's teams are probing our perimeter, we need operational countermeasures, not just theoretical frameworks. Elara exchanged glances with Julian, recognising the necessary pivot while harbouring private concerns about narrowing their focus too dramatically. The broader potential of their integrated approach risked being reduced to mere tactical application if security concerns entirely overrode research imperatives. We can maintain parallel tracks, Elara suggested. Julian and I are focusing on defensive applications with Dr. Patel's team while continuing our exploration of predictive mapping in the evening sessions. Risky to extend yourselves that far, Maya cautioned. The integration work is already taxing under controlled conditions. We'll manage, Julian replied with quiet confidence. The defensive applications are critical, but abandoning the broader research entirely would be short-sighted. Plus, you never know when you'll need to pivot during a battle, and use something you didn't initially see as defensive. After a brief discussion, they settled on a compromise, primary focus on defensive countermeasures, while maintaining limited exploration of the predictive capabilities that had emerged from their integration work. It wasn't ideal from a research perspective, but it balanced immediate security needs with longer-term potential. The main laboratory had been reconfigured overnight to prioritize defensive applications, monitoring equipment arranged to track effectiveness against simulated emotional manipulation signatures based on what they documented from Voss's operatives during their escape from Valera. Technical staff moved with focused efficiency, the atmosphere shifting from academic research towards something more reminiscent of strategic preparation. We've constructed simplified emotional modification profiles based on the signatures you mapped during pursuit, Dr. Patel explained, gesturing towards simulation models displayed on the laboratory's central screens. These will serve as targets for your disruption field, allowing effectiveness measurement against various modification parameters. The morning passed in intensive development, Elara and Julian refining the integration of heart pens with resonator technology to create increasingly sophisticated disruption fields. Unlike their improvised application during the escape, this deliberate development incorporated precise targeting, extended duration, and variable intensity, creating a defensive capability that could be adjusted for different scenarios. The fundamental vulnerability remains consistent, Julian observed as they reviewed the morning's testing data. Emotional modification requires suppressing specific natural responses, disrupting the predictable outcomes Voss needs for his purposes. And suppression creates pressure points that our disruption field can trigger, leading to unpredictable outcomes that we hope neutralize the threat. Like pressing on a fault line in a geological formation, Elara added, her cartographer's perspective finding relevant parallels. Applied pressure at key points creates disproportionate effects throughout the system. We just don't know how much impact they will have. By midday, they had developed a disruption field significantly more sophisticated than their original improvisation. Longer range, extended duration, more precise targeting. The Wayfinder technical team was already adapting the design for deployment throughout the sanctuary's perimeter, creating layered defences against potential incursion by emotionally modified operatives. Impressive progress, Thaddeus acknowledged during their brief break for sustenance. But we need to consider another scenario. What if Voss employs unmodified personnel? Standard operatives without the emotional vulnerabilities your disruption field targets. Unlikely for direct incursion, Maya assessed from her security perspective. Voss's emotional modification provides capabilities normal operatives can't match: enhanced focus, suppressed fear response, immunity to standard psychological deterrence. Voss wouldn't attempt to breach a facility this secure without those advantages. Unless he's identified exactly what we're developing here, Julian countered. If he's determined the nature of our countermeasures, he might adapt his approach accordingly. It was a sobering consideration. Throughout their pursuit from Valera to the sanctuary, Voss demonstrated adaptability and thorough intelligence gathering. Assuming he would continue employing vulnerable approaches once countermeasures were deployed would be dangerously complacent. We need a secondary defensive layer, Elara concluded. Something effective against conventional intrusion attempts, not just emotionally modified operatives. This shifted their afternoon's work toward broader applications of the integrated heart pen technologies, not just disrupting artificial emotional states, but influencing natural ones. The ethical implications were immediately apparent and considerably more complex than their morning's focus on countering manipulation technology. We're approaching territory my father explored in Valera, Julian noted with evident caution. Projecting emotional states, rather than just disrupting artificial ones, crosses important boundaries. The distinction being consent and duration, Dr. Patel observed. Temporary influence for defensive purposes differs fundamentally from persistent control for manipulation. The line remains uncomfortably thin, Elara replied, her mother's ethical frameworks surfacing through inherited memory and personal conviction. We need safeguards built into any system that projects influence rather than simply disrupting manipulation. They proceeded carefully, developing a secondary defensive approach that projected disorientation and uncertainty rather than attempting direct emotional control. This created an environment that would undermine coordinated incursion attempts without imposing specific emotional states on targets. The approach honoured the ethical boundaries Elara and Julian considered essential while providing practical security enhancement. By evening, both defensive systems were in development for perimeter deployment, the disruption field targeting emotionally modified operatives and the disorientation projection affecting conventional intrusion attempts. Together, they created layered protection against Voss's most likely approaches, buying time for continuing research and preparation. Rather than joining the communal dinner, Elara and Julian opted for simple food delivered to a smaller research space where they could continue their work on predictive emotional mapping, the capability that had emerged unexpectedly from their integration sessions, but risked being sidelined by immediate security concerns. We mapped emotions and saw clearly a predictive outcome, most likely to occur a few months down the road, Julian observed as they reviewed data from previous sessions. And in seeing those dominoes set up ready to fall, it was as if seeing it allowed for new possibilities. Like weather forecasting, but in the moment of the forecast, you sensed that the forecast once seen was free to manifest differently, Elara suggested. Patterns seen with clarity got permission to express in new ways like a massage, therapists releasing a tight muscle when the pressure was applied just right. Working with a quiet intensity through the evening hours, they explored the predictive capabilities that had emerged from their integrated approach. There's something here beyond immediate defensive application, Elara noted as they documented particularly striking examples of emotional trajectory mapping. Understanding how emotional patterns develop over time could fundamentally change approaches to community health, conflict prevention, and recovery from collective trauma. Applications my father glimpsed but implemented through control rather than guidance, Julian acknowledged. The vision wasn't entirely wrong, just the execution. Their evening work continued past reasonable hours, both driven by awareness that security priorities might soon override research opportunities entirely. The balanced approach they were developing, integration of receptive understanding with projective guidance, represented something genuinely revolutionary in emotional cartography, yet its development occurred under the shadow of imminent threat. It was well past midnight when they finally conceded to fatigue and prepared to retire. As they gathered their documentation and secured the technologies that had become extensions of themselves, alarm tones suddenly sounded throughout the sanctuary, soft but unmistakable signals of a perimeter breach. Maya appeared at their research room doorway moments later, her expression confirming the seriousness of the situation. Multiple intrusion attempts at the outer perimeter, she reported tersely. Coordinated and sophisticated. Security teams are responding. This isn't a drill. Voss? Elara asked the obvious question. Almost certainly, Maya confirmed. Pattern matches expected incursion tactics based on intelligence assessments. Multiple small teams approaching from different vectors, attempting to identify weaknesses in our defensive measures. Other perimeter countermeasures deployed, Julian asked, referring to the defensive systems they developed during the day's intensive work. Partial deployment only, Maya replied grimly. Full implementation was scheduled for completion tomorrow morning. We have coverage at primary approach points, but gaps remain elsewhere. The implications were immediately clear. Their defensive preparations, while substantially advanced, remained incomplete, leaving potential vulnerabilities that Voss's coordinated teams might identify and exploit. The timing couldn't have been worse, caught between development and deployment, with systems designed but not fully implemented. We need to accelerate deployment, Thaddeus decided, joining them with Dr. Patel. Prioritise coverage at detected intrusion points while continuing installation at remaining sections. And prepare for potential breach, Doctor, Patel added with calm pragmatism. Security protocols for research materials, contingency plans for personnel evacuation if necessary. The next hours passed in focused crisis response. Elara and Julian assisted technical teams with the emergency deployment of their defensive systems, while Maya coordinated the sanctuary's security personnel in direct response to detected intrusion attempts. Throughout the compound, researchers secured sensitive materials, while support staff implemented practice protocols for potential evacuation. From the Security Coordination Centre established in the main laboratory, they tracked the unfolding situation through sophisticated monitoring systems that visualised physical movements and emotional signatures around the sanctuary's perimeter. The intrusion pattern was sophisticated and methodical. Multiple small teams probed defences from different approaches, testing responses while avoiding direct engagement. Classic reconnaissance in force, Maya observed, showing her extensive military background. Identifying defensive capabilities and response patterns before committing to a primary attack strategy. Are the teams showing signs of emotional modification? Elara asked, studying the signature patterns with professional interest. Some, but not all, Maya replied, indicating different signature clusters on the display. Mixed teams, modified operatives for primary roles, conventional personnel for support functions. More sophisticated approach than we anticipated. It's got VOS written all over it. The assessment proved accurate, as monitoring showed intrusion teams gradually converging toward a section of the southern perimeter, where defensive system deployment remained incomplete. The coordinated movement suggested sophisticated real-time communication and adaptive planning, hallmarks of VOS's operational approach. They'll attempt breach within the hour at the southern approach, Maya predicted after studying movement patterns. We need to prioritise remaining deployment resources to that sector immediately. Technical teams redirected accordingly, rushing to extend defensive coverage to the vulnerable southern perimeter. Elara and Julian worked alongside them, making real-time adjustments to system parameters based on the specific emotional signatures they were detecting from VOS's teams. The modified operatives show more sophisticated emotional buffering than those we encountered during our escape, Elara noted as she mapped their signatures using her mother's heart pen. VOS has adapted his techniques, likely in response to our disruption field during the river pursuit. Can our countermeasures still affect them? Thaddeus asked the critical question. Yes, but with reduced effectiveness, Julian assessed after studying the signature patterns. We'll need to increase field intensity by approximately 40% to be effective. They made the necessary adjustments, pushing the newly deployed systems toward their design limits to counter VOS's adapted emotional modification techniques. The technical risk was substantial. Systems deployed under emergency conditions operating beyond tested parameters, covering critical defensive gaps with minimal redundancy. As dawn approached, the security situation remained delicately balanced. VOS's teams had established positions around the southern perimeter, but hadn't yet attempted the decisive breach, suggesting either continued reconnaissance or preparation for a coordinated attack. Throughout the sanctuary, personnel maintained heightened readiness while continuing essential functions with disciplined calm. They're waiting for something, Maya observed as the first light illuminated the valley. This pattern suggests coordination with additional elements not yet visible. Or communication with VOS himself, Julian suggested. Final authorization before committing to an attack plan. The suggestion raised an important question they had been too busy to consider during the night's crisis response. Was VOS personally involved in this operation, or directing it remotely? His previous willingness to lead pursuit from Valera suggested the former, but direct evidence remained inconclusive. Elara returned to her emotional mapping, extending awareness to maximum range in attempt to identify any distinctive signatures that might indicate VOS's presence. The heart pen moved with practiced precision across specialised mapping materials, creating patterns that reflected both current emotional states and their probable trajectories. There, she indicated after several minutes of intense concentration. Approximately 2 kilometres beyond the southern perimeter, a distinctive emotional signature showing the controlled intensity and strategic focus we identified as VOS's pattern during the river pursuit. The monitoring systems confirmed her assessment, though with less detail than her specialised mapping provided. A small encampment had been established beyond the effective range of their perimeter sensors, likely a forward command post from which Voss was directing the coordinated intrusion attempts. "Can we extend our defensive systems to that location?" Thaddeus asked. "Not at current deployment levels," Julian replied after a quick assessment. "We're already operating at maximum extension to cover critical perimeter sections." "But we might reach it with a focused projection," Elara suggested, the insight emerging from their evening's research into extended applications. Not broad field coverage, but directed application of the integrated technologies. "Theoretically possible," Dr. Patel acknowledged, "but untested under field conditions. The energy requirements would be substantial, and targeting precision at that distance remains uncertain." "We have a more immediate concern," Meyer interrupted, indicating the monitoring display where Voss's teams had begun synchronized movement toward the southern perimeter. "They're initiating primary insertion effort now. Multiple teams, coordinated approach." The crisis had reached its decisive moment. Voss's forces were committing to breach while the sanctuary's defensive systems remained incomplete and operating beyond tested parameters. Direct confrontation appeared inevitable despite their intensive preparation efforts. "Activate all deployed defensive systems at maximum intensity," Thaddeus ordered. "Priority to southern perimeter coverage." Technicians implemented the command immediately, activating both the disruption field targeting emotionally modified operatives and the disorientation projection affecting conventional personnel. The effect was visible on monitoring displays as Voss's advancing teams suddenly faltered, coordinated movement disrupted as individuals responded to the defensive field's influence. "Effective but incomplete," Meyer assessed, watching as some teams continued advancing despite reduced efficiency. "The modified operatives are showing partial resistance to disruption effects." "As anticipated given the signature adaptations we detected," Julian noted. "Voss has incorporated countermeasures into his latest modification techniques." The situation was developing toward a direct confrontation between sanctuary security personnel and Voss's partially disrupted but still dangerous operatives. Despite their defensive efforts, a physical breach of the facility's outer perimeter appeared increasingly probable. In that critical moment, Elara made a decision based on intuition, as much as analysis. The integrated perspective she had developed through weeks of balancing receptive and projective approaches to emotional cartography. "We need to target Voss directly," she stated with quiet certainty. "Not his operatives, but the controller himself. Disrupt his command and control capability, rather than just responding to his deployed assets." "With what?" Meyer asked practically. "Our defensive systems don't extend to his position." "With direct application of the integrated heart pens," Elara replied, already retrieving her mother's receptive pen and the projective pen Julian had carried from Valera. "Not through deployed systems, but through focused application of the technologies themselves." Julian immediately understood her intention. "The predictive mapping capability we've been developing, using it not just to anticipate emotional trajectories, but to influence their development at source." "Precisely," Elara confirmed, disrupting Voss's emotional command state rather than just countering his operatives' modified conditions. It was an untested application of their emerging capabilities, moving beyond defensive disruption toward targeted intervention at the controlling intelligence behind the attack. The ethical implications were significant, but justified by the immediate threat to the sanctuary and its personnel. "We'll need to establish a direct link between the heart pens," Julian noted, already making necessary preparations. "Maximum resonance through direct integration." "And we'll need to maintain precise targeting," Elara added. "I have an idea of how to do that." Dr. Patel looked concerned but didn't object, recognising both the necessity of the attempt and its alignment with the balanced approach Elara and Julian had been developing. This wasn't Rowan's approach, nor a pure defensive response, but an ethical grey area. "Do it," Thaddeus authorised after sensing that Dr. Patel wasn't going to stop it. "Meyer, Maintain perimeter defense against the advancing teams while they implement this approach. Working with focused intensity, Elara and Julian touched the heart pens together. The copper and silver inlays pulsed with harmonic resonance as the pens recognized their complementary nature, creating capabilities beyond what either could achieve alone. Targeting Voss's emotional signature, Elara confirmed as she mapped his distinctive pattern using her mother's heart pen. Configuring a projective resonance to disrupt command functionality without imposing specific emotional states, Julian added, aligning his father's technology with the ethical framework they had established through their collaborative research. The integrated application extended beyond the sanctuary's physical boundaries, creating a focused intervention targeting Voss's position with precision rather than broad field effect. Unlike the defensive systems deployed around the perimeter, this approach worked through predictive understanding rather than just disruptive projection, anticipating Voss's emotional adaptations and reconfiguring responses accordingly. On the monitoring displays, the effect became visible within minutes. Voss's coordinated teams suddenly lost synchronization, continuing individual movements but without the strategic coherence that had characterized their approach. Communications appeared disrupted, coordinated timing broken, adaptive response significantly degraded. Command disruption appears to be effective, Maya confirmed, watching the operational patterns disintegrate across multiple insertion teams. They're continuing movement, but without coordinated direction or adaptive response to our defensive measures. Without Voss's real-time direction, the insertion teams defaulted to pre-planned approaches that failed to adapt to the sanctuary's defensive systems. The disruption field and disorientation projection affected them with increasing effectiveness as their coordinated countermeasures faltered without central guidance. Voss's emotional signature is showing significant disruption, Elara reported, monitoring the effect of their integrated intervention. Not incapacitation, but most likely confusion. I'll bet he's pissed. His location is showing movement, Maya noted, indicating the monitoring display where activity had increased at the forward command post. Appears to be withdrawing rather than continuing operational direction. The integrated heart pen application had achieved its purpose, disrupting his ability to maintain the emotional state necessary for effective command of complex operations. Without his guiding intelligence, the insertion teams lost the adaptive capability that made them truly dangerous, despite the sanctuary's defensive measures. Over the next hour, monitoring confirmed the gradual withdrawal of all identified intrusion teams, not in coordinated retreat, but disjointed extraction without the strategic cohesion that had characterized their approach. The immediate threat to the sanctuary receded as Voss's operational structure disintegrated under the combined effects of perimeter defences and command disruption. They're withdrawing completely, Maya confirmed as morning fully illuminated the valley. No remaining signatures within effective monitoring range. Including Voss himself, Thaddeus asked. Roger that. Confirmed departure from the forward command post, Maya replied after checking specialised monitoring systems. Movement consistent with extraction toward Chiang Mai rather than repositioning for continued operations. Good, but they'll be back. We've got to be ready. The crisis had passed, at least its immediate manifestation. Voss's attempt to breach the sanctuary had failed, and his coordinated operation was disrupted by defensive measures and direct intervention against his command capability. The balanced integration of receptive and projective approaches had proven effective in laboratory development and practical application under crisis conditions. That was remarkable, Dr. Patel observed once the immediate crisis response transitioned to recovery operations. You implemented a completely untested application under emergency conditions and achieved precisely targeted effect at extraordinary distance. The integration amplified what either technology achieves alone, Julian noted, carefully storing his father's projective heart pen. Receptive understanding, guiding projective application, each enhancing the other's effectiveness. But it's not without cost, Elara added, the fatigue of intensive application evident in her voice. Maintaining balance between reception and projection at that distance required constant adjustment and focus, like shooting at a moving bird. The observation highlighted an important reality about their integrated approach. Its effectiveness derived from the technologies themselves and the continuous balancing of seemingly opposed functions. Unlike deployed systems operating on pre-established parameters, this application required active maintenance of equilibrium between understanding and influence, reception and projection. "We should document everything while the experience remains fresh," Dr. Patel suggested, professional research instincts reasserting despite the crisis context. This represents significant advancement beyond our laboratory development, practical application under field conditions. In the days that followed, they maintained heightened security awareness while conducting a comprehensive assessment of both the defensive system's performance and the integrated heart-pen application that had ultimately disrupted Voss's operation. The balanced approach they had developed through weeks of methodical research had proven unexpectedly effective when implemented under crisis conditions. "Voss will adapt," Meyer cautioned during their security assessment. "This setback is significant, but unlikely to be decisive. His determination to acquire these technologies has been consistent throughout the pursuit from Valera." This insight shaped their continuing work at the sanctuary. Rather than focusing exclusively on defensive applications, they maintained parallel development of the integrated approach's broader potential, recognizing that comprehensive understanding would ultimately prove more valuable than narrow tactical application. 1 week after the failed incursion attempt, with no further signs of Voss's presence detected in the region, Elara sought Julian on the meditation terrace overlooking the valley. The location had become their preferred setting for discussions extending beyond technical details to the philosophical implications of their work. "I've been reviewing the predictive mapping data from our intervention against Voss," she began without preamble. "There's something we missed in the immediate crisis response, patterns extending well beyond the operational timeframe." Julian studied her with careful attention, recognizing the significance in her tone. "What kind of patterns?" "Emotional trajectories radiating outward from the disruption we caused," Elara explained, retrieving mapping documentation from the folder she carried. "Not just Voss's immediate response, but cascading effects through his operational structure and beyond, ripples extending weeks and potentially months beyond the intervention point." "Say what in English like I'm in 3rd grade," added Jack Harmon, who had just entered the room. "Our hit on Voss messed up his operation more than we thought," added Elara. "We didn't just disrupt his immediate operation," Julian realised, studying the patterns with growing comprehension. "We initiated cascading effects throughout his emotional control structures, not just for his operatives, but his entire organisational approach." "So you think Voss has taken his marbles and has gone home? Seriously? He's regrouping, that's all," added Harmon. "I disagree. This changes our strategic position," Julian noted after studying the documentation thoroughly. "From reactive defence to potential initiative. If these projections are accurate, Voss's capabilities have been compromised at a fundamental level rather than just tactically defeated." The game was changing, although no one could be sure how. Could they find a way to resolve the conflict with Voss retreating, or is he fooling them into a false sense of security? Chapter 12. Balanced Resonance. Early morning rain fell in gentle sheets across Chiang Mai, softening the edges of the ancient city where tradition and modernity coexisted in uneasy harmony. Inside the boutique hotel's executive suite, Elara stood at the window watching rivulets course down glass while mentally reviewing their carefully constructed plan one final time. A plan that had moved them from the sanctuary to the city. 3 weeks had passed since Voss's failed incursion at the sanctuary. 3 weeks of intensive preparation, strategic planning, and continuing refinement of the integrated approach that had proven so unexpectedly effective during crisis. Now they had moved from defensive reaction to deliberate initiative, bringing the attack to Voss rather than awaiting his next attempt. "Final confirmation," Meyer announced, entering the suite's sitting room where their makeshift command centre had been established. "Voss is present at the primary location. The security pattern is consistent with our intelligence assessments. Emotional signature, Elara asked, turning from the window. Distinct and stable, Julian replied, looking up from the specialised monitoring equipment they had positioned throughout the room. Still showing residual disruption effects from our sanctuary intervention, but he's established compensatory patterns. Something isn't sitting right for me, Harmon interrupted, studying the surveillance feeds with uncharacteristic intensity. The photojournalist and occasional smuggler had been unusually quiet during their preparations, his practical scepticism temporarily subsumed by technical discussions beyond his expertise. But now his instincts reasserted themselves with evident concern. "What do you mean?" Thaddeus asked, giving the observation the respect it deserved. Harmon's intuition for deception had proven valuable throughout their journey. "This is too clean," Harmon explained, gesturing toward the displays showing Voss's regular movements within his corporate headquarters. "Too predictable. Voss knows we identified his location, yet he's maintaining normal patterns without additional security or irregular movements." "Confidence in his countermeasures," Maya suggested, though with less certainty than before. "Or he's setting a trap," Harmon countered, "making himself the obvious target while preparing something we haven't detected. This man survived decades in his business by anticipating opposition moves. He's not suddenly careless." The observation created ripples of uncertainty through their carefully constructed plans. Their integrated approach remained technically sound, but its implementation assumed an accurate understanding of Voss's position and defences. If Harmon's instincts were correct, they might be walking into a carefully prepared counter-operation. "Can we verify independently?" Thaddeus asked Maya, professional caution asserting itself. "Not without compromising our position," she replied after brief consideration. "Our monitoring is passive to avoid detection." "What about his emotional signature?" Elara suggested, turning to Julian. "Does it show indicators of deception or strategic preparation?" Julian returned to his specialised equipment, studying the patterns with renewed attention to subtle indicators they might have overlooked. "It's Voss we're talking about. Deception is who he is. And yes, some anomalies cause me some concern," he admitted after several minutes. "Nothing definitive, but his emotional state shows compartmentalisation consistent with strategic concealment. It could be normal operational security, or it could be specific counter-preparation." Uncertainty hung in the air, disrupting the confident momentum that had characterised their preparations. Their plan remained technically sound, but its effectiveness depended on accurate understanding of their target's position and vulnerabilities, neither of which could be verified with complete confidence given Harmon's concerns. "We need more information before we step into a potential trap," Thaddeus decided finally. "The risk of walking into prepared countermeasures is too significant to ignore." "What kind of information?" Maya asked. "Additional surveillance risks detection, and we can't penetrate his security systems without alerting him to our presence." "Direct contact," Harmon suggested unexpectedly. "A conversation. Talk to him." The proposal stunned the room into momentary silence. After weeks of careful avoidance and indirect confrontation, the suggestion of direct engagement with Voss seemed recklessly contrary to everything they had planned. "You want us to talk to him?" Maya asked incredulously. "The man who's been hunting us across continents for our technologies?" "I want us to assess him directly," Harmon clarified, "to see if there's a potential resolution that doesn't require another attack, but more practically, to verify his actual position and readiness before committing to our intervention." "It's not without precedent," Thaddeus noted thoughtfully. "Even adversaries with irreconcilable interests sometimes establish communication channels to avoid mutual destruction. And it would allow direct assessment of his current state." "It's a risk," Julian observed, though without immediate rejection. "But potentially less risky than proceeding with an intervention based on incomplete intelligence." "Could we maintain sufficient protection during such contact?" Elara asked Maya, the practical security question overriding philosophical debate. "Possibly," Maya acknowledged after consideration. A neutral location with multiple exit routes, wayfinder security positioned discreetly, emotional disruption countermeasures prepared for immediate deployment if necessary. The discussion continued with increasing focus on practical implementation rather than abstract debate. Despite initial skepticism, the potential benefits of direct assessment before committing to their irreversible intervention gradually outweighed perceived risks, particularly given Harmon's credible concerns about Voss's apparent predictability. "I still think it's walking into the lion's den," Maya cautioned as the discussion concluded. "But a conversation on neutral territory does provide assessment opportunities we can't achieve through passive monitoring alone." "And the possibility of resolution without a fight," Harmon added, his expression suggesting this consideration weighed as heavily as tactical assessment. By midday, arrangements had been established through carefully insulated intermediaries. Voss accepted the invitation to a private meeting with surprising ease, a response that simultaneously validated Harmon's concerns while creating new questions about the collector's objectives. A neutral location had been selected, security measures arranged, and contingency plans established for multiple scenarios. "Remember the parameters," Thaddeus reminded them as they prepared to depart for the meeting. "Assessment is our primary objective. We must verify his actual position, defences, and intentions. Resolution through negotiation remains unlikely given fundamental conflicts of interest, but it is not impossible if appropriate boundaries can be established." The designated meeting point was a private tea house in Chiang Mai's old city, a traditional structure updated with modern security while maintaining an authentic aesthetic. The establishment's reputation for absolute discretion and strict neutrality had made it a frequent host to sensitive meetings between business competitors, political adversaries, and occasionally parties with more directly oppositional interests. Elara and Julian would represent their group directly, with Thaddeus nearby but not immediately present, a balanced approach that acknowledged both generations' stake in the technologies while preventing Voss from focusing exclusively on either. Maya coordinated perimeter security from a position allowing rapid response if necessary, while Harmon monitored emotional signatures from a specialised position with equipment adapted from their sanctuary research. They arrived precisely at the arranged time, moving through security procedures with practised ease while remaining alert for any indication of unusual preparations or concealed threats. The tea house staff, professional and discreet, guided them to a private room in the building's inner courtyard, isolated from other customers while maintaining multiple exit routes. Aldrich Voss arrived moments later, his physical presence more and less imposing than surveillance images had suggested. A man of medium height and unremarkable build, perhaps 60 years old, with silver hair cut with precision and seemingly ordinary features. Only his eyes revealed something distinctive, pale blue, intensely focused, missing nothing while revealing nothing in return. "Ms. Reid, Mr. Valera," he greeted them with professional courtesy, using Julian's maternal surname without comment. "An unexpected development, though not unwelcome. I had anticipated our next interaction would be considerably less conversational." "Circumstances suggested direct communication might be productive," Julian replied with careful neutrality, "before positions harden further." "How diplomatic," Voss observed with a thin smile as they seated themselves at the traditional low table. "Though I suspect assessment rather than negotiation motivates this arrangement. Your security coordinator, Ms. Maya Winters, I believe, has positioned her team with tactical efficiency, suggesting limited confidence in conversational outcomes." The casual revelation of their security preparations confirmed Voss's intelligence capabilities and willingness to acknowledge them openly, a move that established his informational dominance while potentially opening space for honest exchange rather than pretense. "Assessment and possibility," Elara acknowledged directly. "The conflict between our interests has escalated toward potentially destructive outcomes for all involved. Why not see if we can strike a deal that creates a mutual win?" Tea arrived, served with ceremonial precision by the establishment staff, before they withdrew with practised discretion. Voss waited until they were truly alone before continuing, his attention focused on the traditional preparation with apparent appreciation for its aesthetic value. "I respect directness, Ms. Reid," he said finally, "so let me be equally clear. I want you and the integrated emotional cartography technologies you and Mr. Valera have developed, not just your respective inheritances from Mira and Rowan, but the balanced integration you've pioneered together, an approach that transcends what either achieved independently. Technologies that would be misused for manipulation and control in your possession," Julian noted without accusation. A simple statement of assessment rather than moral judgment. "Applied for influence where needed," Voss corrected smoothly. "In contexts where emotional disruption creates genuine suffering and instability. If they also buy more Coca-Cola, who am I to stand in their way? The distinction between manipulation and guidance largely depends on perspective and intention, as I believe your father eventually recognised, Mr. Valera." After implementing approaches, he later acknowledged them as fundamentally flawed, Julian coolly replied. Experience that informed his final cooperation in transitioning Valera toward more balanced systems. Voss sipped his tea thoughtfully. "An evolution I observed with professional interest. Rowan's reconsideration of absolute control approaches in favour of guided autonomy represents something of a philosophical convergence with what you're developing, which leads to my proposal." "You have a proposal?" Elara asked, genuine curiosity temporarily overriding strategic caution. "Collaborative development rather than adversarial acquisition," Voss replied without hesitation. "Your technological innovation combined with my global implementation capabilities. Properly structured agreements regarding application boundaries, joint oversight of deployment contexts, equitable distribution of resulting benefits." The proposal created momentary silence, not because it represented a realistic possibility, but because it revealed more about Voss's assessment of their position than he perhaps intended. The collector had shifted from the pursuit of unilateral acquisition to the suggestion of partnership, indicating respect for their capabilities and recognition of his inability to take what he wanted. "An interesting conceptual framework," Julian observed, though implementation would require bridging fundamental differences regarding values, limits, and ethical boundaries. We're in the business of freeing people from manipulation, while you seem to want more of it. Differences potentially less absolute than previously assumed, Voss suggested. My interest has always been practical application rather than philosophical purity. If balanced approaches prove more effective than control-oriented systems and have some monetization value, adaptation represents a rational response. In other words, I think we could meet in the middle and create a partnership that works for both of us. The conversation continued with surprising substantive engagement, Voss outlining potential collaborative structures while they raised critical questions about oversight, boundaries, and irreconcilable differences in application philosophy. Throughout the exchange, Elara maintained subtle emotional mapping using techniques developed at the sanctuary, assessing Voss's true intent beneath his carefully constructed verbal presentation. What she detected confirmed Harmon's initial concerns. Beneath Voss's apparently genuine engagement with collaborative possibilities lay strategic preparation entirely inconsistent with partnership intentions. Emotional compartmentalization indicating active countermeasures being positioned even as conversation proceeded. She caught Julian's eye, a silent communication passing between them based on weeks of collaborative work developing integrated perspectives. He had detected the same indicators, his father's projective techniques revealing strategic deception patterns beneath Voss's composed exterior. An intriguing framework for consideration, Julian concluded as the conversation reached a natural pause. Though governance remains to be worked out in future conversations. Of course, Voss agreed smoothly. Complex integration of differing perspectives requires thoughtful exploration rather than rushed commitment. Perhaps we could establish a continuing dialogue through appropriate intermediaries. Julian and Elara nodded as they rose to their feet. They concluded the meeting with appropriate diplomatic exchanges, professional courtesy maintained despite the fundamental deception they had detected beneath Voss's collaborative proposal. As they departed through separate exits according to pre-arranged security protocols, Maya joined them in the transportation that would return them to their temporary headquarters. "Well," Maya asked tersely, years of military strategy concerns evident beneath her controlled demeanour. "Harmon was right," Elara confirmed in resignation. "Voss is implementing something beyond what we've detected. His emotional signature showed an active attack strategy, even while discussing collaborative possibilities." "Attack strategy?" Thaddeus inquired. "Compartmentalised emotional structuring consistent with being two-faced," Julian replied. "The classic signature of someone showing one thing while getting ready to do another. Not just general deception, but active counter-preparation." "I think we were played. We'll know for sure soon." "Which means our original intervention plan may be compromised," Maya concluded grimly. "If he's anticipated our approach and prepared specific countermeasures, proceeding as planned could walk us directly into a prepared response. Or create an opportunity to address his capabilities comprehensively, rather than just disrupt specific operations," Elara suggested, an insight forming from the integrated perspective she had developed through weeks of balanced application. The team decided to ditch Chiang Mai for the security of the sanctuary. There, they'd be at full strength. Back at their command centre, a comprehensive debriefing confirmed multiple indicators of Voss's parallel strategic implementation during their conversation. Monitoring systems detected unusual activity at several locations associated with his operations, movement patterns suggesting resource positioning rather than normal business activities. "He's preparing something significant," Harmon assessed, reviewing surveillance data with practiced interpretation. "Using the meeting as cover for operational deployment while assessing your position and capabilities directly. Once a bully, always a bully. He's a dude who takes what he wants." "But what exactly?" Thaddeus pressed. "Our intervention targets his emotional manipulation technologies specifically. What countermeasure could he implement against an approach he doesn't fully understand?" The question focused their analysis on Voss's most likely response given the available information. Throughout their previous encounters, from Valera through the sanctuary incursion to today's meeting, the Collector had demonstrated exceptional intelligence-gathering capabilities, but an incomplete understanding of how their integrated technologies actually functioned. "He knows we disrupted his command capabilities during the sanctuary incursion," Julian noted, "and probably suspects we're developing more sophisticated applications of that approach. But his understanding remains operational rather than technical. He saw the result but doesn't know how we did it." "Which limits his options," Elara continued, building on Julian's assessment. "He can't defend against processes he doesn't understand. So his most likely response is distributing command functions rather than concentrating them, making himself less vulnerable as primary target." "Oh wait, what if he's going to try to take out Elara and Julian?" Thaddeus paused at the thought. "I think we can expect that he will try to capture Julian and Elara by using a distributed network rather than centralised control." Maya nodded, professional recognition in her voice. "He's less vulnerable, and his command functions operate independently. He'll create redundancy so that neutralising primary nodes doesn't collapse the entire system as he tries to capture the technology and the ones who can use it." This assessment matched the activity patterns they were seeing: movement and positioning of key personnel in distributed locations rather than concentration. "Which actually creates a new vulnerability," Julian realised, the insight emerging from their integrated perspective. "Distributed networks require standardised communication protocols between nodes. More interconnection points mean more potential disruption targets. If we can identify and map the emotional resonance patterns he's using to maintain his command functions," Elara added, completing the thought with seamless integration typical of their collaborative work, "we could implement targeted attacks that affect the entire network at the same time rather than one person." "True that, but can you actually pull that off?" Harmon asked, practical scepticism asserting itself. "Map and affect an entire distributed network simultaneously. Yes, I think so, Elara confirmed after exchanging glances with Julian. We've seen evidence that when we map what is with our integrated approach, clearly and completely, new possibilities emerge for a whole system. We can't predict how it will shift, but it's almost as if we shift systems' reality in a way, creating a new timeline. How quickly can you implement your timeline-shifting intervention? Thaddeus asked, to bring the discussion back to practicality. Best case, 24 hours for system reconfiguration, Julian estimated. Another 12 for testing and verification, assuming continuous work without significant complications. Which means operational implementation approximately 36 hours from now, Maya calculated. Acceptable timeline if Voss maintains current positioning patterns. They proceeded with focused intensity, Julian adapting their integrated system's technical parameters, while Elara developed specialised mapping approaches for identifying distributed network interconnections. Harman and Maya continuously monitored Voss's activities, tracking operational patterns to ensure intervention timing aligned with optimal conditions for comprehensive effect. The modified system took shape with remarkable efficiency, a testament to their technical capabilities and the balanced integration they had developed through weeks of collaborative work. Where their original approach had targeted specific emotional command functions concentrated in Voss himself, this adaptation would affect the distributed network he had established to create resilience against their previous intervention. Julian announced 30 hours into their accelerated development process that the final configuration is complete. System parameters were adapted for a distributed network focus rather than centralized disruption. Mapping protocols prepared for identifying interconnection resonance patterns, Elara confirmed. Her contribution focused on the receptive understanding that would guide precisely calibrated projective application. Predictive capabilities extended to anticipate adaptive response throughout the network, rather than just primary nodes. Their collective focus shifted to operational planning, timing, security measures, contingency protocols for potential complications. Throughout preparations, they maintained intensive monitoring of Voss's distributed operations, tracking patterns to identify optimal intervention windows for comprehensive effect. Something's changed, Harman reported suddenly, 40 hours after they meet with Voss. Multiple locations showing synchronized activity inconsistent with normal operations. Looks like positioning for coordinated action rather than continued preparation. Maya joined him at the monitoring station, and a professional assessment confirmed his observation. Operational activation patterns, she agreed grimly. They're transitioning from preparation to implementation of whatever Voss has been planning. Timeline estimate, Thaddeus asked, the immediate practical question taking precedence over longer analysis. Hours, not days, Maya replied after studying pattern indicators. Possibly less if acceleration continues at current rate. We need to move now, Julian assessed, decision emerging from integrated evaluation rather than reactive response. We're ready. Final preparations proceeded with urgency. Verification of system parameters, security measures for their implementation location, and contingency protocols for potential complications. Throughout, they maintain continuous monitoring of Voss's accelerating activities, mapping the network as it transitioned from preparation to operational activation. Optimal intervention window opening in approximately 40 minutes, Thaddeus announced as final preparations were completed. Coinciding with apparent coordination period before whatever operation Voss has prepared moves to active implementation. They positioned themselves as planned. Elara at the primary mapping station, where her mother's heart pen would establish and maintain connection with the distributed network's emotional resonance patterns. Julian at the projective console, where his father's complementary technology would implement precisely calibrated interventions throughout the mapped patterns. Starting the mapping of network resonance patterns, Elara reported, as she began the process of identifying the emotional signatures that connected Voss's distributed operation. The heart pen moved with fluid precision across specialised materials, mapping patterns that represented not just individual nodes, but their dynamic interconnections. Architecture confirmed, she continued as mapping stabilised, showing 7 command teams with Voss coordinating rather than directly controlling the units. Interconnection patterns consistent with our projected model. I think we got it right. Adaptation complete, Julian confirmed, making final adjustments to their projective approach based on the mapped network architecture. Integration parameters aligned with the autonomous teams rather than a centralised structure. System activation on your word, Thaddeus stated, the formal authorization reflecting both practical protocol and acknowledgement of their independent authority over the technologies they had developed. But before they could proceed, Harmon called their attention to a disturbing development on the monitoring displays. New activity at multiple locations, he reported urgently. Pattern suggests deployment. It's begun, and they're moving faster than anticipated. Meyer confirmed his assessment with professional alarm. Multiple teams transitioning to active operations simultaneously. Coordination suggests synchronized implementation of whatever Voss has prepared. Can you identify targets? Thaddeus asked sharply. Pattern analysis suggests. Meyer paused, rechecking data before continuing with evident concern. The sanctuary. They're positioning for a coordinated approach to the sanctuary's specific location. The revelation created momentary silence. This was the win-or-go-home moment they knew would come someday, despite Voss's talk about collaboration. The meeting, Elara realised with sudden clarity. It wasn't just an assessment of our position and capabilities. He was using our emotional signatures to trace connection patterns back to specific locations. He played us. Emotional resonance tracking, Julian confirmed, understanding immediately. Using our own connections to identify the sanctuary's location despite its concealment measures. It's the energy equivalent of using an Apple AirTag. We need to warn them immediately, Thaddeus decided, already moving toward secure communication equipment. And accelerate our intervention timeline, Elara added, turning back to her mapping station with renewed urgency. If Voss's teams are already deploying toward the sanctuary, we need to disrupt his command network before they can implement whatever operation he's prepared. The situation had shifted to a crisis response, their carefully planned intervention now racing against Voss's accelerated operational timeline. The stakes elevated dramatically with confirmation that Voss knew their exact location. Establishing comprehensive mapping of Voss's network, Elara reported, her focus absolute despite the crisis atmosphere. The heart pen moved with practiced precision across specialised materials, creating increasingly detailed representations of the emotional resonance patterns that connected the updated version of Voss's operational structure. Something's wrong, she announced suddenly, her mapping revealing unexpected complexity within the network architecture. The patterns show unusual configuration in the secondary nodes, different signature characteristics than we expected. Julian joined her at the mapping station, studying the emerging patterns with focused attention. These aren't just separate teams with integrated coordination, he realised after brief analysis. They're independent operational capabilities with distinct emotional modification signatures. Voss has deployed fully autonomous operational units. He's confusing us with multiple targets. The twist represented sophisticated adaptation beyond what they had anticipated, not just distributing command functions for resilience against targeted disruption, but establishing independent operational capabilities that could function without continuous central direction. Voss had created genuine autonomy within his operational structure. Can our intervention still affect them? Thaddeus asked the critical question. No, Julian admitted after careful assessment. We designed for disrupting interconnected command functions, not autonomous operational units. The complication threatened their entire approach. Their adapted system had been designed specifically for the distributed network they had anticipated, not the autonomous operational structure Voss had implemented. Without significant reconfiguration, their intervention would disrupt central coordination without affecting the independent capabilities already deployed toward the sanctuary. We need to adapt again, Elara said, already mapping the autonomous unit's distinctive emotional signatures with focused intensity. Not just targeting interconnection patterns, but the foundational emotional architecture that allows these units to function independently. Is that possible within our operational timeline? Maya asked the practical question. The sanctuary needs warning and protection immediately, not after an extended system reconfiguration. It's possible, Julian confirmed after a brief assessment, but it requires a fundamental shift in our approach, not just disrupting command functions or communication patterns, but directly addressing the architecture itself. The core vulnerability we identified during our early testing, Elara added. All emotional modification technologies require suppression of certain natural responses to maintain artificial states. That suppression creates pressure points. That's our leverage. Pressure points, roger that. System adaptation in progress, Julian reported, as he calmly adjusted. Mapping autonomous unit signatures to identify consistent vulnerability patterns across the architecture, Elara added. The adapted system took shape with remarkable speed, testament to both their technical capabilities and the balanced perspective they had developed through weeks of collaborative work. Where their original approach had targeted specific emotional command structures, this adaptation would affect the fundamental architecture underlying all emotional modification tactics. They were going after the root, not the tree branches. Adaptation complete, Julian confirmed less than 20 minutes after pivoting. Let's do this, as he flashed a smile at Elara. Their focus returned to attack mode with renewed urgency. The reconfigured system prepared for activation, while communication with the sanctuary confirmed heightened security awareness and defensive preparation. Despite Voss's apparent identification of their location, the remote facility maintained significant protective capabilities that delayed any direct incursion attempt. Optimal intervention window now, Thaddeus stated as final verification completed. Got to move now, before those goddamned autonomous units reach us. Elara raised her eyebrows, showing her surprise at the language he had just used. On monitoring displays, they tracked Voss's advance and how they were impacting it. Voss's distributed network, showing immediate disruption in coordination functions, while the autonomous operational units registered more gradual but progressive degradation of their capabilities. Central coordination functions are disrupted, Maya reported, monitoring multiple data streams simultaneously. Autonomous units registering progressive degradation in operational capabilities. Movement toward the sanctuary is slowing significantly as coordination and independent function both deteriorate. Voss's emotional signature showing targeted disruption throughout his control structures, Elara confirmed, continuing her real-time mapping as the intervention progressed. Not just immediate function, but the foundational architecture experiencing comprehensive degradation. Thaddeus shocked everyone by asking, "Can we kill Voss?" Disruption sounds so polite. "Stick with the plan, team," Maya nearly shouted to Elara and Julian as she countered Thaddeus's comment. "Cascading effects starting throughout the entire operational structure," Julian observed as intervention continued. The team's emotional modification architecture shows progressive instability at all levels as fundamental pressure points activate simultaneously. This is working. The monitoring displays confirmed his assessment, not a catastrophic collapse, but foundational destabilization, rendering Voss's sophisticated manipulation technologies useless. The impact is more comprehensive than we originally thought. Thaddeus back to his professional demeanour, studying the expanding effects with professional assessment. The cascading degradation appears to be affecting not just current operations, but the entire emotional manipulation infrastructure Voss has developed across the globe. This is cutting him off at the knees, I have to guess. Because we're targeting the fundamental architecture, the root of the tree, rather than specific branches, Elara explained, her understanding emerging from continuous mapping during intervention. Creating vulnerability throughout his entire operational capability, Julian added. The team continued for 27 carefully monitored minutes. The duration they had determined would create irreversible effects in the emotional modification architecture, without risking unintended consequences to core functions. Intervention complete, Maya announced as they initiated controlled deactivation of the integrated system. Effects stabilizing within projected parameters. We got the bastard. Voss's operational structure showing comprehensive disruption at all levels, Elara confirmed, continuing her mapping to monitor post-intervention stability. Their attack teams show an every-man-for-himself pattern, now retreating to Chiang Mai. Sanctuary reports all teams are retreating as fast as they can, Maya added from her communication station. Movement patterns suggest they're operationally blind. The atmosphere shifted subtly as the news sunk in. They won. Years of conflict brought them to this moment, and now it appeared that the battle was over. But the war? Elara looked at Maya with that question in her mind. Maya seemed to perceive it. He'll understand what happened eventually, Maya noted as they monitored continuing effects through specialized systems. Not immediately, but as he attempts to reconstruct operational capability, he will find that the fundamental architecture is compromised beyond repair. And the effects will be irreversible, Thaddeus added. The emotional modification technologies he's developed over decades have been rendered obsolete. We've cut him off at the knees, unless he has some way of bringing it back that I'm not aware of. It represented victory of a sort they had never initially imagined, not destroying Voss or his organisation, but specifically neutralising the emotional manipulation capabilities that made him such a dangerous adversary. The snake lost his fangs. Julian suggested that they maintain monitoring for at least 72 hours as they began systematic documentation of the intervention and its effects. Agreed, Thaddeus nodded. Though I believe we'll find exactly what our adapted intervention was designed to create: progressive, permanent degradation of emotional modification capabilities throughout his entire operational structure. As the others continued technical assessment and documentation, Elara stepped away briefly, returning to the window where rain continued falling over Chiang Mai's ancient modern landscape. The heart pen remained warm in her hand, its connection to her mother's legacy feeling more natural and complete than ever before. She wondered if they had shifted Voss's timeline, creating an even more fundamental shift than just destroying his emotional manipulation system. Julian joined her on the balcony. Both exhausted, she broke the silence. Mira and Rowan would be proud of what we did today. It worked better than we anticipated, Julian observed, smiling with recognition, affecting not just his current operations, but the entire technological foundation he's developed. Julian, did we shift Voss's timeline, created a new past and future, or was this just a system we destroyed? Time will tell. If it was a timeline shift, I can only hope that it is a positive one. Same. Julian, usually avoiding public displays of affection, gave Elara a hug and gently kissed her forehead. He pulled her close, as both rested in each other's arms. 3 days later, comprehensive monitoring confirmed their effectiveness. Voss's emotional manipulation technologies showed continuing, irreversible degradation throughout his entire operational structure, yet his organisation maintained normal function in conventional areas, unrelated to emotional modification. Final reports from the sanctuary confirm complete withdrawal of all approaching teams, Maya reported during their concluding assessment. Voss appears to be consolidating remaining assets in Europe and redirecting resources toward conventional operations rather than attempting reconstruction of compromised technologies. So does that mean he's out of the manipulation business? Harmon asked in his usual sceptical tone. Doubtful, added Thaddeus. He just won't be as good at it. Because reconstruction of his tools are impossible without the foundational architecture we disrupted, Julian noted. He could attempt complete redevelopment, but that represents decades of work with an uncertain outcome. We set him back a decade. Nice. Now it's time to discuss what comes next for us, Thaddeus suggested as they gathered for a final assessment in the hotel suite that had served as their operational headquarters. The immediate Voss situation appears resolved, but broader implications remain. Those implications extended beyond security concerns to the future of emotional cartography itself. specifically the integrated approach they had developed through necessity, but which now represented revolutionary potential. The balanced application of receptive and projective technologies had demonstrated capabilities far beyond what either tradition had achieved independently. Dr. Patel contacted me this morning, Thaddeus continued, with a formal proposal that seems particularly aligned with the insights emerging from our work. He outlined the Sanctuary Director's vision, establishing a dedicated research division focused specifically on developing their integrated approach for applications extending far beyond security concerns. The balanced methods they had pioneered through necessity could be systematically developed to address widespread emotional manipulation and support authentic emotional health at the community and potentially global scales. The world faces increasing sophisticated emotional manipulation through technology, media, and targeted influence operations, Thaddeus explained. Not just from individual actors like Voss, but institutional systems designed to shape emotional responses for commercial, political, and social purposes. Creating vulnerability at an unprecedented scale, Julian observed. Most people have no protection against such manipulation, not even aware that it has impacted them. And when manipulated, they experience disconnection from authenticity, harm their health and rack up debt, Elara added, the insight emerging from the month that changed her life. Exactly what your mother's research originally addressed, Thaddeus nodded. Emotional maturity is developed through enhanced awareness rather than suppression or control. And precisely what your integrated approach has demonstrated in practical application against Voss's technologies. The conversation expanded to consider possibilities extending far beyond their initial focus on countering specific threats. Their balanced approach represented something revolutionary in emotional cartography, harmony between reception and intention, understanding and guidance that could address widespread vulnerability while supporting authentic emotional health. Dr. Patel proposes naming it the Balanced Resonance Research Division, Thaddeus concluded. With you two as co-directors, institutional support from the Wayfinders, and complete autonomy regarding your inherited technologies. Focusing specifically on developing applications that protect against manipulation while supporting authentic emotional experience, Maya added. Not just defensive countermeasures, but proactive approaches to emotional health as people return to authenticity. The proposal resonated with the direction their thinking had already been moving. From reactive defence toward proactive development of balanced approaches that honoured understanding and guidance, reception and projection, in harmonious integration. It's exactly what both our parents would have wanted, Julian observed, the integration they might have achieved if circumstances had been different. And precisely what the current global situation requires, Elara added. Not just protection against specific threats like Voss, but broadly accessible approaches to maintaining emotional autonomy in an increasingly manipulative world. Their discussion continued through the evening and into the following days, exploring possibilities that extended far beyond their initial focus on countering immediate threats. The integrated approach they had developed represented something genuinely revolutionary in emotional cartography, balanced harmony between reception and projection, understanding and guidance that honoured both traditions while transcending their limitations. 2 weeks later, they returned to the Sanctuary with formalised plans for establishing the Balanced Resonance Research Division, dedicated to developing applications of integrated emotional cartography for purposes beyond security concerns. The name itself reflected their philosophical approach, harmony between seemingly opposed functions, creating resonance beyond what either could achieve alone. The morning after their return, Elara sought the meditation terrace overlooking the valley, dawn light illuminating mist rising from the forest in ethereal patterns. The heart pen rested in her palm, copper inlays catching early sunlight with subtle warmth, while her mother's encoded memories pulsed gently in the disk she carried in her pocket. Early reflection is becoming a habit, Julian observed, joining her with quiet respect for her contemplative mood. His father's projective pen showed similar resonance in the morning light, silver inlays complementing the copper of her mother's receptive technology. Mapping new territory requires clear perspective, Elara replied with a small smile. Something our parents understood, despite their philosophical differences. The observation carried no judgment, just recognition of the complex legacies they had inherited and the balanced integration they were developing beyond what either Mira or Rowan had achieved independently. Their parents had pioneered separate approaches to emotional cartography that now, through their children's collaborative work, found harmony rather than opposition. Dr. Patel has approved our complete research proposal, Julian noted, sharing the news that had arrived that morning. Full resources for establishing the division, with collaborative support while maintaining independent authority over our inherited technologies. Perfect balance, Elara nodded approvingly. Support without control, collaboration without subsumption, precisely what we need for proper development. As they discussed specific implementation details, Thaddeus joined them on the terrace, his expression suggesting news beyond administrative arrangements. Word from our monitoring network in Chiang Mai, he announced without preamble. Voss has dismantled his regional headquarters and appears to be withdrawing operational assets, consistent with abandonment of pursuit rather than tactical repositioning. The intervention's cascading effects continuing as projected, Julian observed, making continued investment in emotional manipulation technologies increasingly untenable. Analysis suggests he's redirecting resources toward conventional business interests, Thaddeus added. Still morally questionable ventures, no doubt, but without the specialized focus on emotional manipulation technologies that drove his pursuit from Valera. This confirmation of their strategic success brought a sense of closure to the immediate security concerns that had dominated their lives since discovering Thaddeus's disappearance from Cambria. The specific threat had been neutralized, creating space for the broader development work they now envisioned. With Voss neutralized as a specific threat to emotional cartography research, Elara noted, we face a different kind of challenge. Not just protecting technologies from misuse, but developing applications that address widespread manipulation while supporting authentic emotional health. A challenge better aligned with our integrated approach than mere defensive countermeasures, Julian agreed, using balanced methods to address systemic vulnerabilities rather than just specific adversaries. Precisely what your mother envisioned when developing her emotional immunity research, Thaddeus added, looking at Elara. Protection through enhanced awareness and authentic connection rather than suppression or counter-control. This shift from reactive defense to proactive development represented the perfect evolution of their journey, from crisis response through balanced integration towards systematic application, addressing widespread needs beyond specific security concerns. The heart pens they carried, receptive and projective, understanding and guidance, had demonstrated potential far beyond what either had achieved alone. Later that afternoon, Elara walked the sanctuary's perimeter path alone, seeking quiet integration of recent developments and future possibilities. The heart pen accompanied her, its connection to her mother's legacy feeling increasingly natural as her understanding deepened through practical application and encoded memories. Her thoughts turned to the journey that had brought her to this point, from conventional cartographer in coastal Cambria to inheritor of revolutionary emotional mapping technologies in a hidden research facility in northern Thailand. Less than 2 months had passed since discovering her father's disappearance, yet that brief span had transformed her understanding of herself, her family, and the unique gifts she had inherited. The path rounded a bend, revealing a small memorial garden she hadn't previously discovered in her exploration of the sanctuary grounds. Simple stone markers honoured those who had contributed significantly to the Wayfinder's development of emotional cartography, creating a tangible connection to the field's evolution over decades. Newer than the others, yet already weathering into harmony with the garden's aesthetic, stood a marker bearing her mother's name, Mira Reid. Dates marked her too brief life, and the simple description, pioneer of receptive understanding. Beside it, a space clearly reserved for eventual companion stone when her father's time came. Dr. Patel had it placed shortly after receiving news of our successful intervention in Chiang Mai, Thaddeus explained, joining her with quiet respect for the moment's significance. Recognition of your mother's contribution to the field, particularly now that her approach has found integration with what once opposed it. Elara studied the simple memorial, appreciating its understated elegance and placement within the garden's tranquil setting. "Will Rowan receive similar recognition?" she asked, thinking of Julian's complex inheritance and the projective approach that now worked in harmony with her mother's receptive technology. "In time," Thaddeus nodded. "Once his contributions can be properly contextualized. His methods were problematic, but his insights were valuable when properly integrated with a balanced perspective." They stood in companionable silence, father and daughter, united not just by family connection, but also by shared appreciation for the complex legacies they had inherited and helped transform. The heart pen warmed in Elara's hand, perhaps responding to proximity to her mother's memorial, or perhaps simply reflecting her own emotional response to this moment of connection across time. "Your mother would be proud," Thaddeus said finally, "not just of your skill with her technologies, but your wisdom in finding balance she never fully achieved." "We all found it together," Elara replied honestly. "You, me, Julian, the sanctuary researchers. Integration that none of us could have achieved alone." The observation carried truth beyond its surface simplicity. The balanced approach they were now developing represented collaboration across generations and philosophical traditions, honouring pioneering work while transcending its limitations, respecting separate functions while recognising their complementary nature. As evening approached, they rejoined the others to continue planning the Balanced Resonance Research Division's implementation. The focused work of developing applications that would address widespread emotional manipulation while supporting authentic emotional health had just begun, but now proceeded without the immediate pressure of specific security threats. "The global need is extensive and growing," Dr. Patel observed during their planning session. "Technological, media, and targeted influence operations increasingly target emotional responses without accountability or transparency. Most people remain unaware of manipulation and their inherent vulnerability to it." "Precisely what our integrated approach is designed to address," Elara noted, "not through counter-control or artificial protection, but enhanced awareness and authentic connection that respects autonomy while providing guidance." The conversation expanded to consider practical applications, educational programs developing emotional literacy, community-based approaches to collective resilience, technological tools for identifying manipulation attempts and guidance frameworks, supporting authentic emotional development without imposing specific states or responses. "We're essentially developing emotional cartography in its most balanced expression," Julian observed as their discussion continued into the evening. "Not just mapping emotional landscapes, but supporting navigation through them with wisdom rather than control. Integration our parents might have achieved if circumstances had been different," Elara added, "but which now falls to us to develop and implement in response to current global needs." The heart pens, receptive and projective, copper and silver, understanding and guidance, had found their proper relationship not in separation, but integration. And in that balanced resonance lay potential for transformation beyond what either tradition could have achieved alone. As night settled over the sanctuary, stars appearing above the mountains surrounding their hidden valley, Elara stood again on the meditation terrace, the heart pen warm in her hand. The journey that had begun with her father's disappearance from Cambria had led not just to answers about her family's complex history, but to the discovery of her own purpose in continuing and transforming their legacy. The cartographer's daughter had mapped territory neither of her parents had fully explored. The balanced integration of current reality understanding and projective intentions that represented emotional cartography's true potential. With Julian's complementary inheritance alongside her own, that mapping would continue beyond crisis response toward the deliberate development of applications serving human flourishing rather than manipulation or control. Reception and projection, understanding and guidance, working in harmonious balance rather than philosophical opposition. The approach Mira and Rowan might have achieved if circumstances had been different, now finding expression through their children's collaborative work and the balanced perspective they had developed through necessity, but now pursued with deliberate purpose. In that balance lay possibilities neither Mira nor Rowan had fully realised, but which their children now stood poised to develop together, mapping emotional landscapes with complementary technologies that honoured autonomy while providing guidance, understood dynamics while offering direction, respected authenticity while supporting flourishing. The world needed this balanced approach now more than ever, facing unprecedented manipulation attempts alongside growing disconnection from authentic emotional wisdom. The challenge before them was not just developing the integrated technologies themselves, but making their benefits accessible to communities and individuals navigating increasingly complex emotional landscapes without effective maps or guides. As Elara gazed at the stars above their hidden valley, the heart pen warm in her hand, she felt readiness for this new chapter in their journey. The immediate threat had been neutralised, but the greater work was just beginning, transforming their inherited technologies into approaches that would serve authentic human flourishing in a world increasingly shaped by manipulation and control. The inheritance was complete, not just technologies and techniques, but wisdom to apply them in balanced measure, honouring both understanding and guidance, reception and projection, in harmonious integration rather than opposition. The cartography of emotions, like the physical mapping of landscapes, requires both perception and response, knowledge and application, working together rather than divided by philosophical differences. In that balance lay the future they would now help create, not just for themselves or the wayfinders, but for a world in need of precisely what they had discovered through their remarkable journey from crisis to integration to purpose. The heart pens had finally found their complementary relationship, and with it, their true potential for transformation beyond what either could have achieved alone. You've been listening to The Cartographer's Daughter, written by Quinn Price and narrated by Amelia Overton. We hope you've enjoyed this production by the Change Capability Press.